Welcome, welcome, TikTok friends. And it seems Bex is in already. Hey, Bex. And Baku as well. Woohoo. Baku's always straight out the gate. Loving that. Love that commitment. Absolutely love it. And I think we are also live on YouTube. Just checking right now. Very sad to hear that you're not feeling well, Martin. Please take care of yourself and rest up. And we'll be here waiting when you feel better. So just take care of yourself. That's the most important thing. Hope you're okay. Good evening, everyone. Hope that you're all very, very well. Just going to get Sean up in here. Open up the guest box and get Sean in. Always a bit of housekeeping to do as we get the stream up and running. But it should all be good, hopefully. Hey, Sean. How you doing?
Hey, John. How you doing? Good to see you again. And it's been like a whole day. A
whole day, yeah, 24 hours or something. It's been real. How you doing?
Not too bad.
Excellent. Well, hopefully we get some guests tonight. It was very, very quiet yesterday. It was still good fun though. Actually, it was a different kind of vibe, wasn't it? It was mellow and chilled, and we had lots of nice conversations, and it was all good. But yeah,
yes,
hopefully we'll get some believers in here today to stand up for their God, because God was poorly represented yesterday, and I reckon he's going to be pretty upset about that. So we'll have to see whether people are willing to come and defend their good Lord tonight and see what's going on. We'll see. We actually have we have a guest in the YouTube queue already. PVG is there, but we also have Jimmy. So we're going to bring Jimmy in straight off the bat and see how this goes. Jimmy, how are you?
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. How are you, Jimmy?
Okay. Good. Thank you for having me.
Sure.
I tried to join in on another stream, but unfortunately got too late, so I couldn't, stay on.
Fair enough.
Hopefully you're doing as well.
Thank you. Very well indeed. Very well indeed. What's your perspective on this stuff? Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, sure. So my perspective, it's I am a believer, but I'm not a Christian. I do it, believe the Bible, but I don't necessarily believe in univocality or inerrancy. So I believe I do believe in it being a book that it's good to follow, and that has truth in it, and for the most part of it. And I agree that there may be errors in it, but I don't believe there are, let's call them game-breaking errors. In that sense, I believe there's a lot of wisdom that can be, sourced from it. So, yeah.
Okay.
But I wanted to talk about morals because I watched a lot of your videos, and I agree with you on that we do not choose what to believe.
Okay.
I wholly agree on that. But I wanted to first actually ask a question about that before going into morals.
Sure.
So you have, like, let's say two people, sorry. One is a believer and the other one is an unbeliever, and they are posed with the same exact information. Now, you mentioned neuroplasticity in another video of yours, and I'm supposing that's what matters. The wiring of your brain matters when you're choosing one side or the other.
It's not just brain wiring. It's your priors. It's your biases. It's the experiences you've had growing up. It's your outlook on the world. It's your attitude to the belief. It's how persuasive the person's being. It's how much sleep you had the night before. There's a massive number of different factors. They all come together. So in my book, I've got a concept that I call belief vectors, Where in physics you've got like different forces acting on an object, and then you get a resultant force at the end, right? This is how planes stay in the sky, because you've got the weight of the plane downwards, the lift of the wings upwards, the thrust of the engine, the air resistance pushing back the other way, and in the end the plane moves with a resultant velocity. It's exactly the same with belief. You've got lots of different forces acting on your mind in a given point of time that are going to determine whether you find something persuasive or not. Your own emotional need to either believe it or not believe it. All of these factors are all at play. So I wouldn't want to be too sort of reductionistic about it and try to say, oh, it's all just, brain chemistry, even though at the substrate it probably is. But I like to think about understanding all the different causes that are all at play, which go to determine whether someone is going to find something convincing or not.
Okay, interesting. Because I'm a materialist, so I, even though I'm a believer, I do believe God, but I do believe as a physical being. So I do believe there's no soul, there's no heaven, there's no hell. I'm an annihilationist. So I do believe what you say, that there are things that may sway your disposition one way or the other. Yeah. And I always thought that you could in the end just just basically reduce them to the body, but I see what you're saying. Perhaps it's more complex than that. And but after all, in quotes, of course, the choice in quotes happens. There's not a choice, I know, but it happens within you. So ultimately that's what to consider. And I say that because I'm a materialist, I'm a determinist, because also I have a very strong Calvinistic leaning. So I do believe that whatever I believe, it's because I'm destined to believe that, and the way that is achieved is through the material, is not through a particular
Jimmy, really, you believe in a God. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
You believe in you believe in a God, but you're a materialist. Do you believe in a non-supernatural material God?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual. I was going to say it's quite an unusual perspective you have, and it strikes me that you seem to have kind of got rid of so many of the bits of the Bible. I'm wondering why you bother to hold on to the rest. I mean, what does the Bible give you that you couldn't get somewhere else in terms of either morality or values or an ethics or an outlook on life? It feels to me like I want to kind of applaud you for having kind of jettisoned so much of it, but it's a mystery to me why you continue to hold on to the other parts. It sounds to me like you don't need them.
And that's where I wanted to get to, because you say that we don't need them, and I wanted to probe that a little more, because, as I said, I've watched a lot of your videos, but I'm not sure I've understood where you stand on morality. And because I heard you mention that it's a preference not to harm others.
Yep.
And I can understand that. And I wanted to ask you, do you think that's the starting point for most humans, that you would consider not mentally deranged?
Well, I don't necessarily think most humans think about it that way, because most humans don't really think about morality at all. They just live moment to moment, day to day, and kind of do what they want to do. But I think we do have an instinct for altruism. We have an instinct for compassion and empathy that's kind of hardwired into us. We have mirror neurons that make us identify strongly with others. When we see other human beings in pain, it's distressing to us. And so I think that a lot of those moral inclinations are sort of baked into how we're built as human beings. But of course, that's not to say that there aren't many human beings who don't really care about the suffering of other people and just want to get ahead themselves and are able to sort of subvert that wiring and just put their own needs first all the time. So I don't think I wouldn't make the argument that a majority of people conceptualize morality in this way. It's just the way that that I do and that we do, and that gives you a good foundation. It gives you something solid to work with, because if you use that as your starting point, if you just say, I'm just going to be led not by rules but by principles, and the principles are try to maximize well-being and try to minimize harm. If you do that, then your actions are going to be in line with what most people would think is ethical, even if they think it's for a different reason. Even if they think that it's ethical to do nice things because it pleases their ancestor spirits or a god or something like that, it's still the case that most people are going to go, oh, he helped someone in need, that was good. Oh, he beat up a kid, that was bad. Most people are going to have similar, there's going to be a lot of overlap between what people think is acceptable and not acceptable. So I just think, as a starting point, grounding ethics and morality in well-being and the avoidance of harm is a pretty good place. It gives you something to measure against. You can tell if you're doing it right or not, because we can measure and see, are people doing well? Are they, suffering? It's much more tangible than just trying to please an amorphous sort of spiritual being that no one can demonstrate exists.
And you would say this lies within the biology of human beings, to want to minimize harm and to want to maximize, let's say, the benefits of others in general.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's in the biology. We do have, as I said, we do have inclinations towards empathy in the biology, but that's one step kind of upstream of kind of codifying it in terms of that specific terms of like maximizing well-being, minimizing harm. That's very sort of philosophical. I wouldn't necessarily say those imperatives are explicitly encoded in our biology, but these kind of proto-ethical systems you find throughout the animal kingdom. You find them in communities of chimpanzees that have got sort of proto-morals and hierarchies and rules and penalties for the members of the tribe that don't follow the rules and stuff. It's just not a uniquely human thing.
Oh, sorry, I kind of lost the train of thought because so yes, you said that it's not necessarily entirely in the biology.
It's a mix. It's a mix of biology and sociology. It's a mix of both.
It's a mix. But where does the sociology aspect arise if not from the biology? In the sense that where do the actions of the group arise if not from the individual, and where do the actions of the individual? Because I'm a materialist, so I would say, to me, the actions of the individual arise from his makeup, as a person in their body and.
Sure. You can conceptualize these things just in terms of pragmatics and strategy, because if you don't cooperate well as a group, you're not going to survive. So the groups that didn't figure out how to cooperate died out, and what you were left with were the groups that had figured out how to cooperate. They were selected for. They had a reproductive advantage, in the marketplace of survival, and that's what we're left with. It works.
Okay, I think that's a good point to get to the next part of the argument, because. Do you believe do you think it's relevant that resources are most often finite, and there's not just like an infinite amount of resources around us laying at all times that we can gather from? So in a sense, I believe that nepotism, just in the strictest of senses, so just my enfranchising of those like that are closer to me, so my family, my children, my wife, my relatives, so on and so forth, is the more sensical way of living, considering that resources are finite, instead of an empathy that, no matter how strong or emotionally influential maybe, would lead me to perhaps give as much to my children, but in a finite world with finite resources, I cannot possibly give as much to my children as well as others, especially not as a super rich person, I have to make choices, I have to give to others and not give to some others. So what I would then move as a critique, if I may, to what I think I understood, is that talking with atheists, in general, and secular atheists, is that there seems to me to be this sense of very well-intentioned philosophy, like you were saying, minimize harm, maximize well-being. But to me, as a materialist, I say that I don't think it's practical. I don't think it's feasible. Ultimately, we're going to have to prioritize some and disenfranchise others because the resources are finite. And not only that, we're going to have to consider that there's going to be, but maybe this is a minor point, constant aggression that tries to, take advantage of our well and good intentions of, following that particular empathy. What do you think?
Well, we certainly have, empathy is a strong desire, but there's also competing interests in that as well. And we are going to end up feeling more empathy for those closest to us. Anyone who says otherwise, isn't telling the truth. You're going to be more apt to sacrifice more or do more for the well-being of your own children, for example, than you would a perfect stranger. But that doesn't take away from our, as a people, outliers aside, from wanting to further the well-being of others. People donate to charity, people, give food to a homeless person on the street, things of that nature. But in a situation where resources are scarce, like someone's very poor, what have you, they're of course going to take care of themselves and their own inner circle, the people that are closest to them first, before they start branching outward. And human behavior, we do have, and it's a fair point to make, a capacity for both, great goodness, but also great harm. And there's examples of that throughout history. But often the great harm is associated with the dehumanization of other people, seeing them as less than human. And that's what starts allowing those types of harmful behaviors to flourish more. So that's why it's important that we see all of our fellow man as of equal value, because in many cases that doesn't happen, and bad things result.
I totally understand that, and on paper it's right, but doesn't that clash with the reality of finite resources? I'm not going to consider, a complete stranger, or even just a neighbor, compared to my kids, as equally valuable to me. Practically speaking, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, I explicitly, explained that we're going to feel more empathy and be more apt to do more and sacrifice more for those who are closest to us. That's just a normal part of humanity. But if you just think about these in broad terms, most people, if a child is harmed or harm happens to these people or those people, a lot of people are rightfully in an uproar over what's happening to the Palestinians, as one example, even though none of those they have no relation to those Palestinian people, and it doesn't affect their life whatsoever. People still care about those things. So we're talking about a general principle here. The human domain is very complex. There's exceptions, there's all these other variables, but I think it's undeniable that in general, people tend to care about the well-being of others and try to work toward that. Would you agree with that?
In general, yes, I do think that, to use a biblical way of saying it, it's right to try to live peaceably with all men. So, I do try to live that way, and I do personally dislike, just creating conflict when it's avoidable, So,
yeah.
I think it's a good thing. Sometimes I wish I would be more bold, and perhaps more courageous to face people when they're doing wrong things like that, what I perceive to be wrong. But at the same time, yes, I try to live peaceably. But my concern is that there is this principle of minimization of harm and maximization of well-being that it's not to me sounds like it's not ultimately always enforceable. And so while it sounds, because, and I say that because it sounds like it's posited as an evergreen truth, that whenever, we go every walk of life, we can apply. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I
What would
perceive
be
it.
an instance in which maximizing harm or minimizing well-being as a general aim would be the right thing or a desirable thing?
What? Yeah, well, in a situation where nepotism has to be practiced, like, where I have to maximize the harm of someone else, because that will mean maximizing the well-being of my children.
I see what you're saying.
Scarcity.
So there could be a conflict between thinking in terms of the well-being of the whole group or those who are genetically close to you. I think that probably is a condition where there's a tension between those two imperatives. And ethics is messy, right? Nobody said that ethics is neat and tidy and tied with a nice bow and clean edges. There are edge cases. There are morally ambiguous things. There are, difficult questions. There are issues that we struggle with morally because they don't have a clear answer. And I guess would just be another one of those. What do you do when the well-being of the group is in tension? If you were to give me a thought experiment where, because of some circumstance, I ended up having to choose between saving my son or saving 10 strangers, it could be said, well, in terms of maximizing well-being, I see what you're saying. In terms of maximizing well-being, you might say the ethical thing to do would be to save the strangers, right? But that's not to say that I would necessarily do it. But if I didn't do it, and if I chose to save my own child, on some level, I might know that I wasn't necessarily being ethical, even though I was doing what I wanted to do, because we don't always do the right thing.
No, yes, and of course there is also, I don't, maybe I'm being mean or something, but like the value of these 10 other people in some sense, I think can be brought into question at all times, the value that we bring to society and to others around us. I don't think that we, especially as men, are born with inherent value, and just because we're there, then we're entitled to life and comforts. I think that there is a degree to which we have to work for them. We have to, make an effort. I don't believe, in being a NEET, if you wish, if that term is, not in employment, education, or training. You know what I'm saying? Just like just sitting at home and doing nothing, compared to someone who maybe like a surgeon. If there's 10 surgeons, I'll be honest, I will want to save 10 surgeons instead of 10 NEETs, that don't do anything, even though they could. So,
Jimmy, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
If hypothetically, and it's just a thought experiment, every single person on the planet decided to adopt humanism and made a conscious effort to evaluate behaviors with respect to well-being, maximizing well-being, mitigating harm as much as possible. If everybody chose to do that, just like John has done and I have done and many others, would you agree that the world would be a better place?
Yeah, of course, because on paper that sounds perfect. It'll
never happen. But the point is that I haven't been yet seen what is, in my opinion, a better system for evaluating behaviors. Now, I guess the only thing you could call a flaw is everyone's not going to adopt that. But what we can do is choose to adopt it ourselves and promote it to other people. Many people are still going to adhere to divine command theory. Many other people are going to have other, systems, or not even think about morality at all, probably in most cases, like John said. But if we recognize that that is the optimum way to create a better society, we as individuals can choose to adopt it ourselves and promote it to others and do what we can to at least be a part of that positive change.
Absolutely, and I'm sure I hope I wouldn't be killed because I'm a believer. Of course, I know I wouldn't. I'm just being facetious. But you see, I wouldn't even say that the people disagreeing are the biggest issue there. I just think that the practical aspect of just managing all of that. Well, no, actually, no, you're right. In the end, yes, because if you have to manage it, there's politics involved, and of course, it's going to be a lot of disagreement there, because nepotism, I believe, is the driving force of societies at all levels, and so. But
Jimmy,
sorry,
I think we've drifted quite far from the shores where we started, which was examining the claim that God is evil. We've drifted into all sorts of different areas. So
I think we can go back in with a question of mine that relates to that.
Yeah, with your permission, we'll or without it, in fact, we'll wrap this up pretty shortly, because we've been talking for nearly half an hour and we haven't really touched on the topic of the live at all, as interesting as it's been.
I'm sorry.
So ask your question, and then we'll give you a reply, and then we'll move on to Brian, who's in the queue, and PVG as well, and anyone else who wants to join.
Yes.
Okay. Go for it.
So the reason why I would challenge the definition of God is evil is because him not only being the arbiter of what is good or what is pleasing to him or not pleasing to him, and that what would be good and that will be evil. Again, I don't believe in metaphysics, so I don't believe there's a Platonic realm of good and right and wrong, or any divine simplicity. But I just believe that he, according to his pleasure, says something is wrong, something is right. My issue is if you cannot hold him accountable and you cannot enforce your morals, by what do you then consider him evil, if not what we've just come to agree? It's an almost utopic view of
because he's powerful enough to not have to cause unnecessary, for there to be no unnecessary suffering, even if you allow that some amount of suffering is necessary for learning or growth or whatever. There's so much more suffering in the world that could possibly be explained by an appeal to necessary suffering. It must be the case that if he's as powerful as we're given to believe, that he is supervising an unacceptable level of unnecessary suffering, and that would place him squarely in what I would call evil. And to me, that's kind of job done.
But then, no, of course, because you have your definition, but we agreed on it being not enforceable, pragmatically speaking. So
it doesn't have to be enforceable.
My question would be,
Jimmy, it doesn't have to be enforceable.
Why does it then matter? But why does it then matter?
Well, it matters. No, it matters because it's a matter of opinion. So when I say God is evil, I'm not making a plan. I'm just expressing an opinion. I'm expressing a value judgment, which is that this supposedly all-powerful creature who is responsible for having created all of reality, it invigilates an unacceptable level of suffering of humans and animals where he or she would have the power not to have that happen. And that means that they want the suffering. So you don't need to get down to, our discussion about ethics before was to do with human ethics, to do with how we treat each other. And that was fascinating, but that's why I felt it was like actually nothing to do with the subject, because none of us are all-powerful agents capable of clicking our fingers and making it so. But apparently God is. So every time a baby gets leukemia, or every time a flood wipes out a village, that's on God's watch. And he could have it not happen, but he wants it to happen. Because if he doesn't want it to happen, it won't happen. is the creator of the universe, the all-powerful God who stretches galaxies across the sky. You can't tell me he's incapable of stopping a flood, right? So he wants the flood, he wants the death, he wants the suffering.
Oh yeah, no, yeah,
and that makes him
God hates most of humanity,
and that makes him evil. I mean, if deliberately architecting the suffering and death of billions of people isn't evil, then what is?
No, I see what I know what you're saying, but the conversation we were having, and perhaps my mistake, I think that there was some overlap, is that your framework of establishing whether something is evil or good, it's ultimately, I believe, wishful thinking, and therefore it's not pragmatic to establish anything that is actual in reality. You see what I'm saying?
Jimmy, I'm not doing thinking. We're not doing town planning. We're not trying to write a manifesto and hope people stick to it, Jimmy. This is not utopian idealism. No. This is just looking at something and going, I don't approve. It's as much as that. I don't know, A.J. Ayer in Language, Truth and Logic says that a moral judgment is just an expression of how you feel about something. It's like saying killing, boo, giving to charity, hooray. It's as much as that. And that's all this is. This is me looking at this idea of a God who I obviously don't think exists, right? It's a thought experiment, really, because we don't think a God exists. But if there is a God, if there's a God who is as powerful as everyone who thinks there's a God thinks, then he's a dick, because he is supervising and arguably arranging and organizing unacceptable levels of suffering. And so to say that it's wishful thinking to say that is an error of understanding. I'm not wishing for something. I'm not expecting something or hoping for something or planning something or feeling entitled to something. I'm just commenting that if there's a God who's chosen to have this much suffering as a part of nature, when he would have the option to not have this much suffering as a part of nature, then that falls square in the middle of what I would call evil, because it's wanting the suffering. It's choosing it.
Fair enough, but then how is it not just your... if we put aside what we just said about, morals and ethics among people, how is it not just... a personal opinion?
It is a personal opinion.
That's literally what he explained. Yeah, he literally explained that's what it is.
Okay, no, fair enough. But
yeah, even if a God exists, that whatever God's morality is would be his personal opinion. So that's what we're left with. Okay. That's what morality is everyone having a stance on whether they approve or disapprove of behaviors. Okay, it's subjective by definition.
Fair enough. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm too. Maybe I don't know. I don't want to I just want to be like, okay, that's your opinion and that's it. I'm not just trying to.
That's what it is. Yeah. We're not ashamed of it. That's no, our whole argument is based on a recognition that moral judgments are opinions. What else could they be? They're not business plans.
Of course. No, and as I said, being a materialist, I believe there's no metaphysics, or there's no metaphysics.
Then we're all agreed, Jimmy. Then we're all agreed.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with your permission, we're going to move it on. Yeah. But thank you for coming in to kick us off. Appreciate it.
Yeah, all right, take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Take care. Thanks. Okay. There we go. I feel like we took possibly quite a long time to get to somewhere fairly simple, but we got there in the end. Few messages. Viking Chef, great to see you. Back from an adventure in Spain. Been catching up on content. Oh, thanks. I learned a lot about the Inquisition out there. It's horrific. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Yet the locals still celebrate in their own way. Glad to be back in the UK and plugged in. Well, we're very glad to have you back too, Viking. Really nice to see you. You were missed. And we also have Tim, is always straight out the gate with something. Had dinner with my girlfriend, loving family, good friends, Santa, the Easter Bunny, and the God of the Bible. So alone, because the rest are imaginary. Yeah, well, were they all there with you at the dinner? I wonder. I wonder if they were. But I'm glad you had a good Easter anyway, and that you're well, Tim. And Tim also said, snail pies in Mercedes and has a Superman symbol painted on all the doors. When asked why, he says, well, look at that escargot. Okay, you're on form. You are on form, and it is a Wednesday night. So for a Wednesday night, I reckon that's pretty good. Thank you, Tim. And then finally, we have Stupid Talk to Text. What you meant was snail buys a Mercedes. I figured that there was something linking text between the snail and the Mercedes to get it to the escargots. But we got there in the end, together as a family. Thank you very much, Tim. I know we can count on you for the content of the humour that the show needs. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we are going to bring in Brian, and then we also have PVG. And if you want to come and get involved, if you don't think that God is evil, we'd love to hear why. Because I think it's an open and shut as far as I'm concerned. I cannot see how you can think that there's an all-powerful God who's watching all the stuff that goes on with his arms folded and could do something about it and chooses not to. So if I'm wrong about that, come and explain why. I'm going to put a link in the YouTube chat to get involved. It's the normal one. You all know what it is anyway. I shouldn't need to link it. And it says it right above my head there. But there we are. I'm doing everything for you. So come and say hi. And if you're watching on TikTok, then just hit the request button and we'll get you in here. And Brian has done exactly that. So let's get Brian in right now. Always good to see Brian. Hey, Brian. How are you?
How are you guys doing?
We're very well indeed, friend. How are you?
That last discussion got me going.
Yeah.
The only reason, and I guess it was off topic, the only reason was because I had just 20 minutes before got off a phone call with my son. He almost used the exact words. He said, Dad, I got an ethical question more than a financial question. He's trying to buy a house. If you know anything about trying to buy a house in the United States, especially right now in the area we're in, it's like we can't even afford 10% of the down payment, which is 10%. So it's like,
yeah,
we live in a very rich section. But yeah, the realtor forgot to include in the price his commission.
Oops.
So his ethical question was, Dad, he wants me to add $2,000 into the house contract. So his that's covered. And it's like, he wants me to pay $2,000 in the final price of the house when we close, so he doesn't lose out on his commission. And I'm just like, holy shit, this sounds like dealing with a car dealer.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit grubby, isn't it?
Yeah. So because you got to know my son. My son has the heart of his mom. Empathy is his first go-to. Not what's right, just empathy.
Mm.
So anyway, that was kind of what it was about. And I told him, son, and this is what I've always told my boys, and I hope this is kind of related. Maybe this is like God, but I don't know. I said, you have to take care of yourself first. You have to be strong. You have to be able to be on your feet. You can't help others if you're not solid. To me, that's just common sense. If I'm not making good decisions and if I'm a mess, I can't help anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I can't donate to charities. I can't do anything that's helpful if I'm not solid myself.
Put your own mask on first.
Yes, thank you.
And then
that's
help
exactly
others around
right,
you.
in the airplane.
That's a good analogy.
Well, my good friend Christie mentioned that in a discussion I was having with her the other day, and I thought it was a perfect metaphor for all of this stuff. Yeah. Get yourself together and look after yourself, and then you can help other people. If you don't do the first bit, you can't do the second bit.
Yeah, and maybe that's a good thing maybe God should try that. But anyway, just looking at when I see your thing say God is evil, that almost presumes there is a God. And every time I see that when you post it, I go, wait a minute. Because if the answer is he is, then we're really screwed.
Yeah,
it's just a little more pithy than the God character described in the Bible is evil.
Yeah.
Just God is evil.
Exactly.
You know what's even worse than God being evil is God doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care.
Well, it's all part of the
world. He stood off.
It's part of the same package. It's part of the same package. I mean, in a way, at least a sort of deistic conception, you could kind of say, okay, well, maybe there was some sort of super mind that, maybe our entire universe was a sort of accident in a lab somewhere, and it got kind of created, and then they said, oh, well, let's just let it play out. And that's fine. And they don't get involved in the day-to-day minutiae. The people who run that lab don't worry about who's having sex with who or what seafood their creations are eating. That to me is a more palatable scenario than this.
Yeah. I've heard it on other TikToks. It's like, why does God care so much about what I do with my penis?
Yeah. Yeah. He's deeply invested. Anyway, what you got?
I always fall back on it, and I'll let you go. I always fall back on this, and that is, if God is a father figure, we call him God the Father. Every religion I was in, he was God the Father.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can compare to is my father and how I'm being as a father. Mm-hmm. And what I'm going through with my son right now, trying to get this house. Mm-hmm. I said, son, don't worry about it. I'll give you the 2,000. I've got you covered. That's what fathers do that love their kids. Mm-hmm. I will do anything to show my son I love him. What I can do, I will do. I will do it. He will never know I'm not there. But why does this God not do that? I've never met this God. I've never met Jesus. I've never talked to him. And why is it so convoluted and weird the way I have to get to know him? And a Bible and how that works and all that weird. Is there a weirder or worse way you could have set this up to go to heaven?
Yeah, it's a mess.
It's a mess.
Yeah. And it's immoral.
And how much time does it take in your life to examine all the religions to figure out which one? How long would it take to look at each one, even if you just spent 1 week on each one? How long would that take? How many are there? 50,000 different religions? And of one of them, which is Christianity, that one has more than 40,000 sects? Mm-hmm. How long would that take? Anyway, that's the frustration I have. Is like, you know what? God, if you love me, then treat me the way I treat my son. And do everything you can to let me know that you love me, that you're real. Sit down and talk to me and tell me where I should go in my life. Never happened.
I literally had that one-way conversation more times than I can count years ago. Crickets.
It's not a bad question. It's a question of saying, Dad, do you love me? Show me. That's not a bad... Anyway, sorry, that's the dog's mama's home. So I will drop now.
All right, Brian.
As always, looking forward to that book.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate you. Thanks, man. Take it easy. Okay, sort that dog out straight away. I mean, it's the minimum thing that a father or a protector or someone who loves you would do is just let you know they're there. Just let you know they're there.
Yeah.
Think how much suffering could be relieved. And how much pain could just be explained by, if God just made an appearance and just said, look, I know life is hard. I know that life is suffering, but I am here and I got this and trust me. Then who among us would not feel relieved and like contained and looked after? Just do it. But he doesn't. He wants people to continue to not understand their suffering that he has organized for them. It's a double cruelty, right? Because he could organize their suffering for them and then contextualize it for them. If you take a young child for a painful medical procedure, you're organizing their suffering for them. You're creating the circumstances of them having that suffering, but you explain it to them. You say, this is going to hurt, but it'll be over in 5 minutes. And then we're going to get ice cream and you're going to be fine. It's okay, and I trust me, it's all right. And you contain them, and that process of containment makes the suffering so much easier to bear. And it's just a little bit too much trouble for the all-powerful creator of the universe to extend himself in that way to his creations. So I think it's pretty poor indeed. And as regards the title of tonight's show, we settled on God is Evil. It's a regular rotated title, but Tim made the good point that no one would click your imaginary friend's a dick. I mean, maybe we should try that one day. Maybe we need to run that title as an experiment and see how it goes. Maybe it would do better.
For TikTok purposes, you'd have to change the D word to like an eggplant emoji or something. But we could run it.
We could try. We could try, couldn't we? Okay, Ash, you just offered up, but come on back in if you want to, my friend. If you're listening on TikTok right now and you think we're being blasphemous or unreasonable or hasty to judge, then come set us straight and tell us why. I would love to know, because to me this stuff is pretty clear cut. I don't get how anyone could think that's okay. So let's bring in Ash right now and see what Ash is saying. Hey Ash, how are you?
Hey guys, good to see you again.
And you? What's going on?
Second live, it's all good.
Yeah.
How are you, my friend?
Very well indeed. What's on your mind?
All good. How are you, Sean? All good?
Doing good, Ash. Ash, when do you do your lives? I have a dental question.
It's been a while actually since I've done my live. I need to set up my camera again. But go ahead. I'll see if I can help on John's live.
I don't want to bog down this live with people with boring. Not that your job's boring, but dentistry and stuff. But I'll catch you later on.
I always like to get to the root of the problem. But,
I see what you did there. I'm going to give you a little plaque for that joke.
Well, thank you. Anyways, essentially, what I was thinking about is I've spoken about it before in the sense of like, if God is not all powerful, but he is good.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just thinking more about that in like, again, it makes me think more like, do you know when you bring people live and they do try and argue from a religious background and things, and we kind of try and hear where they're coming from. And again, there's not really much substance because again, when it comes to the Bible and the verses, there's so many things that contradict a lot of the meanings, and it's hard to really ground your evidence. But I'm just curious again, for a lot of the people that do believe, why do they believe in the first place? Like the origin, like is it because their family were, they were born in it? Was it
mostly? That's the most common. The most common reason is that they were born into that belief culture, but it's not the only reason.
Want to think differently, perhaps.
Yeah, indoctrination is very, very strong, and it takes a lot to be able to escape that gravity. It's hugely predictive of what somebody's religious affiliation or beliefs are going to be. Not 100%, but something like 80% of people are going to have the religious beliefs they were born into. So
the next question comes into it is that for reasons why they stay with it, is it because they are more thinking about the afterlife and the fear of the problems if they would turn away, or are they just wanting to be grateful for being alive and they want to put their direction of like love in being alive towards a creator? And that's
the answer is going to be varied, but the indoctrination doesn't just stop when you reach adulthood. It continues through childhood in most cases. And there's the constant reinforcement. So you grow up into it as a child, and then you're going to church and they're playing the music. And then you have one of the principles of influence from Dr. Cialdini is social proof. So now you have social proof everyone around you believes, and in your church and in your community and in your social circles. And then you continue to grow and get older into it, and now you're attending church, and then you meet someone and your significant other is believing the same thing. There's the constant reinforcement that happens in media, in community, and exposure. Like in Islamic countries, you hear the music from the call to prayer 5 times a day. There's just it's not like you're indoctrinated as a child and then you're given free rein to free thinking. There's the constant reinforcement from other sources that goes throughout your entire life in most cases.
So would you say that people that are kind of born in a religion and indoctrinated in this way is more that they just believe that is the truth, they must stick with it, otherwise they are turning to something that's a lie. They've been told that if they do that, they could be punished. So it's more of a fearful thing rather than to wanting to put their, like, to be grateful.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's that, and a lot of the time it isn't even about any of that stuff. It's just about belonging to the right tribe. So the main thing that's at play here is the connection between religion and identity. That's something we can't gloss over. It's huge, right? So you're one of the good people. The good people are the people who believe this. This is the correct tribe. This is the correct group of people. This is where you have your belonging. This is who you are. This is what you come from. This is what your family is. It's a huge thing to step outside of that and to break away from it and to risk losing all the stuff that that carries. We can't separate religion from identity and belonging. They're all part of the same system.
I guess it makes sense. Like, as soon as you become in a community with others that all follow the same thing, that is now your group, that is your identity, that is your day-to-day kind of living.
Exactly.
And it's very tied into it. And that's it's almost like you have to kill part of yourself if you wanted to break from that.
Exactly.
I could imagine it is very difficult to do that.
Which is why it is so hard for people to deconstruct and to step outside of religion, and why it takes so much, in my view, bravery and intellectual courage and honesty and integrity to do it, because very often the cost is so high. It hasn't been for me because I've never had to do it, but it has been for so many people here, people listening right now.
I am very fascinated by this in the sense, like, and I know, like Chaos's story, Sean, I'm not too sure exactly what made you deconstruct. Like, what was the moment personally with your story that did it?
I was still a Christian from heavy indoctrination from childhood, and it was just lasting. I'm just going to give the short version. But into adulthood, I wasn't particularly living in a heavily religious culture, and I wasn't so, assimilated into it, where it was like my entire life, my community and everything. Some people are in that situation and they end up deconstructing anyway. I wasn't, so I don't know if I would have otherwise, but not being in a heavily religious scenario, like environment myself, although I'm in a mostly Christian area of a mostly Christian country, I just really started to think about things. I decided one day I want to know if this is actually true, or if I have a good reason to believe it. So that just started me doing like open-minded evaluation of, is this actually true? And I wanted it to be true. And I prayed to God, like, hey, please, I don't care how you do it, let me know you exist. And I did that so many times and never got an answer.
I hear you. But what was the moment that kind of gave you the idea to question the faith, if you know what I mean? Was there a single moment in time that you're like...
It was a conversation. It was I've never brought this up before. It was a conversation I had in Iraq. So my second deployment, it dawned on me that most of the people around me are Muslim, and they're born and raised into it. They hear the call to prayer 5 times a day, etc. That's why they believe it. And I said, And I had a conversation with a guy that I worked with. He was a cultural Catholic, but he, as he called himself, but he was really an atheist. Anyway, he sort of talked to me about the Bible.
Says something similar, right?
Yeah, he said cultural. He didn't identify as that, but anyway, I don't want to get too into the weeds on that. But no, it's okay. But he just kind of just threw it at me, like the Noah's flood story, and I hadn't thought about those stories in a while. Tower of Babel, Noah's flood, there's the Genesis kind of creation, and I was like, pretty much immediately when I thought about them, yeah, those are bullshit, aren't they? But maybe, and I thought maybe they're allegorical, maybe the Christian God exists, maybe, I was doing all these maybes, and I didn't just chuck it completely, but I'm like, this has to be resolved somehow. And I just started questioning. And then over time, more and more doubts crept in. And Christianity fell away fairly quickly. What lasted longer was my incredulity that there could be something other than nothing, without some type of creator, and the miraculousness of our own consciousness and self-awareness. I just did it. I argued to myself some of the same arguments I hear from Christians all the time, like, how can lifeless matter become life and conscious and stuff like that? It was really just incredulity on my part, but I later realized that's what I was doing, and then I stopped believing altogether.
I hear you. No, like I think one of the biggest factors that I think push people probably out of religion, and this is probably just my opinion and thoughts of it, is curiosity. Mm-hmm. You know, I think if the Bible tells you lots of things of like, oh, you know, don't be swayed this way, or you don't want to be converted, like to be distracted or tempted to be devil worship or so, you know, it basically stops you from thinking in a way, like to question things. And curiosity is all about questioning things, especially things you know. So, you know, to have that open-minded, it's such a powerful thing. But I always feel like it's important to know where people are coming from when they're coming from different backgrounds or different religions, different reasons, because then you can kind of empathize with them and understand why they think that way. And to kind of see, you know, have they thought things through, and just like yourself, like in that situation, you know, you see people from different faiths, and, you know, you start to really look at it. It's like, what is true here? Like, if there is anything, how do you feel about it? And I think these are stories that are, I mean, we can all find very good, meaningful stuff from things that aren't even real, like films, stories, movies, you know, we try and get value. I think Jordan Peterson does a lot of, he tries to look deeply into these stories and trying to get value out of it. And he then gets into a confused state where I feel like he's not 100% sure if he's religious or not, or maybe he's dealing with the whole science.
He's all over the map with this stuff. I can't stand hearing him talk about religion.
The Exodus is still happening. According to Jordan Peterson, the Exodus is still happening. He's so mealy-mouthed and weasel-worded.
He's lost it. Like, he can be very much on the point when it comes to like climate change or something with strong opinions, but when it comes to this, he just can't admit it. He would have to go in and out of the question, and he's not really answering the question. I think Alex O'Connor has to say it in such a way, like, if you take an LCD camera at the side of the camera, would it actually show a figure?
I have no patience for him when it comes to this stuff. He's a smart guy, but when it comes to this stuff, he doesn't talk sense. He knows enough. He's being deliberately He's being deliberately cloudy and slippery and obfuscatory, and I don't
respect that at all. No. Have a position, articulate it clearly, address what people are saying. Like he deliberately obfuscates.
Yeah. Well, I feel like if God ever did exist, he's definitely not all powerful, and that maybe he's good, or if he is all powerful, then he's definitely evil. You know,
well, that's an easier position to defend than saying that he's all powerful. But you know, we come back to the core principle, which is there's no reason to think that such an entity exists, right? We might as well be having a discussion about, you know, the morality of the fairies at the bottom of my garden and what properties they may or may not have. There's no more reason to have a discussion about deities than there is about fairies. They both stand on
human endeavor to try and find meaning and purpose and a reason, and a lot of the things we see in front of us is created by something, but that doesn't mean, like, I feel when it's like, an all-powerful being that can do everything, but then chooses not to do other things for suffering, it doesn't make sense. You know, like, how can, you know, if we are created by something, it's definitely not something that cares about what we do on a day-to-day basis. And
it's the fairies. The fairies did it. Anyway, Ash, we're going to move it on, buddy. Good to see you as always.
See you guys.
Take care. Bye. Thanks. Okay, we are going to... Oh, we did have someone. We had two people in the TikTok queue, both of whom have just dropped out. If you were in the TikTok queue and you just dropped out, then request up again and we'll get you back in. I was literally just about to bring you in. I'm looking for the name now to see if I can find it from the list. And I can't see it anymore. There we go, Derek. Derek Bradley, Daniel Westcott. If you want to come up, you were in the queue until 20 seconds ago, and now you're not. And now we have a slot for you.
You can invite him.
I could invite him. Let's see if we can do that.
Give that a shot. I've never used that feature.
Let's see. I'm not entirely sure how to do that over here. No, it's not letting me do that. But anyway, if you were previously in the queue and you wanted to come up and say something, then feel free to do so. We are going to bring in Steph, who is now in the queue, and see what Steph is saying. There we go. When TikTok does its thing, when it's ready. Hey, Steph, how are you?
Hey, not too bad, John. Hi, Sean. Great to be on the show.
How you doing, Steph? Thank you.
Not too bad. A little bit sleepy. I would have liked to, if I was going to talk, I would have preferred later. But I know that you guys will probably get your queue up a bit later, so I'll come on now. I thought this was an interesting topic. God is evil. Because it's this really kind of goes to the nub of how I came into Christianity. I came in as an adult, 21, young adult. And what attracted me was this kind of, I would say, propagandistic view of God as this good, loving being, this virtuous being. And very much obvious for me, very much that was how I thought of Jesus. And then I made the terrible mistake as a young Christian of reading through the entire Bible. And,
Oops. That'll do it. Yeah.
Well, the tragic part of that was I'd already been kind of set up with these concepts of you cannot trust your own thinking. That was through. Okay, that was through the not AA program, but it's the same program for Al-Anon, which I went into as a teenager because of reasons. So they had really teed me up to just substitute my judgment for what other people tell me. And so I very quickly I was in this position of, oh my God, this is insane, but somehow I've got to try and accept what I'm told here.
And, lean not on your own understanding.
Exactly, that's the one, isn't it?
Proverbs.
Just stretched around everything and the insanity of it.
When it doesn't make sense, it's your fault.
Yeah. And when you're reading through the entire Bible, like it's just one hit after another. It's just And it's like somehow I got through all that. And I think really it just totally took the wind out of my Christian. I was pretty miserable as a Christian from then on. Because it's just, like they say, it's the cognitive dissonance of this, of this monstrous being that I'm somehow supposed to be still singing praises and hymns about. That I'm supposed to be singing God is good all the time and all of this kind of stuff that you still hear people braying in the comments, and my gosh, when I finally got to the point where I allowed myself to think again, the relief of not it wasn't, and it was such deep cognitive dissonance. Like they did such a freaking number on my brain that I wasn't even really aware. I was just still really trying to figure out, what am I doing wrong? Why am I getting this wrong answer? Or why doesn't this make sense to me, And it just was such a relief when I was able to let go of it and just open my eyes again and think critically. And
good for you, Steph.
Critically.
Good for you.
Not even thinking critically, because like I think it was Sean or one of you were saying earlier, it just falls apart. Yeah, it just falls. Once you're not putting up every single barrier and stretching that cognitive dissonance around it, it falls apart with comical frailty.
Yeah, it does. It crumbles, but it's such a tragedy that people feel shackled mentally, and that there are forbidden thoughts, and that when your mind starts going to certain things, and our minds are not comfortable in cognitive dissonance. We're wired to try to avoid it. It's not comfortable. When the maths isn't mathsing and things don't make sense, it's not a comfortable place to be in. And so we try to resolve that discomfort by understanding and figuring out, like debugging, right? Where is the false assumption? Where is the thing that isn't true in all of this that I can jettison, like being sick when you've got something in your system which isn't healthy, your body wants to get rid of it, right? When you've got thoughts and ideas that just don't mesh with the reality that you can see around you, there's a part of you that wants to get them out. And what's so insidious and nasty about these religions is that they tell you that inclination is a failure. They tell you that inclination shows that there's something wrong with you, and that's the bit you need to subjugate and get rid of and ignore, and then just trust me, bro. It's all going to be fine. That's the idea. So, well, just trust me, bro. Don't worry. Don't when it doesn't make sense, don't worry about it. It's all going to be fine. It's so nasty. It's Orwellian, so nasty. and it really is a totalitarianism of the mind. It's awful. Yeah, it's horrifying. I'm delighted for you, Steph, that you got to a point where you could cast those shackles off and then just let your mind lead you wherever it leads you. That's an incredible freedom that everyone should have.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is really sad to watch people in the comments just locked in, and worse still when we get some guests that will come on and you will present to them the clearest detail, these inescapable defeaters, and they're just rock solid. No, it's not.
yeah, big dollops of cognitive dissonance all over that stuff, and I do feel for them. Sometimes I feel bad. Sometimes I feel awful for making people confront this stuff, and it's so trivially easy to sort of paint them into a corner where they're suddenly defending genocide, or they're suddenly defending killing kids, or they're suddenly defending slavery, and it's like they had no choice, because that's where their religious affiliation and their reluctance to think for themselves leads them. And I do sometimes feel a bit bad about it, but then I think maybe that's the shock you need, to just plant a seed to start giving yourself permission to consider breaking those shackles. And we never know if they do or they don't. It never happens obviously in that moment, but maybe months or years later it will for them, and then they can have the same kind of freedom that you're describing.
Yep. And then the other thing that I always think about with regard to that, for everybody that's like that, that's just completely locked down in their own mind, there are others that are watching in this live streams that are seeing what's happening and learning and gaining understanding through that, and people are getting free, even though they're not necessarily coming up to talk about it.
And that's why I do this, Steph, because people so often ask me, almost every day I get a comment saying, do you think you're going to change that person's mind? And I'm like, no, of course I'm not going to change that person's mind. But 25,000 people are going to watch this video, and I don't know all of their stories. And somewhere in that, there's going to be somebody who is ready to have their mind changed, or who is looking for a validation for what they kind of know is true anyway, and who is looking for a permission structure to go, no, this doesn't make sense, and I don't have to be a prisoner to this not making sense anymore. And that is what keeps us doing this all the time. And I know that it's worth doing, because so many of my friends have benefited from other people doing that, not just me. I'm one of many, many, many who do it, but I know there's a value to it. So you're absolutely right, Steph. It's not just the person that we're speaking to in that moment.
Yeah. You're doing such great work, both of you. Thank you so much for it. Having people like you out here when I was ready to listen was just meant the whole world to me, absolutely. And I'm still really grateful to be able to listen to these conversations. They really help.
Thank you, Steph. Well, we're grateful to have you in the community. So always a pleasure to have you around. Take it easy.
Thank you again.
All right. Cheers. Bye. Okie dokie. I just need to read this. So Toro Loco says, John, how do I navigate my family shunning me because I'm disfellowshipped from the Jehovah's Witness disgusting cult for putting it down in the bedroom? I mean, I'm heartbroken to read this. I know that JWs are really big on shunning, and it's one of the most disgusting things about that particular cult is that the shunning is so much a part of it. Everyone's terrified to still maintain close relationships with the people who are now the bad people, right? The shunned people. It's like, it reminds me of the Crucible or the witch trials or something. It's just awful. I honestly don't know how you navigate that. it might be that you have to realize that there's a chasm there that can't be crossed. It breaks my heart to say that. I hope that's not the case. I would hope that you could make appeals to your family and say the fact that we have a difference of opinion about things doesn't break and shouldn't break the love between us, the shared history between us, the connection we have. Is it really true that our relationship was only based on this agreement? Is our family relationship so fragile that a disagreement about something, albeit something that's important to you, is enough to destroy that relationship? Is that acceptable? Is that okay? That's a kind of last-ditch appeal that you can make to people to have them see reason and get to some kind of point of accommodation or compromise. But I know that very often that point isn't there, and there's not a willingness to have it. And when that happens, you have to accept that those relationships aren't going to be there, and it's heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. I feel it in my body for you right now. My empathy circuits are all lighting up right now, and I'm so sorry that you're in that situation. And I really hope that you are able to find a bridge of understanding and acceptance with your family members. Maybe just with one or two. Maybe I don't know how many people are involved in that, but I really, really hope you do. And we are here to provide you whatever fellowship and community support and support emotional wise or anything that we possibly can as a group. Sean, have you got anything?
I want to point out. Yeah, I want to put. I don't have a lot of good suggestions. I think you covered everything. It's the reality of the situation. Godless Engineer in the chat mentioned Owen Morgan on YouTube is a former Jehovah's Witness and a great resource. I haven't heard of them, but Godless Engineer has been great about when these come up. He's putting resources into the chat. So look up Owen Morgan on YouTube, and I don't know what the resource is, but Godless Engineer knows what he's talking about. So
there's also John. Is it Lloyd? Is it Lloyd Evans? I might be getting a name wrong there. Lloyd Evans is a fantastic guy, also XJW. I think it's Lloyd Evans. I could be wrong about that. Maybe someone will correct me. But he's got a lot of good stuff on YouTube too. I hope I'm getting that name right. Maybe I'll have to fact check myself if someone. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, John. Yeah, Lloyd is great. His stuff is brilliant, and we're all so sorry for you. This is what lights a fire of burning fury in me about religion, is that it can do this to people. It can do this to families, wrecked apart over magical stories. What an absolute waste. What a tragic waste of family connection and love. Really, really sorry. And yeah, we are here for you in whatever way we can be. And great suggestions from John, from Godless Engineer as well. Okay, we are going to bring in YH on the TikTok side, and then we've got William on the YouTube side. So bring in YH first. Hey, YH.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
What was the last part of that fellow's? Good. How are you?
Very well.
What was the last part of that guy's message? I had a hard time interpreting it. I just popped in. I didn't hear the whole conversation.
Well, the crux of it is that he has Jehovah's Witnesses in his family who are now shunning. I say him. I don't know if it's a him. It may be a her. Forgive me. I didn't mean to presume. But they are being shunned by their family for having a different view on religion, and this is the tragedy of what religion does to people and families.
Right. And the second part, something about the bedroom, something about putting down something or other. Yeah. I couldn't understand what it meant.
I didn't entirely understand that either, but in the context of the message, it doesn't matter. That the only important thing is what the crux of it, which is just heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. So anyway,
it really is.
Let's move on.
It really is.
What's your perspective on this stuff?
Well, I mean, I think I'm an atheist, but I agree with these different theologians or whatever they are, philosophers sometimes, that say that Yeah, I've heard atheist philosophers say the same, that you can't, that our concept of evil does come from inexorably from whichever religion in whatever time period we're living in. It really does come from the surrounding culture. So it's sort of a paradox for me because it seems even to call God evil, we're using Christian moral values to really say that he's evil.
I'm not.
Totally disagree.
Yeah, I'm not using Christian values. Sean's not using Christian values. We're just using values based on empathy, on understanding, right, on just our human nature of wanting to be sensitive to the suffering of others.
Yeah, so here's a question on that. Based on my values, I consider the God of the Bible to be a complete dick. Am I borrowing from Christian values by evaluating that the Christian God is a dick?
Well, that's a turn of phrase. Maybe you could be more specific.
Yeah. So my moral values, I'm a secular humanist. So I evaluate behaviors based on how they affect the well-being of others. God repeatedly harms the well-being of others in epic levels, including, but not only, drowning the entire planet, allowing slavery, having women raped as a punishment to somebody else, etc., throughout the Bible. And I consider those things heinous.
Sure. Yeah. I think it's argued that, well, I mean, if we tried to imagine, say, the Vikings or the pre-Christian Romans caring at all about slavery. I mean, think of our predilection to have this be, it's an enormous social issue in America. The former slave caste and how they're treated. I mean, it's in every news story. It's in every politician's mouth. It is incredibly important to us. And I can't imagine that being important to anyone else in all of human history.
But they're not listening to the Bible. The Bible explicitly condones slavery.
Right, but right. You mean condones. Right. But
and I don't. So my values are in direct contradiction to the Bible in many cases. Now, in obvious cases, like thou shalt not kill. Okay, got it. We can all agree with that. But those are values that mankind has had long before the Bible. In fact, when you look at Hinduism and Buddhism, there's an ancient practice called dana, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, that involves like self-sacrifice and charitable giving. These religions predate Christianity. Human beings have cared how other human beings behave throughout time. I don't attribute it to religion. I disagree with the Bible in many cases. I agree with the Bible in many cases. And if I'm picking and choosing what I agree with or don't agree with, I'm not relying on the Bible. I'm using my own evaluation just to determine the parts that I think are good and the parts that I think are bad.
I don't think it exists. I don't think that sort of point of view really exists in actuality.
Which point of view?
I was about to say, I think, whenever any of us says that, I am determining so on and so forth, I don't really think that that's a thing. I think that every human being is a product of the culture and time and religion and whatever that's surrounding them. I think they're all products of it, and there's no really getting out of it. Like Carl Jung thought that people don't have ideas. Ideas have people. And we're swimming in these waters of something that really does descend out of Christianity.
But YH, we figured out moral frameworks tens of thousands of years before Christianity. How do you think? Do you think that people living in groups in China and in other parts of the world centuries before Christ hadn't figured out that they would do better to cooperate with each other, not eat each other's children and kill each other? And this is something that our ancestors worked out tens of thousands of years ago.
That's right.
It's preposterous to claim that this is an artifact of Christendom.
Well, I don't think it is. I think that ultimately, the respect, the reason why they look so vastly different. I mean, can you imagine possibly the ancient Vikings caring about, or Genghis Khan caring about some slave caste of people? Never would have happened.
They may have had different parameters, but they still understood the need for cooperation. They still understood reciprocal altruism. They still understood that their own individual survival depended on being able to cooperate and work cohesively in a group. And that's all you need to have a moral framework. So yes, the details change with culture over time, but I'm definitely not willing to concede that Christianity has given us morals.
Yeah, maybe I'm not. I know I'm not being clear. I think the argument is that modern Christianity, not maybe Old Testament, but definitely things that descend out of Jesus on the cross, a slave caste of person, the lowest on the totem pole, that this really does influence the culture in such a way that it has the values of the meek will inherit the earth, the last shall be first, so on and so forth, the low man on the totem pole. What other culture in the world would care about minorities? What other culture in the world would care about slaves? As far as I can tell, they're all pretty damned mean and nasty, us included, and to the extent that we do have these values.
But if you look to the values enshrined in the Bible, they are absolutely disgusting, as Sean was saying. They elevate slavery. They absolutely legitimize it. They are misogynistic. They do not treat women as anything but property. I think that the Bible is one of the worst places we could possibly imagine to look for our ethics. Right. So agreeing with that.
If you agree, why are you basically claiming that abolitionists were borrowing that value from the Bible when the Bible is explicitly, the God of the Bible condones slavery, tells them they can do it?
Because in the chronological procession of the evolution of ideas, or some think devolution, if you're far enough right wing, that these sort of things, it's argued from as arbitrary and pedantic as it is, the left and the right, for whatever it means, that Christianity really is the source of these sorts of things, just because of this very odd happenstance in history of someone making a god.
But they argue it. But they also argue that the world is 6,000 years old, and the fact that they argue it is irrelevant to me. The point is, is it true? Is it valid? Is it helpful as a perspective? And I think no on all of those counts, YH. It's not. It's bullshit that we're borrowing from Christian values in calling those Christian values horrendous.
I don't think it's borrowing. I think the idea would be that it actually is a Christian value to care about the minority, at least modern Christianity. Like I said before, I don't think you could imagine the Aztecs or Mayans or Romans or Persians or Greeks or Jews, ancient Jews, caring at all about the minority group. I think it really. I'm just not explaining myself well. I understand what you feel.
How did the God of the Bible feel about and treat non-Israelites?
I know it. But the idea is
then why are you saying that's a Christian value to like when people behave opposite of the Bible, you are crediting the Bible?
Well, I think the way that the Jews treated the Amalekites is the way everybody treats everybody in prehistory, and I bet it's just obvious to see, and many people still would, if it hadn't been for Christendom spreading out, having these values, abolishing slavery.
Because Christendom spread out with the Crusades and spreading the faith by the sword and burning witches and all of that. You seem to be crediting the moral and cultural achievements we've made since the Enlightenment, when we cast off this bullshit, to Christianity. It's a really strange inversion. I don't understand why you would do that.
Well, I know, but it would be argued that the Enlightenment is a direct product of Christianity and Christian values. You know, of course, not all those Old Testament, Amalekite, slavery. Yeah, I mean, it's all true. But in however all this is moving, I mean, it doesn't pop out of nowhere, does it? The Enlightenment. These people were living in Christendom. Anyway, I don't think. I think for whatever happens in the world of Islam or the world of Hinduism, if they all became atheists tomorrow, whatever happens next will be a direct result of the myths and culture that they're in, which is directly influenced by Islam or Hinduism. You see where I'm going?
I mean, I'm all I'm going to take from what you're saying is that there's been a historical sequence of cultural moments, and each sequence is part of the story. Each moment, in that sequence is part of the story. I would grant that, but I think that where we've done best is where we've cast off these values. Where we've done best is when we've realised that they actually are broken, that they're crap, that they don't make for a good culture or a good society or a fair way of organizing together, and we've chucked them in the bin where they belong and made whatever sort of cultural allowances for what's been left over, the music, the art, all that good stuff. We can appreciate all of that, but we can leave the values themselves behind, and the countries and the groups that have done that are the ones that are doing the best in the world. You know, the Scandinavian countries or the places where religiosity is low. And to me, that's a more valuable metric for looking at what really works.
I'll just leave you with this. I appreciate the conversation. Yeah, I mean, the way I've heard it put is something like, and this is a critique of Christianity from whatever thinkers. They say that Christianity was really the first woke revolution because it was upturning the apple cart of the old order and caring more about the lowest man and sort of all of that, and that anyway, all of this is a direct extension of it all.
All right. And I see what I see more often is humanist natural inclinations towards humanism influencing religious beliefs as opposed to the other ways around. So when the God of the Bible does awful things or allows slavery, but that's the Old Testament. Oh, you're reading that out of context. The mental gymnastics ensue with what they believe religiously. They don't go word for word. They say, oh, you got to read that in context, and they're trying to contort their religion to fit it into humanism, as opposed to us humanists trying to contort our beliefs into the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, all of that goes together because I don't know if you've seen these people, but there are people called progressive Christians, and they sound for all the world like they just want to be secular humanists, only with Jesus somehow. And then they'll also have like super duper right wing Christian guys, and they're saying, you know what I really hate? This idea of the New Testament as creating Jesus didn't come to change the law. No, it's really, we still have Old Testament rules. We can be as brutal as we want. And
so people read their own morality into their religious texts. That's exactly my point.
That's it. YH, we're gonna move it on, friend. We have others in the queue, but thanks for giving us your perspective, even if we disagree with it. Okay, moving on, we are going to head over to the YouTube side, and we're going to get in William, who's been waiting ages. We also have Devil's Advocate behind, who we'll bring in afterwards. So Devil's Advocate, thank you for your patience too. We'll get you in right after we speak to William, who should be in with us right now. William, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. Welcome. How are you today?
It's been a day.
It's been a day.
Just had to get my upper teeth removed. So.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Thanks. Ironically, it's something I've prayed about, and of course, lo and behold, no response to God heal my teeth so I don't have to get oral surgery. It's a fear.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, so I grew up in the church, was raised that way. And of course, I was told I should read my Bible, but of course, read it the way they want me to, which is their objective way of saying, read it from our perspective, don't use your own brain.
Yep.
And then in 2014, I decided to do a online / church Bible college class that I took for a year. Read the Bible from cover to cover and just went, wow, I can't believe how much suffering, needless suffering, things that you would think beyond using either faith or, you have to consider free will.
Mm-hmm.
What does that have to do with God allowing all this devastation to happen in the world? Sit back and watch it happen. Like, I've been going through AA, or somebody just mentioned Al, I've been going through AA, and one of the things they teach you in AA is don't use your own rationality, use ours. Go through our steps, don't go through yours. You can't be free without this program. But yet, the thing that got me to stop doing the things I was doing was I just chose to stop doing them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And yes, I've been a part of this program for a while, but apart from that, I'm like, I don't struggle the way other people struggle, and I don't understand why I feel different than them. But it's like I've had so many things happen in my life where it make me go, well, God is good and God is all loving, then why did he allow the suffering I went through as a kid and as an adult happen to me? Why does he allow suffering in general if he's a benevolent being and can stop this from happening to people? And it's funny because I've done a lot of like research into like different religions, different alternate versions of Christianity. I'm still kind of on the fence, as it were, of probably most likely an atheist, only because, of just evidence. It's kind of like, it sounds nice on paper when you say certain things, but then when the reality hits the fan and that logic doesn't add up, it's like you have to just accept something's not right here. And I've had friends of mine who I think just struggle. And I mean, I struggled for many years, and I feel like they continue to stay in the same lane because they're afraid that, well, if I change my perspective now, then what does that mean about all the time I spent previously? And it's like, well, yeah, that is a very hard thing to swallow, that maybe what I believed for so long, like, now living on the side of being atheist, I'm kind of going, I don't have a security in knowing where I'll go when I die. But yet I know now, at least I'm no longer in fear of where I grew up believing that I was just going to go to hell. There was nothing I could do. There was nothing that would change. Even though God's all omnipotent and all powerful, he can't fix me from going to hell because I'm just too broken. And as soon as I drop that mindset, it now doesn't give me the comfort, like I said, of knowing where I'm going to go. But at least I know I'm no longer following a belief system that, like you've been discussing, allows slavery, allows death, allows human sacrifice, like, willingly sits by. And like, you read the stories of the Bible, it's just so crazy.
Yeah.
The flood, like Tower of Babel, like, it's funny because I remember I talked to a Catholic friend of mine. It was back when Pope John Paul II died, and they had a guy come out and translate from Latin. And he was like, Pope John Paul just wants everyone to know that upon his death, he's taking the sins of the world. And I'm like, what about the sacrifice of Jesus? If you guys claim you believe in him, then wasn't his sacrifice significant enough? I thought he paid for the sins of all world, absolute for all time, past, present, and future. So why does he need to die for the absolution of everyone's sins if Christ has already done it?
Right.
I'm confused. There's just so many things. And one of the biggest peeves for me is when someone just says, oh, just have faith. And I'm like, I think you misuse that word faith a lot to just justify you don't have an answer.
Yes.
And it's okay not to not know. I'll be perfectly honest and say I don't have all the answers. I've read a lot of things that make me feel Gnosticism in some regards I find fascinating, but I would not say that I would subscribe myself to being Gnostic. I definitely would think more atheist than anything, but I'm not opposed to the idea of at least a belief that either everyone is included or no one's included. It's not about picking or choosing. There's no, when people go, oh yeah, I'm the chosen one. Well, then who's not the chosen one? Or this is God's chosen people. Well, then those people aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everyone's equal or no one's equal. And that's where I think I lean on more than anything else, is that if you're not looking that, yes, I mean, unfortunately, things have to die for others to survive, but there's a level of understanding that certain suffering is not necessary. And when you look at like the Crusades or just any religion in general that basically had the God wills it kind of mindset, and basically justifies that was appropriate for its time, be it art. I mean, the ideals don't change. It's just times have. So, I mean, regardless, yeah, in America, slavery is not acceptable anymore. There's still slavery in the world. Even though certain things like genocide and other things that maybe Catholics or Christians or whatever don't condone anymore, it still happens. Like, there's just suffering in the world that I think is outside of, I look at, it's funny that I find a lot of times that if there is a God, I would say there's things that God does, and then there's things that man says on behalf of God.
That's what all of it is. It's all men claiming to speak on behalf of God and expecting everyone else to believe them, which is completely ludicrous.
Yeah.
So, William, I'm glad that you're. I just want to say I'm glad that you're in a place where, however you think about this stuff, and whatever trails of thought you go down, at least you can go down them without feeling that you're being watched and judged and prosecuted in some kind of celestial court just for the actions of your mind. That's the difference. It sounds to me like you've been doing a lot of thinking about this stuff, and you're sort of working out where you stand on all of it, and that's great. And you're going to go through that process, and you'll land somewhere. But I'm pleased that you're free to do it.
I feel like wherever I land has to include everyone, or otherwise, I feel like when you exclude some, you're really excluding yourself in the process as well. Because if you determine that some people are not equal, then what's to stop someone else saying that about you? It's like, where does the cycle end where we stop judging each other based upon, like there's a lot of things I've contemplated or pondered over the years. Like, I feel like politics should unite, but they most times destroy and divide. Religion definitely destroys. I've always coined the phrase that religion is a spiritual institution for the insane, because there's people trying to rationalize why they're here, what their purpose is, instead of just living your life and just doing them happy. And I feel like more than anything else, if there was a God that existed, as it were, that was curious about what I'm doing with my life, I think he'd be more concerned about how I treat myself and how I treat others versus taking a stance on certain things or having hatred in my heart towards other people groups. Like, I just think it's ridiculous. Like, everyone has a choice to believe what they want, obviously, but some people's beliefs, unfortunately, tend to be very detrimental. I know because of how I was raised, I think I do struggle from religious traumatic syndrome, but I've learned to cope through being, and basically using my rational brain to pick the nonsense that I was brought up with that made me feel so in fear of my life, because it is dangerous. And I've heard people say, watching some of your other videos, like, if you don't believe, then why would you care so much? It's like, you care because it is dangerous,
because it hurts people. I care because it hurts people. We see it. We see it every day.
I saw this video years and years ago of this kid. He was probably like 12 years old, and he's like evangelizing thousands of people and preaching the gospel, and he's all on about the dangers of taking things too literally too far. And I'm like, I'm not saying that kid couldn't understand what he read in some degree or have an idea of his opinion on it, but it just, I've just learned that you have to be very careful about how you present things to people, because that really can put their mind in a box to where they feel like, what's the point of life? If this is it, well, then what's the point of living? And I've been there. So I know exactly the danger of, like, as soon as I start reading other like religions, other gods, other beliefs, non-beliefs, from the little tiny box that I grew up in, I'm like, there's so many perspectives in the world. Like I've just heard, there's so many religions. How could you possibly read all of them and know which one is correct? I think the better answer is, like, I tried to say that morality can be lived without having you to serve a specific God to will yourself to be a good person. I think it's either choose to be nice to people or you don't. And I'm not saying that there aren't guidelines that we need to understand.
William, forgive me for interjecting. It sounds like you've got a lot to think about. I'm really pleased that you are thinking about it. I'm really pleased that you've escaped the gravity of this horrible cult, which had kept you in fear for so long. And I hope that it was being helpful for you to externalize your thoughts with us. We are going to move it on because we've got quite a few in the queue, and I want to make sure we get to people and don't leave them waiting too long. But good luck, and feel free to come back and let us know how you're getting on. But you're on the right track, and you're in a safe place because your thoughts aren't going to harm you. You're not going to be punished. You're not going to be sent anywhere. And it's great. It's great to hear that you've got that stuff figured out. So thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Take it easy. Thanks. Okie dokie. As promised, we're going to bring in Devil's Advocate, and then we have Christie, in the queue. Chaos Christie, of course, our wonderful friend and mod, who we're going to get to after we speak to Devil's Advocate, still on the YouTube side. Hey, how you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Just want to say I found this channel very recently ago, not so long ago. I've been hearing a few of the videos.
Yeah.
The first thing that I want to say is it's always appalling to hear the people who are defending the darker passages from the Bible. I will never agree with those things when they talk about slavery, killing the other peoples, grabbing their wives and forcing them into marriage. All that stuff that I've
all those terrible things that God commanded in the Bible, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly why I wanted. I've been thinking about joining one of these for quite a few days, precisely because of what you just said. Because I don't think that saying God is evil is the more appropriate statement, because we can agree that God did not write the Bible. People wrote the Bible, and people who lived quite a few thousand years ago in times that were brutal. Life was completely worthless, and they did what they thought was moral, I suppose.
Well, we agree that God didn't. Like we agree that God didn't write the Bible because we don't believe that there's a God to have written or inspired anything. So I completely agree.
That's actually where that's actually where I'm heading that way, because I think that I don't know if God exists or no, or not. I have no way of proving it either way. The only argument that I have about it, and I've thought about it for a very long time, and bear with me with this one, I'm going to extend it for a little bit. It's that just about thinking that if the Son had been a little bit larger or a little bit smaller, if Earth was a little bit further away or a little bit closer, or a little bit larger, or that Jupiter was not exactly where it is, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and actually hundreds of millions of variables were not exactly precisely where they are.
Yeah.
Life in this planet would have been impossible.
Well, things would have been different.
And there have been, I don't know, 3, 4, right. Well, maybe not. I mean, there have been 4 mass extinctions events, and because of those mass extinctions, then a certain group of animals survived and evolved in such a way that hominids became a thing, and some of them evolved into Homo sapiens, and here we are. So one of the things that keeps going through my mind, the odds of all of these variables to happen precisely and exactly the way they did are so slim that I think it's more feasible to win the jackpot on the lottery. Like,
so you're basically just making a bog standard vanilla fine tuning argument. This is just a bog standard vanilla fine tuning argument. But the mistake with these arguments is that they presume that there was a plan at the beginning to get to this point, right? That it was the aim at the beginning to say, right, let's try and get to a point where there's trees and Homo sapiens and gorillas and lizards and Ebola, and then let's see how likely it is if we just roll the cosmic dice of chance of getting to that point. That would be true if we had any reason to think that such a plan existed and that our current configuration of reality was specified at the beginning as a target endpoint. Then these arguments might have some validity. But it's simply the fact that we live on the only planet we could live on, given the parameters of this planet. The life that's evolved on this planet is the only type of life that could have evolved on this planet. The fact that this planet is capable of sustaining life is just a fact. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be life here, and there might be life somewhere else, or there might not be life somewhere else. This is like Douglas Adams' puddle, that just thinks it's incredible that it's shaped just exactly like the hole it finds itself in. This is exactly the problem with this. And I find these arguments completely unimpressive, because if this planet wasn't capable of supporting the kind of life that we have here, then it just wouldn't be here. And of course, the only sentient creatures in the universe who are going to be in a position to contemplate their own existence are the ones who exist, are the ones who just happened to develop in an environment that was capable of sustaining life. And if it hadn't been, we wouldn't be here. I don't understand why people find these arguments impressive.
It's also worth noting that there's approximately 3 times 10 to the 25 planets in just the observable portion of the universe. We don't know how far out it goes beyond that. We've found, I don't know how many, but a number of planets in the habitable zone, the Goldilocks zone, and we have barely found observed an inkling of the whole of the cosmos, like just a speck. So there's lots and lots and lots of chances to have planets that are arranged in such a way that could support life, and we happen to be one of them.
Agreed. I'm not disputing that. And even those planets, the chances of life evolving. I mean, if life happens in any of those, which very possibly could. I'm never going to say that, this is the only planet in the whole universe that this happened. That would be ridiculous.
Right.
To evolve, to life to appear, to evolve in such a way to create complex creatures as they exist here, and then to get to a species smart enough, rational enough that can manipulate their environment the way we manipulate ours. I mean, those chances are still very slim.
Why are they slim? I would say that the probability is 1. We're here. It happened, right? It had to happen. And the other thing is that these probability arguments also fail because to express a probability, you need two numbers, right? You need the number on the top of the fraction and the number on the bottom of the fraction, or before the, before the colon and after the colon. We don't know how many opportunities there have been for an environment to exist where life can happen. We have no idea what that number is.
But we could estimate based on the numbers that Sean was pointing out.
Right.
We could probably do a rough estimation.
But those numbers are damning for these
systems in the universe.
Yeah, but those numbers are damning for these probability arguments because there are so many possible chances for this to happen, an unfathomable number of potential opportunities for life to arise. Even if the chances are a million to one, it's still going to happen millions of times. So to me, we have these probability arguments are using numbers we don't have access to claim that miraculous miracles have occurred, which then necessitates some kind of intentional designer, which would be an even less likely explanation for anything and would require its own explanation as to its origins.
But that's my point. The same way that I cannot prove that there is an entity who will have designed the universe the way that a handful of planets can support life and all of the other arguments. There is no way of proving that there isn't.
Yeah, but to believe it because it can't be disproven would be an argument.
I'm not trying to convince people to believe them.
No,
right?
but what I'm saying is the time to believe something is when there is sufficient evidence to believe it. So, I have the agnostic position. I don't know if there's a God, but evidence to believe there is one. I don't claim to be able to disprove there's a God.
There's an infinite
to accept the proposition God exists is when there's evidentiary warrant for the belief.
Exactly, because there's an infinite number of things. There's an infinite number of things that you can't disprove. An infinite number, literally. Make up any bullshit you want. You can't disprove it, right? You could just use your imagination. Pink fluffy unicorns, orbiting planets beyond where we can see. We can't disprove them, so it doesn't matter. That's not a good measure of whether we should entertain something as having explanatory value, whether it can be easily disproved, because that set is too large to contend with.
But that's exactly where the argument that I have never heard, or at least on the videos that I've seen, I've never heard any of the crazy fundamentalist fanatics that end up arguing. They never have actually said, okay, I believe just because of faith. And that's it. Does God exist? I don't know, but I choose to have faith that it does. And they're entitled to. The same way as other people, like, and I'm going to include myself in here, like us. We choose, okay, I don't have faith that God exists. I may think it does something, but I choose not to have that kind of faith. But
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
everyone's not only entitled to their beliefs, but they can't choose them. They're either convinced or they're not. The discussion is about whether a belief is rational or if it's justified, if it has epistemic warrant to believe it. That's what the discussion's about. People can believe true things for bad reasons, untrue things for good reasons, or every mix of it in between. But that's just what these discussions are. So we agree. Yeah. Not only is everyone entitled to their belief, they don't choose them. They become convinced or they don't.
Yeah. Sounds like you broadly agree. It sounds like you broadly agree with us. It sounds like you broadly agree with us that there's
in the sense of the existence, yes.
Yeah. Fine.
In getting to the part that is God evil. Something that keeps also going on through my mind is, and I'm probably going to say some things that may not be entirely politically correct, and if I do, I apologize. My intentions are not
okay. Well, let's just move it. let's just move it along. Get to your point, if you will.
Right. So, for example, I think that one of the problems that Christianity in the United States has is that the people who are very strongly entrenched or believe very strongly in those have a very rigid point of view, in that they want to live their lives and they want to make people live their lives exactly as it is described and written in the Bible. In a lot of cases, they haven't even read the Bible in its entirety, and that's where most of your discussions end up being. But there's a lot of people in other countries who choose to follow any Christian sect that you choose, Catholicism, Baptists, whatever, that they just choose to say, okay, I'm going to follow the things that are compatible with modern day morality. And,
forgive me for hurrying you along, but what's this got to do with the contention the point we're making is that the God of the Bible, and if not the God of the Bible, any generic God, is, in my view, evil. And I think we can make an easy argument to demonstrate why that claim stands up. Either if you forgive me, but either agree with it or disagree with it. What's your position on this? Because we agree that the world is full of people who believe lots of religious things, but I'm not really interested in them. I'm interested in what you think about this claim.
I think that claim is misguided. Because I don't think that God is evil. It's the people who wrote the Bible and uses a God, whatever God, to fulfill their actions.
The character of God in the Bible. Then let's talk about the character of God in the Bible. So the same God who condones slavery, who does all of these violent acts and commands all of these horrific laws, that's the character of the person or the individual that we are talking about here. I don't care who wrote the Bible. Obviously, we think it was written by men, not magic, right? We all agreed on that. So to me, that's irrelevant. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the Bible has as its central character this deity, right, who makes everything. He starts off, he's on his own at the beginning, and let there be light, and it all starts happening, and he's the central character of the whole book. And he's a complete monster. And I don't care who wrote the book. That doesn't stop being the case. And if you think it does, explain why.
I see your point, and I do agree that the character that is God, as described in the Bible, definitely would be an evil entity, because of the things that you always talk about, the passages that you read, and the ones that you use to challenge the people who are trying to defend that character.
That's all we're saying here.
That's it. That's the extent of the claim. There's nothing more than that. I'm glad you agree. That's it.
I do agree. I just and that's why I chose to put my person as devil's advocate, because
fair enough.
I don't think that the characterization on the Bible should be the characterization of a God that millions of people choose to follow, and those millions of people will never agree with the concepts of slavery, killing a family, taking the girl, and
we have clip after clip of Christians agreeing that those things are good, agreeing out of the Bible.
No, I probably didn't explain myself.
It's okay.
But you're I hope you're not saying that every single person who follows a Christian ideology.
No, they haven't thought it through properly. They haven't thought it through properly. That's all it is. And that's part of why we do this, is to help people to go, oh yeah, this doesn't work. This is morally broken. And some percentage of people who hear this stuff do think that. And that's why I'm motivated to continue doing it. So we're going to move it on, but thank you for agreeing with us about this, even though I understand your reservations about painting everyone with a broad brush or anything like that. That's not really where we're coming from. But, I want people to feel the tension. I want people to realize that the stuff that they are affiliating with is morally unacceptable, that the book they hold proudly under their arms should be thrown in the bin immediately because it's disgusting. That's what we're trying to do. And if some small percentage of people get the message, then that's a win. And I recognize that many won't. And they'll continue to think that gentle Jesus, meek and mild is what it's all about. And, all the lovely little sayings that they find on their devotional calendars and cups will be all the depth they ever have about the faith that they say they're part of. I get that. But yeah, thanks for calling in. We appreciate it. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okie dokie. Yeah, I mean, devil's advocate, fair enough. I think we've got enough real devils to deal with, but there we are. Okay, so we are going to get Christie in. Hopefully Christie still has time. I know that she was a bit pressurized for time, but hopefully we can still make this work. Hey, Christie. Come on, TikTok. There we go. Hey, Christie.
There I am. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I could technically have a little longer. It's just my dinner will get real dry and gross. But
okay. Well, let's see how we
okay.
go. Let's see how we go.
Yeah, I've talked about a lot of my story that sort of was the final push, but there was a lot more that happened before that I haven't really talked about. The final push thing pushed the whole family out, so that's kind of why, and it was more recent. That's why my focus was so on that. But this topic, I feel like me and many women can speak to very well.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I was 16 and I was at a party and I was raped.
So
I was
sorry.
Christian.
Yeah.
I was in a Pentecostal church, which is the worst place to be if something like that happens, because it's very, purity culture based. So everything, and it's very heavily women for some reason who have to be pure.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, all that stuff is all the women's fault somehow. But I probably partially because of where I was and I was a kid, I repressed the whole thing. I didn't remember what had happened to me. I would think about the party and then I would just sort of stop. It's like a fog would kind of go over my brain. And then in 2019, right before COVID, I was at work and it all came back.
Mm-hmm.
And thank God I was supporting a client who played curling. He was on the curling team. So I just had to be there and kind of pass him on to his coach and hang out at this club, which was cool. It's a real fancy club. So I felt rich, but they didn't need me specifically unless there was an emergency. So thank God I had that space to get myself together a bit. But it was a lot. And it started sort of like an avalanche of trauma. It came back, and my triggers, I started to recognize triggers that I had, and I had no concept of why I had them. I would do things like cross the street if I saw a specific type of guys walking towards me,
Right.
Especially jocks.
Yeah.
Jocks was a huge trigger, and I didn't know why. I had no idea why I was reacting. I would have a visceral physical reaction. And so all these things started to make sense. And after I was 18 too, I started drinking. And I think now, when this all came back, I realized I was self-medicating.
Mm-hmm.
It was the easiest way to escape
Sure.
all of the things that I was doing that were unhealthy to try to,
And when that happened to you, and
numb myself,
you
I
were
guess.
still in this you were still, when you had this realization, you were still a believer at that point, right?
Yeah, I had left for a while, and then I had come back.
So how did you?
It was alcoholism that brought me back.
Okay.
I hit rock bottom.
Fair and understandable.
And the guy that
of course.
I met at that point, yeah, well, there was a minister at that church who, he was an ex-drug dealer, so he understood me a lot better than most people, because a lot of the Christian people, like, they've never been drunk. They have no comprehension, and they just, a lot of them would look at it like, oh, that's evil, or at least pretend. So he was more authentic. So I connected with him, and then that led me back into church, and
so how did you
eventually Bible college and the whole bit.
So how did you square what had happened to you with a God that apparently loved you, watching with arms folded while that happened to you?
I didn't. I couldn't.
Yeah. Was that must have been a real source of tension for you?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just believed somehow I deserved it.
You deserved it. That's terrible.
Because, well, yeah, God would allow things to happen if you earned it. And I was told that by Christian people, that it was a lesson. Or he allowed that to happen to me because then I can help other people in the same situation. I've heard that before, and I can. I feel like I could have without experiencing it, though.
Yeah.
So I don't buy that. The guy's just a piece of crap. We found out later he attacked several people. It's kind of funny. My best friend beat the crap out of him because she walked into a room with him doing the same, like trying to do the same thing to someone else, and she didn't even know. So that made me feel kind of good.
Did he ever end up in handcuffs?
No. Because of people like a lot of the folks you guys talk to, I never reported him. And neither did most of the other girls that I know of that he went after.
Yeah, that's sadly the case. Tragically the case. Yeah. Well, obviously we're devastated to hear that happened to you, Christie. It's an awful thing, and very brave of you to share that with us. And I know you reasonably well, so I know you're doing all right these days. But it must have been a hell of a journey for you to get through that.
I need to write it. I need to write my story.
You should.
I keep thinking, and I started, but I started when I was Christian, so I wrote it from the perspective of God and bringing God into everything, and I don't think I can even read it now, what I wrote.
Yeah, you don't need to, but I know how good you are at writing and how gifted you are, so you should definitely do that. Not for anyone else, just do it for yourself.
Yeah, no, it's very cathartic, and I do need to get it out. I do. I'm repression apparently is my thing, and it's not healthy. I don't recommend it.
You should definitely do that.
But then after it, this was the same pastor. The pastor that I went to when all of this came back was the same pastor that ended up causing that final push and that final trauma that left me with complex post-traumatic stress disorder and as an atheist.
Not
same
surprised.
Pastor that helped me through that.
Yeah, right. Well, that's all you need, isn't it?
Well, and he's God's kid. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, my entire story just says, yes, God's evil.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and it's mind-boggling when you every individual human story is a story, and then you zoom out and you go, oh look, there's 20 million of them, there's 100 million of them, there's 5 billion of them, so many, and this all-powerful God watches with arms folded as every one of these travesties unfolds. And then you ask a believer about this, and they're like, oh, but free will. God is so busy protecting the free will of rapists and pedophiles and murderers. What about the free will of the victims?
Yeah.
Right? What about the free will of the people whose lives are destroyed and damaged by this kind of stuff? And never mind the fact that God could intervene to stop these things happening without impacting anyone's free will. Give the guy a flat tire that morning so he can't get to his victim on time. It's easy. It's trivial.
Mm-hmm.
An 8-year-old could figure out how to do
the
it.
way that I was able to get away from him was his girlfriend showed up. He could have sent his girlfriend earlier.
Yeah, exactly. all of that. So exactly. The excuses are pathetic. I have no time for them. And that's why I make this claim so confidently that, obviously we don't think there is a God. But if there is a God, then if he's the God of the Bible, we all know he's evil, because just read the book. It's disgusting. And if there's a different God who is still in charge of everything, maybe one we haven't heard of yet, well, then he's equally on the hook if he's as powerful as people say, because just look at what happened to you. Look at what's happening in the time we've been having this conversation. This has happened again dozens of times, many of them children. Mm-hmm. And God is watching, far too busy to do anything about it. Just can't find time in his diary today. Or there's some ridiculous justification for it about building character, or it's a learning experience, or stuff like that. I have precisely zero time for those kind of silly arguments. No time at all for that. So,
and that's exactly why the world needs people like you and Sean.
Thank you. And you to tell your story, because there will be people who listen to your story and hear how far you've come from where you were as well. So we all get it. We all get it.
Something good with it.
Well, you are.
It needs to, and it needs to have a reason for me. I need to put reason behind it, and I'm gonna create my own reason. I don't. No dude, even a God, is gonna put a reason on it for me. This is mine.
Chaos.
And that's kind of been my mantra.
There's almost certainly someone else that's listening right now that has gone through something similar. And sometimes it helps others just to know that they're not alone.
Yeah.
That it's not their fault. It happened to others.
Yes. I want to support people. Like, I don't, Tyler worries about me because I throw myself into things and I burn out. So I don't want to burn out, but I do want to help people. And this is a good way to do it.
Well, you do. You help people already just from the stuff you do around the channel and around this stuff and around your own content and your own.
And was saying, but nobody tells me.
Yeah. Well, you're getting lots of love in the chat. So, and this is now
I can't see my chat.
Well, it's all happening here. So, we love you, Christie. You know that, and you always have a place here. So, thank you for sharing so bravely and for being such a great part of this little crew that we have going on here. We appreciate you.
It's an honor.
All right. We'll speak soon. Take it easy, friend.
That's good.
Take care.
Bye, Chaos.
Bye. Okay. I mean, it's such a hard thing to hear a story like that, but I know Christie quite well and I know how well she's doing. So it's just great for me to see her spreading her wings and she creates incredible art. She's actually been working on something for me, which I can't wait to show you. Once it's ready, I am going to show you all. It's absolutely unbelievable. And she writes and she does all of this stuff. She's really an amazingly talented person. So, I'm not worrying about
the amount of courage it had to have taken to share that with the group.
Yeah.
To help other people who have gone through similar things.
Absolutely.
That's a hard thing to come to terms with and speak about publicly. So, Chaos, thank you for your courage.
Absolutely. Easy. Yes, absolutely.
Sorry.
How do you say your name? Because Minden. That's an unusual name. Hi, Minden.
I'm an unusual girl.
You're an unusual girl. Well, that's good to know. Forewarned is forearmed, I guess. Welcome in. Thank you very much for waiting patiently and for coming in. We think God is evil. Do you agree or disagree?
Okay, so I'm just going to let you know my background is a mystic. So I basically transcend belief systems like religion and all that stuff. So is my position that God is both good and evil, And it only depends on where you're standing, what it is you're perceiving.
This might be an awkward conversation because it sounds like we're going to have some slippery concepts here and some disagreement about ideas, because I believe that there is an objective reality. And whilst there are things like relativistic effects and things like time and position and mass and things are dependent on relative motion and all the cool stuff Einstein said, those sorts of things aside, I think we can make statements about characters and people and individuals and reality that are either true or false, and they don't really depend on where you're standing. So that might be a pretty crucial difference in opinion that we have, and it might make it difficult for us to have a sensible conversation.
I mean, I like the topic, and I'm very sensible.
Okay.
So let me try to explain myself.
Okay.
So, for instance, like another thing that you were bringing up was beliefs, people's beliefs. Like, for me, a belief is an anchor that keeps you in the physical. Like, it's a detriment. Any belief, except for the belief that all is possible, is a detriment.
Okay, hang on a second.
So
pause there.
If I believe 1 + 1 = 2, is that a detriment?
Is all possible? If one plus one. Okay, let me go back to. Let me just break down mathematics for you real quick. It is my position that there's language, right? Mathematics is a language, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's languages in different levels. The first top language that you have is telepathy. Then the next language is
telepathy. Yeah, sorry.
Minden, I'm going to respectfully say that's bullshit. Sean just said, is it helpful? Is it harmful to say, because you said beliefs are harmful. Detrimental.
It's holding you. It's holding you hostage.
It's not holding him. So,
okay, let me just get to mathematics real quick.
No, because
let me just make my claim real quick.
We don't need to get to mathematics. If I believe that cutting down my cholesterol is going to improve my health, is that detrimental?
Is your cholesterol high?
A little bit on the high side of normal.
If you believe, okay, hold on, let me run this back. If I believe cutting down my cholesterol is going to make me healthier, I mean, how do we know that's what the problem is, though?
It's
true for me. I have very high cholesterol. I take statin for my cholesterol. And so I know that from having blood tests done and through medical science, et cetera. Is it detrimental for me to believe my cholesterol is high?
I suppose, like, the belief that your cholesterol is high, if you're standing in the center, there wouldn't be like a reason to have your cholesterol be high or not, right? Like,
that doesn't make any sense.
Standing in the center. Come on, look, there are facts, right? There are facts. There are claims about reality that happen to be true. And once we accept that, then we can then reason about them and around them, and we can consider propositions around those facts. So if a doctor tells you your cholesterol's a bit high, then you can be completely insane and go, well, that's going to depend on where I'm standing, or other weird things like that. Or you can go, okay, I don't really want to die, and I don't really want my health to be poor. So in order to react appropriately to those conditions, I'm going to try and lower my cholesterol. And that entails believing that it would be good for you to lower your cholesterol and doing those things. So surely that's an example of a belief which is not detrimental. It's an example of a belief which is crucial in order for you to responsibly safeguard your own health.
I guess I call that a fact and not a belief.
Well, maybe that's where the disagreement lies, because a belief is just the condition of being persuaded that something's true. A belief doesn't stop being a belief by virtue of being true. It's still a belief. It's just a condition of your own mind about something, about a claim. This is not controversial. So this is what we mean by beliefs, right? And, we could get so into the weeds about this stuff and have really, really boring arguments about what words mean that everyone really understands what they mean. That's what it means to believe something. Minden. It just means to be persuaded that it's true. So with that definition in mind, what do you think? Is God evil?
I believe that he is both. He is both. It's the same entity, but depending on where you, what you are doing in your life, how you are acting in your life, it depends on which way it's gonna come to you. Like it's both sides.
So then let's get down to what facts we think are true about reality. So when I talk about God, I don't think that a God exists, right? Do you think that a God exists in reality? And if so, what would you think that God is?
My experience being a mystic has taught me that God is both evil and good, and depending on how you're living your life is how you're going to perceive. We have perception, right? Like somebody commits a crime and everybody's watching it. Not everybody's going to see the same exact thing. They might see something different.
I just asked you.
On where you're standing,
I just asked you if you think a God exists.
I believe God exists.
Okay, and do you think that God has the kind of properties that most people, when they speak about a God, they're talking about an all-powerful, all-knowing, creative entity of some sort? Is that what you imagine, or do you have a more sort of unique, special understanding of something different to that?
No,
I'm asking this just so we can understand to engage with
yes.
what you believe.
Correct.
So you believe like God is all powerful, all knowing, all of those things, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the time we've been having this conversation, at least one child under 9 has been sexually abused by a man, probably a number, possibly dozens. God knows about this, right?
Right.
God could have stopped it, right?
Could have stopped it. I don't think he stops anything.
The creator of the universe. Hang on.
The question was, can he?
Yeah. Not does he? Is he capable of it? This is the creator of the entire universe. Capable of doing right. So God chose not to intervene in these instances, right? God watches essentially with arms folded whilst these young children are abused and hurt, and in some cases killed. What does that say about his character?
Okay, so I'm just going to tell you, I just did like 5 years in a state penitentiary for a crime I did not commit that I was later exonerated of. I asked God, okay? I asked God for something specific. And as a result, the thing I got was like that experience where I was incarcerated for a very long amount of time and being, having these types of things, not sexual, but being abused and having all those things.
That's awful. I'm really sorry to hear that. It sounds like you're making my argument for me. God royally fucked you over. Why?
But the things that I got, every single thing I asked for, though. I got every single thing I asked for, though.
Well, did you ask not to be falsely convicted of a crime?
No, but through my conviction and through my sentence is how I obtained all of the things I asked for.
Right. So you're making an argument that of the secondary benefits of horrendous suffering, which you have accrued personally. Do you think those benefits apply to all the children I've told you about that are being abused right now as we have this conversation? Are they all going to get what they've asked for because they've been raped and sometimes killed? Is that going to help them?
Well, if they're dead, then they're on the next world. They're not suffering.
Right. So dead children is good.
No, but hurt children is not good because it's perpetuating another cycle of like bad things that are happening.
Agreed. So here's God supervising hurt and dead children. Sounds like a dick to me. If he's got the power to stop it and doesn't, then that's why I say he's evil. Hard to see what your argument against that could possibly be.
Things have to happen in order for people to gain enlightenment.
Why is that God's chosen method of helping people gain enlightenment, having children raped? Why can he not give them enlightenment by just sending something in the mail?
It somehow be the way that the consciousness expands and the way the evolution of the body and everything expands, it has to literally do with the suffering that you incur and how.
But God is all powerful. But if God is all powerful, he can grant the enlightenment by any means, literally. That's encompassed under the subset of all.
Yep, and that's why I asked you at the beginning if you agree that God is all powerful. Because if you'd said no, God isn't all powerful. He's limited. He's not that capable. He's just like, he's got some powers, but not all the superpowers. He's quite good. Maybe he only works on weekdays. Maybe he only does a 3-day week, and he's got some of the core competencies, but not all the expert badges. Then I would have more time for an argument like that, where you're saying God wants people to have enlightenment, but he's quite restricted in his ability to provide it. But what you said was, he's all powerful. He's the author of everything. He creates universes. He can instantiate any state of reality he wants, but he can't figure out a way to give people enlightenment without bone cancer in babies.
There's free will. That's the thing.
What's free will got to do with bone cancer in babies?
So free, I'm just going to say right now, the people that have like the cancer and come out with turn that diagnosis around, and they come out of that near-death experience, those people are like, it really changed, like,
be very, very careful. Be very, very careful here, because there are people here, me amongst them, who have lost people to cancer, and I don't like the insinuation that was because there was some secondary benefit to this loss.
So it's my opinion that the suffering does not belong to the person with cancer. The suffering that God chose belongs to the person that's still living.
I've got news for you. The suffering belongs to everyone. The suffering belongs to the people who die agonizing deaths, and to the people whose lives are wrecked in the wake of those tragedies. And for you to just say, oh, well, it must just be because it's part of God's wonderful plan is a ridiculous argument. You're not really saying that with a straight face, are you?
So you're saying there's no good in the world at all?
I'm saying there's lots of good in the world. There's lots of good in the world. But there's so much avoidable suffering in the world. And if there is a God who exists in the way that you think, then all the avoidable suffering must be at the express will of that God. The God must want the suffering. The God must enjoy the suffering, because if the God didn't enjoy it, the God would change it. So that's what you're left with.
Where does the good come from then?
Well, that's like saying, in a horrendous tragedy, there was some nice music playing. The good comes from acts of kindness from people to each other, or from a beautiful sunset, or from a swim in a lovely lake. There's lots of ways to get goodness, but that's all nothing.
All evil,
but I didn't say all. I didn't say all. I just said God is evil in that he permits terrible things to happen. And if allowing and causing terrible things to happen to people isn't evil, on a scale that cannot even be imagined, we're talking here about billions of people who have had agonizing suffering, expressly under the supervision of this apparently all-powerful God. If that isn't evil, then what's evil? Think about the most evil person you can imagine. You can think about the mustached person from the 20th century, or you can think about other people who have overseen mass genocides. None of those people are even a millionth of a percent as culpable as an all-powerful God who has been supervising life on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years, where unbelievable amounts of suffering, not just in humans, by the way, animals too. Animals torn to shreds by other animals. Animals suffering illness. Did you know that dinosaurs had cancer? So cancer has been around on the Earth for tens of millions of years. We have dinosaur fossils with signs of advanced bone cancer. That'd be part of God's plan, right? What did the dinosaurs do? This is a disgusting, immoral monster. If you believe it exists, I don't. Right? I don't have this trouble because I don't believe a God exists. I'm quite glad. I'm glad. Yes, has not. I would have thought that would have been apparent after 15 minutes of discussion. Yes, of course.
I like the atheist point of view. I really do enjoy the atheist point of view. I'm just trying to really understand. Okay, let me just get back to script. I want to talk about scripture for a minute. So the way that I understand the scripture in the Bible is like there's two different ways you can read that book. The one is you actually read the scriptures, like most people do it this way, but then there's another way for like adepts to read the Bible, where the only thing the whole book is talking about is basically like the human body and like the evolution of consciousness, if you're reading it only for the symbols.
There's no way to read the Bible and read it as the evolution of human consciousness. It's a book of myths written by people in the Bronze Age and early Iron Age, full of scientific ignorance and moral malfeasance. And there is absolutely no way to squint hard enough to read those texts and come away with the evolution of human consciousness from that book. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me ask you this question then. Where do you get your, how do you as an atheist, like guide yourself? Like what are your structure for like what a good person looks like? Like how do you know?
I think a good person is somebody who's mindful of the well-being and suffering of others and tries to promote well-being and limit suffering. That's all you need to do to be a good person, is try to make sure that your own actions don't hurt people, and where you can, you help people. If that's it, that's all you need to do.
Ignorance. So basically, in giving people information, because it's the ignorance that allows them to make the bad decision, correct?
It's not always ignorance. Sometimes it's selfishness, or sometimes it's not caring, and sometimes there's not people you can reach. But it's not just about information, it's about how you treat people.
So as an atheist, how do you know what it is that those things are? Like, where did you get the framework? Just from looking at society?
I didn't get it from anywhere. It's just I identify strongly with other human beings, and I feel empathy and compassion. If I see someone hurting or struggling, I want to stop it because it hurts me to see other people hurt. And if I can help someone, then I want to do that. And I go out of my way to not harm people. It's not difficult. I didn't need to get it from anywhere. It's always, I've been that way since I was a child. It's obvious to me.
Yeah.
I didn't need to read it in a book.
So what's your favorite subject, like as far as like science goes?
Wow, that's quite a pivot.
Yeah.
Seatbelts on.
Cosmology for me.
Yeah, I would say the same.
Cosmology?
I wouldn't even qualify as an armchair as an armchair layman in these areas. I just find it fascinating.
Well, because I feel like, am I right, or in my opinion, of saying that most atheists is like usually basing like their perspective of reality around like mathematics and science?
No, I don't think that you should make a generalization about most atheists anything other than most atheists don't have a belief in a God. In fact, all atheists don't have a belief in a God. Most atheists, there is no most atheists. It's like saying most people who don't believe in, I don't know, astrology, and then trying to generalize to that. There is no most. There are atheists who are deeply ethical people. There are atheists who are deeply unethical people. There are atheists who are very scientifically minded. There are atheists who couldn't spell the word science. There isn't a most atheists.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your conversation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Minden. All right. Take care. Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, not really sure what to say about that, so I'm just going to move on and read some messages as a palate cleanse. Tim, lovely to see Tim. I hope you're well, my friend. Sean and John, I pray that you will never become jaded. We need you. Stay sane. That's really kind, Tim. Thank you. I can't speak for Sean, but I strongly suspect that he, like me, will never become jaded. I'm not going to become jaded with this. I feel a sense of purpose and passion and conviction doing this work and doing this stuff that I've never felt in my life before in any of my work. And I've had an incredible career where I've been lucky enough to be very self-actualized and do wonderful things and work with wonderful people and live the exact life I wanted to live. But until I started doing this within the last year, I've never felt such a sense of purpose. I get out of bed every morning with focus, conviction, and determinism, and I get to it, and I love it, and so I'm not going to get jaded, I promise. And that's my view there.
This community has made me less jaded and more hopeful. I've gone through jaded periods where things are just looking bad, things are going to turn for the worse, but this community has actually been very helpful in that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree with that. Gordon, love science. Great to see you, Gordon. As always, thank you very much for this. Gordon says, I see Christianity as an organized attempt to impose conservative principles and anti-science beliefs on society. Hell yeah, it absolutely is that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for showing me how religion hurts people even more severely. The fight must continue. And it is continuing, and there are awesome people in this space doing this right now. I'm so excited when I look at people like Justin and Ian and Joel and Mezzo and all the people in this community and Sarah of Leaving Faith. They inspire me. They really do. And we're on it, and we are pushing back against this bullshit, and we're not going to stop. So get used to hearing us. If you don't like it, tough. And thank you very much for this. Jerson says, I love this show, but the unbalance of atheists calling in just to yap on and on versus theists getting their faith challenged is a bore, respectfully. I know, I understand that. I do understand. There are shows where it's a bit more like bang, 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 bang on the debates. And sometimes this show is like that. But really, we get the callers we get. And this is also a space for atheists to be able to speak about it and find validation. But I do understand that it can be a bit boring sometimes just hearing lots of personal testimonies. I do hear you. I do understand that. Which is why I'm always calling for people to come up and defend their God. There sometimes doesn't seem to be too many around, but hopefully we'll get some in. The night is young still. Just a couple more messages and then we'll get our next guest in. Justin also says, an all-powerful God can make the sun. Oh, this was before when we were having the conversation with Devil's Advocate about fine-tuning. An all-powerful God can make the sun as close as he wants and just make us tolerate more heat or less heat or not need a sun at all. Fine-tuning is dumb. I completely agree. It's complete nonsense. Those arguments are all very, very silly.
And a quick fact check there too, by the way. The sun, the Earth at its closest to the sun is millions of kilometers closer than when it's furthest away. So there isn't like this exacting, if it was just a little bit close. I've heard a lot of theists say that, and it's just not true.
Absolutely right. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Okay. And then finally, we just have for now, we've got a couple more, but we do need to get our next guest in. Tim says this was in relation, I think, to our last call. Genghis Khan, the Crusades, Moustache Man, the Inquisition, all bad. But in your worldview, your guy caused all of them, making him just the worst. Yeah, absolutely. That's it. You can't get away from it. An all-powerful God comes with so many problems. Okay, we're going to get, I don't know exactly how to say this. Is it Slime or Dollar Lime? I'm going to say Slime. Has just dropped out of the queue. Slime, where did you go? I was literally about to click on your name to bring you in. You're in the TikTok queue, or you were in the TikTok queue. You had requested up, and we wanted to speak to you and see what you had to say. But you've just disappeared, so we cannot do that. And instead, we will bring in Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing?
I am okay. I had to vent for 2 seconds.
Sure.
I was not the only one screaming in the chat. I think over half of us in the chat have lost someone to cancer. And when you say that cancer is something that is something to be learned from, it's exactly what I was told when I lost my mom.
Yeah.
And like, you can't say it. It's just not true. Like, there was nothing to learn. Like, when I brushed her hair, when I brushed her teeth, when I gave her showers, when I had to take care of her, when I sat there and watched her breathe her last, there was nothing to learn from that besides the fact that we all die. That was the only thing to learn from that moment. Like, there was nothing good that came from that. And to make it out that there's something good from that is like the most horrendous thing a person can say to anyone who has lived through that moment.
Yeah.
And for someone to stand up here and say that, and I know that you were saying you'd been through it, and in the chat there were like so many of us screaming that, and I was like,
yeah,
this is just horrendous. And
yeah, it's a disgusting view to have. And I think very often when people say these things, they haven't actually stopped to take the time to think about what it is they're really saying. You know, in their head, they could even, I'm trying to be as charitable as I can here, but it could be that people are trying to say, well, let's try and find a good in the pain, right? A silver lining in the cloud, but there isn't one. These things are just awful. And they make sense to me because I don't think there is an all-powerful God who sits there with arms crossed, allowing these things to happen. So I don't have to deal with that, with the tension involved in that ridiculous idea. But somebody who thinks that that such a God exists does have to deal with that. And I don't envy them because it's shit. It's horrible. And those kind of arguments, they belittle and demean people who have to live with this loss and pain, and they make light of it and they trivialize it, and it's like it can all be explained away. Did you notice the response when I talked about children who had died? It was like, well, they're in a better place now. Well, by that logic, we should kill all children then. If it's a good thing when children die, let's just kill children at birth. Then that'll be great, won't it? A net positive. All the children in a better place. We could not even count them all. Let's just do that. I mean, it's such a horrible way of thinking about reality. I can't have it. And sometimes the very worst come from the kind of new agey, non-standard ideas, because you can't pin them down. You can't pin them down to a book and go, look what your book says. It's slippery and it's amorphous, and that can be quite hard. So yeah, I don't have much time for the sort of the crystal woo-woo clan that don't get much patience from me, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you handled it very well. You definitely did. But I started screaming, and at that moment hit the button because I was not the only one. But it was a knee-jerk reaction because I was just like, I have to say something because it was a knee-jerk. Just I'm screaming, and I know that it's at least a safe place to be able to express that screaming that's inside.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. You said it better than I did. So thank you, Elizabeth. Really appreciate that. We always appreciate your input. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Keep well.
Thank you.
Take care.
All
Thanks.
right.
Bye. Okay. Yeah, she absolutely said it. Nothing more needs to be said. Okay. Well, either Slime or Dollar Lime or something, I'm not sure how we say this, is now back. So hopefully we will be able to have the conversation. Hey, how you doing?
Good evening. Good evening, man.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. What's up, Sean?
Hey, how are you?
Good, man. I hope you guys are doing well.
Thank you. What you got for us?
I guess I didn't want to, give a crazy dialogue here. You know, I'm pretty tired. I'm not trying to go into some crazy conversation, but I just wanted to ask a couple questions maybe on the topic. What would guess the evil be, or better yet, what would the goodness be without a theist God?
To me, goodness is helping the well-being of others, and badness is harming the well-being of others.
By what criteria? Not trying to push. I'm not trying to be rude when I ask stuff. I just don't know how to. Yeah, I hope you get me.
Yeah. So do you mean what criteria for evaluating whether harm is done?
No, I mean, what criteria do we actually evaluate if maybe doing harm to people is good because it benefits me?
Yeah, no. So we just like for John and I suspect the vast majority. I don't suspect. I know the vast majority of people. We like the well-being of others to be upheld and for people to flourish and do well, and we don't like when people are harmed. That's the extent of it.
I mean, so ultimately, it would basically be, well, I don't like how your God is moral, or how I don't like your God's morals. I don't prefer them.
Yeah, exactly. Because like the God of the Bible is like into mass G-side, punishing people who didn't commit crimes, unaliving innocent people, stuff like that. I just consider those things bad. But if you consider them good, you might your opinion evaluate your God to be good. But in the end, for everybody, it's a subjective opinion. And if God exists and has an opinion about how people behave, it's his subjective opinion.
Yeah, I think we could obviously go back to that. I definitely wanted to have a conversation with you about that again. But
sure.
Going back to what you just addressed, because that was a bit of like a two-part I wanted to address. So firstly, I wanted to address where you said that ultimately you don't prefer. You're saying that you don't like that God commits genocide in the Bible. These are I'm not going to call them true or untrue claims because I'm not going to make claims on them yet. I don't know what passages you're referring to, all of that. I'm not trying to go into the slippery slope,
I mean,
but
you're against G-side too, right? Like when people do it throughout history.
Of course. But this is the caveat. When we're defining these terms, like, okay, I think genocide is bad. What do you mean by bad? And by what criteria are you still defining that term?
Asked and answered.
Yeah, this is overcomplicating things. Like in a normal conversation, away from these kind of theological things, if somebody says, I don't agree with that, I think it's bad, nobody goes, by what criteria? We all understand what we mean. You mean that you don't approve of it. You mean that you think it's unacceptable. You mean that you think that it's not something you agree with. It's not something you approve of. These aren't complicated concepts. I don't know why when we get into this sort of theological arena, suddenly people have a need to ask for detailed explanations of words that they would never ask to be explained in any other context. You do understand what it means for someone to say, I don't approve of that. I think it's morally unacceptable, right? That's not a hard concept.
That's a bit of a contextualist take that actually isn't that coherent if it holds water. Because if you're saying, oh, well, in a normal conversation, you know what I'm referring to, therefore I don't have to define what I mean, then what's the point in actually debating terms like this? What's the point in actually having these conversations? Because if you're making... Hold on, let me finish. I try to let you finish. If you're making claims like, oh, well, rape is evil because I think it is, then you're saying, well, it's possible that it's not evil to some people, so it could be good. Would you say that it could be good?
Right. So here's where the mistake lies. The mistake lies in thinking that goodness or rightness or wrongness or good or evil with respect to an act is like a fact. Like it's like a fact that can be known about it. Now there are people who think that that's true. They believe in moral facts. I personally don't. So I think that when we say something is evil, what we really mean is we don't like it, we disapprove of it, and we think that it's against our own moral intuitions. Now the question could be said, where do you get those moral intuitions? And Sean answered it. We get them from the fact that they derive from empathy and compassion and a recognition that cooperating is better than not cooperating, and looking to work together is what works for everyone, and that I know I'd rather be alive and not in pain, and so I can infer that other people would rather be alive and not in pain. And my own sense of empathy motivates me to not go against that, right? So that's enough of a basis for me to just be able to quite comfortably say, if I see someone kicking a baby, that's wrong. Now, I'm not making a factual claim. I'm not saying it's wrong as a fact, right? I'm just saying that's what I call wrong. That falls squarely into my idea of what wrongness looks like. You might have a different idea. If you think kicking babies for fun is right, okay, then we can talk about it and possibly get you medicated, or whatever it is you need to kind of get right. But it's not as complicated as you think. Where the interesting value in the conversations is not what do we mean by good and bad? It's, is this good and bad? Is this good or bad? It's, is this God in this book?
But do you see how...
Good or bad?
Sorry, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, to address something farther back, you said I'm trying to address things you say before I forget them. But you had said that ultimately, Sean had answered that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that, well, we see that helping each other is good and it works out and that it works for me. Well, the same could be applied for eugenics and the modern society and how it could be good and beneficial for society. And I'm not trying to make the argument that, now you would agree with eugenics. I'm making the argument that you can claim all of these things like, we know this, this, and this, but really, you don't know these things for certain. You're saying that I think these things and I prefer these things, but they're not actually facts in reality.
Slime, let me explain something here. So basically, everyone, including yourself, by the way, starts with a subjective.
And we can get back to that, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone, including yourself, starts with their subjective preference as a basis for their moral compass. So a secular humanist like myself and like John will prefer to evaluate primarily how behaviors affect the well-being of others. Someone who's a divine command theorist will value being told what to do and obeying over the well-being of others. It's all about what you personally value and what your preferences are.
Yeah.
So so what is a higher priority to you? Obedience to your God or the well-being of thinking creatures?
That's actually a straw man of the divine command theory, but I'll actually address what you're trying to say here, because if you're actually not giving you're giving a misinterpretation of what it actually is, because you're also positing that this is a subjective starting point, which I'd actually like to conversate with you about what we were talking about last time, because if we're actually not starting at a contingent starting point, it's not going to be subjective, it's going to be necessary.
It is subjective.
Because
you're personally
definition of divine command theory.
Yeah.
Sorry, John.
That's right.
Yeah, so my idea of divine command theory would be that ultimately goodness would be that which aligns with God's nature.
Therefore, so if it's God's nature to torture babies, would torturing babies be moral?
But it's not. So that's not. So but it's not. So
is that a yes? Is that a yes? It's a necessary and it's a necessary consequence.
No, that's actually
Let me finish.
Not,
let me finish. It's
okay,
a necessary.
Go ahead.
It's a necessary consequence of what you're saying. So basically, whatever is in God's nature is by definition good. That's how you're defining good. So if God is a sadistic, cruel entity, then being sadistic and cruel would be moral. That's the logical entailment of what you said. Like the best you could say is, well, God isn't that way. Well, it wouldn't matter if he was, because in your opinion, that would still be good. You're prioritizing obedience to his nature over the well-being of others.
Yeah.
That I actually think that was one of the craziest reductios I've ever heard. But if the question is
accurate, I agree with you.
No. It like opened my eyes and made me like kneel in the middle of Walmart. I was like going insane. But anyways,
you've just said, and I'm going to just interject for a moment, because
wait, can I address what he said?
Well, I don't think he mischaracterized your position at all.
Could you explain how what I said is different from what he said, or it matches? Sorry.
Yeah, because you said that you think that divine command theory is that God's nature is good, and that whatever God does or says comes from his nature, and his nature is defined as goodness. Therefore, definitionally, anything he says is good. That is the view you expressed. And
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what I heard. What John heard.
That's literally what we all heard. But
no,
I'm going to give you. Okay, so let's let you row back on that and redefine what you think this goodness is.
Okay, so I had said that which is good is that which lines itself within God's nature. For what God intends, that which is good, because the privation of which would be that which is evil. Therefore, God's essence in it of itself cannot be evil by nature.
But that's just defining his goodness into existence using word games.
It's actually
it is.
No. It's identity.
It's as bullshit as the ontological argument of awarding him the property of existence.
If I say a triangle has three sides, am I now redefining a triangle?
No, because a triangle is defined as having three sides, but a god isn't defined as being
God
moral.
as that. Can you argue against it?
Yes, I can. Because
can you argue why God cannot be that way?
Yes, I can. Because what happens is you can define it however you want, but when you do that, what you're essentially doing is you're substituting the word goodness for anything God does. Anything God does, because it's in his nature. It's not a straw man. It's in his. You said it's in his nature, right? So if it's all right. If it's in his nature, then anything God does must be good because his goodness is defined a priori as being God's nature, right? That's your starting point. That's your axiom.
I was paying attention to something.
Your axiom is that goodness is in God's nature. That's your starting point. Therefore, it follows for anything. Therefore, it follows from that anything God does must be good because his goodness is in his nature. And what you do when you do that,
of what that is
you break the word goodness. It means nothing anymore. Goodness actually just means anything God does. So when you call God good, you're just saying God is what God does. And if you look for the moral value in that statement, there is none. It contains no moral information at all. It's just a word game. And the unfortunate thing is, you then end up in a position where when you look at the things he actually does, if you believe in the Bible God, like condoning slavery and ordering the killing of children and treating women like they're pieces of meat, you are then obligated to call those things good because you have defined them as good from the beginning. And that makes you a moral monster.
I mean, that's just a monologue to try and get your point across, but it doesn't really work because you haven't addressed what I've actually been talking about. You gave your straw man, and I'd actually like to double back on what you said because you're saying, oh, it's a word game that you make goodness mean nothing.
That's all it is.
Your prompt is God is evil, and you basically admitted that evil and goodness is a preference, so it means nothing. It's arbitrary. Like you admitted in our last debate, Sean, it's arbitrary.
Since we straw man, do you define good, please?
Yeah, goodness is ultimately that which aligns itself with God's nature.
Okay, so
goodness
literally that's
God.
what I said. So
that's
if God's
exactly
nature
what he said.
No. Let me address what you said, actually. Let me address what you said.
No, let me finish. You gave your definition.
Go ahead.
Good is whatever.
I gave my definition, and then you added 25 words, so go ahead. Thank you.
No, good is whatever aligns with God's nature. That's literally what everyone... This is recorded, by the way. That's what you said. So if God's nature was to harm babies, then harming babies would be good. That is a logical entailment.
See, there you go again. There you go. That's the worst reductio I've ever heard in my life, because now you have to define God's essence, within the scripture, showing that would be moral.
No, I said if. This is a hypothetical. So basically, hold on, let me finish. No, let me finish. Yeah, let me finish. You're defining good as whatever is in God's nature, which means, let me finish.
Go ahead,
Which means whatever the contents of God's nature is irrelevant. It will be by your definition. It will be by your definition good because you're defining it that way. And so if it does his nature, if is to be cruel and sadistic, then being cruel and sadistic would be good.
Oh, sorry.
How would it not be? Yeah,
because we have different starting points. Like your friend said here, my starting point isn't, oh, God's goodness. It's actually the revelation of what God has revealed himself as. So if we see that God has revealed himself as saying that murdering innocents is wrong and that we all have moral values that we ought to upheld, then we automatically can assume that, therefore, the privation of which would be that which is evil. Therefore, God cannot be evil.
There's too much bullshit. There's too much bullshit going on here. In 1 Samuel 15:3, God tells people. God tells people to kill children. Is that good? Then let's test, because you've said that Sean's position is an absurd reductio. Let's actually look at where the rubber meets the road here.
Actually, I want you to prove how this is immoral by your standards.
So don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. We are going to have a look at this right now. So,
right.
Here's 1 Samuel 15:3. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Now, I'm going to ask you, do you think that this is a moral command?
I actually think that, yeah.
You do?
I'm not going to try and two-cook you. Yeah, I do.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. So that is a perfect demonstration of Sean's point, which is you think that it's moral for men to be told to kill babies and children with swords because God said it, because God is defined in your world as good. This proves the point that Sean was trying to make. It wasn't an absurd reductio. It was a perfect example of the moral travesty that is involved when you start out by defining God as good, and you're then burdened with having to ascribe that same value to all the atrocities attributed to him. You solve your moral problem.
I'll become atheist. Now, can you prove to me that this is morally wrong objectively?
No, because we're not holding. We don't think that. I'm not saying it's wrong objectively because I've already claimed. Calm down.
Then. It doesn't matter.
It's okay. Look, this is going to hurt, but it'll be over soon. Okay. So I've already stated that I don't claim anything is wrong objectively. It's my starting point is that I think it's wrong because I'm not a psychopath. Do you?
So who are you?
Your answer was that you think it's right. Right, so you're the one who has to deal with the fact that you've just said.
Should we listen to you,
though? You're not obligated to listen to me. I think we could put it. We could put a vote out. We've got 400 or 500 people listening to us right now. We could see. It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. We could ask the 400 or 500 people listening to us and the tens of thousands of people who are going to watch this when it's clipped on YouTube if they agree that killing children with swords is not right. And my suspicion is that most of them would agree with me that it's not something we ought to do. Now, I'm not claiming that as an objective fact. I'm not claiming it as a statement that's amenable to truth or falseness. That's the avenue you're trying to push me into, but that's not where I live. That's where you live. I just live in the place where I'm going to say, I have an opinion about ethics. And my opinion about ethics is that killing children killing children with swords is wrong. I believe that verse in my moral framework is wrong. I'm just a person expressing an opinion, and that's all any of us are. You're just a person expressing the opinion that killing children with swords is okay.
There's no reason actually that I shouldn't do 1 Samuel 15 again. There's no reason.
I think there is a reason. Because I think it's against
not a reason that matters.
It is a reason that matters. It is a reason that matters.
It matters to you.
Yes, it matters.
And it matters to you to do what you're told.
It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me what John said.
I said to do what you're told like a good boy. Because you convinced me. Let me finish.
I'm following your worldview.
Let me finish. Please don't.
Okay, finish. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, so it matters to us how actions affect the well-being of others, but you prioritize doing what you're told. We just have a different value system. That's it. You're basically taking your preference and by decree calling it objective without actually demonstrating that it's objective. Morals take place in the mind. There are appraisals, there are evaluations of whether we like or dislike behaviors. Prove it exists outside of that. And if you invoke your God has a mind, so that means it's not mind independent. Therefore, it's not objective, it's subjective.
I'd love to speak about that, actually. So can you actually prove that God being a necessary mind is actually a subjective opinion and not an objective one?
We're not slipping into tag or anything like that right now.
That's what he just claimed. What are you talking about?
We're having an argument.
2 minutes.
We're having a discussion about ethics. We're having a discussion.
Want to slip there because you don't know what you're talking about. You have to let your boy Sean.
I mean, it's easily addressable. If so, mind independent means independent of a mind. If God has a mind, it doesn't matter if I'm going to special plead and say these characteristics make it from subjective to objective. It's still a mind.
But all of this stuff is bullshit. What we're talking about here is what this slavish adherence to this disgusting creature does to people's ethics. What you do in your framework is you solve your moral problem by abolishing morality and simply replacing it with obedience. That's all you do. And God is axiomatically defined as being good. And then every atrocity and horrific act attributed to him is retrofitted into goodness by decree. This is what you do. And this leaves you in a morally ridiculous position. You can do all the philosophical tap dancing around this you want, but you're the one in the conversation agreeing with killing children with swords. You're the one in the conversation agreeing with stoning men to death for picking up sticks. You're the one in the conversation agreeing with stoning gay people to death. You're the one in the conversation agreeing with stoning suspected non-virgin brides to death. You have to carry all of this because of your slavish obedience to this hideous system. I don't have to carry any of it. And you saying, well, how do I know my view is true, is just a distraction from the fact that your view leaves you morally bankrupt. And that's unfortunate. I'm sorry that you have to carry that burden.
Bankrupt, but you admit that it doesn't matter. Oh my God, I'm done, bro. I'm done.
You are done because your argument is a nonsensical one.
Can you actually prove how you're more moral than me in my divine command theory?
I'm not suggesting that I'm more moral. I'm just suggesting
your answer actually suggests all of that.
Okay. Shh, don't worry, it'll be over soon. I'm just saying that my perspective on this doesn't involve having to support all the same horrendous stuff as yours. And I think that actually that makes the argument as much as anything needs to be made here. To me, that's a logical endpoint for this argument. I think we've demonstrated where yours leads you.
It doesn't matter a child get kidnapped.
We've just demonstrated. He's flailing. He's flailing. He's crashing hard.
It's bad when you guys strawman me.
He's crashing hard.
When you guys strawman me.
I know. It's very hard.
Tacitly admitting he's strawmanning.
Yeah, he's crashing hard right now.
Oh, that was actually a steel man, but it's all right.
Yeah, I know. So I think the conversation has probably reached its pinnacle. I think we have established what our values are. You are claiming
I don't think you've established a single value. You've established that it doesn't matter.
I know you don't. I know. So I think we've probably done with the conversation. I'm glad that you came in to speak to us. And there was actually a request from a member to ask you this. So before you go, perhaps you could answer this question from Drew. What I want the theists to answer is the question, what is the purpose of morality? Isn't it to create a set of behavioral guidelines that support communities in a social species? Now, I'm going to suggest that's not what you think morality is for. You think morality is just to be a good little boy for your big daddy in the sky. Would I be right about that?
Oh, wait. So under this worldview, you would actually deduce reality to pragmatism because it just works.
Are you going to answer that?
This is a question. Are you prepared to answer the question?
No, this actually reduces morality to I do it because it works. So I don't kidnap people because it works, not because I actually...
Do you think that was an answer to the question?
It's not. It wasn't prepared to answer it. So we say goodbye. Okay. Well, thanks very much. It was fun. I appreciated that. I mean, to me, this is all the demonstration we need. We have these conversations. Every live stream, we get one of these guys in who comes in and defends the most disgusting actions that anyone could think of, and the only defense they have is that your moral system says it doesn't matter or something like that. It's always a variation on that. You can't prove that it matters just because we have basically acknowledged that that ethics are subjective, that ethics are a matter of what you think about things.
Was that elevated enough to be a proper crash out? I'm on the fence on that.
Yeah, I think it probably was. And I think it's about high time we looked at the bingo because we've got quite a few calls on this. So I'm going to give Kif.
I don't care about credit.
Well, Kif called the crash out, but I think you need to get that, but I can't put your name on it. So we're going to get crash out there. And then we have had quite a few there was the crash out. It was marvelous. So we've had quite a few calls on this. I'm going to just give all of these. All of these are valid. So PBG called Philbro Babble, definitely having that. This goes back to a few callers ago, I think, when Devil's Advocate was arguing for the fine tuning, and Gordon Loves Science called Fine Tune Universe. We're having that. Kif called Evolution is just a theory. PBG's called Read It in Context. Have we had a Read It in Context? I'm going to allow it anyway because it's nearly Saturday, sort of, in a few days. Gordon Loves Science called No Morality Without God. We've definitely had that. We should have that and the bingo as well. We should have No Morality Without God in 2 or 3 squares today. And PVG called God Works in Mysterious Ways. I guess we'll have that one too. So absolutely smashing it on the Believer bingo. That is very, very good indeed. Okay. Where are we at? We've got no one in the TikTok queue right now, but we do have the rather wonderful Rebel on the YouTube side. So let's bring Rebel in and see what she is saying. Rebel.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very well. Yourself?
Good. Welcome.
Listen, I just wanted to come back for a second. Won't be long. I know I'm an atheist. Nobody wants to hear my story. But I just wanted to come back on the last conversation you guys had with the last caller.
Sure.
What I wanted to say basically is that I can't believe that in 2026, we need to know what is morally good. People can't discern what morally good is without becoming outwardly philosophical and babbling words that nobody understands. It's not complicated. What's good is what doesn't harm others. What isn't. I know it's subjective and objective, blah blah blah, but don't hurt other people. Don't hurt animals. Be good to people. Consider human flourishing. If you could keep that in your head, you're going to be able to go through life and do good things without having to go through the Bible and getting traumatized with what God is all about.
Yeah.
Because if you're looking for solutions in the Bible with what we've read, and Sean and John, you've read the Bible and you've seen how atrocious this deity it really is. You're not going to find anything convincing there. And if you do, then perhaps there's some kind of psychological problem with you, or you didn't read it properly, or you just didn't read it at all.
Yeah.
So this me, the way I see what a God should be, a God that should be respected, if I may say, would be a deity that transcends goodness, that inspires you to go above and beyond, to help others, to be good to animals, to humanity. What we're seeing over here is not this at all.
Yeah.
At all.
Completely agree.
And so this is my crash out, and that's all I have to say.
Good crash out.
That slot's already taken on the bingo, so
Yeah, but thanks, Rebel.
It's not complicated,
It's not complicated.
People try to define words and make it complicated. It's not complicated. Just think in your head for a second. It doesn't take a bachelor or master's degree in psychology or philosophy to understand all this.
Indeed, completely. You nailed it. Thanks so much. Take care.
Have a nice evening.
All the best. Bye. Yeah, I mean, that's it. And this is why when the discussions about God's morality and the biblical morality start getting too technical, and they start getting too into all the Philbro stuff, I just want to stop at that point and just stop. Let's just talk about the actual thing, and then give an example. Give an example for, something from 1 Samuel, or some of the disgusting, the laws in Deuteronomy, or the slavery, or that stuff, and hear someone go, yeah, it's good. Because in that moment, all the discussions about philosophy are irrelevant. You've just supported slavery. You've just supported killing children with swords, or worse. You've just supported weaponizing rape. You've just supported war brides. You've just supported men having to make burnt offerings of their daughters. You've just supported abortion rituals forced on women, whatever it might be, right? You're behind all of it. And that's the burden you now carry because of the position you take.
Yeah, by the way, I brought this up several times before. It's just so you're aware, if you debate or discuss these things about the bad things in the Bible, etc., very common avoidance strategy. And it'll start with, well, where do you get your morality? So what they want to do is not actually address the things that are in there. Yeah. So here's the thing. In the philosophy of ethics, objective versus subjective morality has been debated by philosophers for centuries. And so it's easy to get bogged down for 45 minutes or an hour, however long, about the nature of morality. Is it objective? Is it subjective? So, but these leading questions, like, what is your moral standard? You know what they're going to do. They want to avoid the text of their holy book. Yeah. And they want to bog you down in a philosophical belief or a philosophical position about morality itself. Yeah. And, I saw what he was doing right away. I'm fine with going down that road. But if you don't want to, just ask him, hold him accountable to it. So do you want to discuss we could avoid discussing what's in the Bible. I just want you to acknowledge that's what you're doing. And we could just debate the philosophy of ethics. If you want to do that, that's fine, but make them acknowledge that's what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you do that, well, then that's why I said stop. We're just going to stop. We are going to talk about this because let's talk about the actual things you're defending rather than just the philosophical framework that allows you to defend them, because no one cares about that. Let's hear you defend the monstrosities. And he did. To give him his credit, he defended them immediately. He didn't try to squirrel out of them. And then the defense to that was to say that because I say that moral statements are just statements of how you feel, right? Emotivism, as expressed beautifully by A.J. Ayer in Language, Truth and Logic. I find that beautifully written and gets it, nails it. Because I say that, he then says, well, that somehow implies that it doesn't matter. You see the switch there, right? The switch from saying that saying making moral statements is an expression of how you feel about something into therefore it doesn't matter. Well, of course it matters. We construct all our morals and all our societies and our laws and our ways that we agree to cooperate and live together based on how we feel about things. And that informs what we think about what's right and wrong. And that informs everything about how we structure society. So it's such a bait and switch to go from recognizing that moral intuitions are personal reflections about things to saying, therefore, it doesn't matter. It's at best, it's idiotic, and at worst, it's extremely disingenuous.
Well, it's blatantly dishonest, because what he claimed is, you said morality doesn't matter. Right. He said that, and it was a blatant lie. He was lying for Jesus. You never said that. You never implied it.
He was lying for Jesus. That's exactly what he was doing. Okay, we're going to get Deconstructed in, and we also have our very good friend Sir Jedrick in the queue as well. We also have PVG, who's been waiting super patiently. We will get all of these people in. Just a few more super chats to read so that we don't leave too many behind. So Optimus Rhyme said, yeah, she's guilty. I think this was about our new agey friend, I think, and I think she was pretty guilty of saying some pretty horrendous things, if I'm honest. Tim, I'm not sure exactly what this one was about. I think you would look good in Jade. Oh, he meant, but what am I missing there? I'm not, normally I get your stuff, but I'm feeling like that one might have gone over my head. Forgive me, Tim. Explain what you mean, and I'll clarify this one.
I'm lost on that one too.
But yeah, I missed that one. I'm so sorry. And then the last one here is also from Tim, of course. Thanks, Tim. You can do harm to improve your situation, but as the majority disagree with that, you will find a lot of people gathering together to stop you. Right. So this is absolutely valid pushback on people who are trying to say, well, why should anyone care? What, is if morality is all just a free for all, how is it going to work? It's going to work because if you're only after yourself, then when you start harming other people, the collective are going to sort you out. It's not going to work. It's not going to work out. It's not a winning strategy. It's not good. It doesn't work. It's just silly. And then just a final bonus from Boogie. Always so great to see you, Boogie. I hope that Boogie, the cat, is genuinely doing well. Fellow cat people are amongst my favourites. I love the quiet, respectful, shh, that's what we do here. That's how we do it. We don't get riled up. We don't shout. We don't get angry. We just give them a little shh. And sometimes it helps them to calm down, but most of the time it doesn't make any difference at all. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Okay, we are going to get in, as promised, Deconstructed. This sounds promising. Hey, Decon, how are you? There you go.
Fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got
Great,
you.
great. Man, I found you out about a month ago, and I've been binge watching your stuff like crazy, brother.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Yeah, I am. I've been an atheist for probably about the last 15 years. Started listening to the Atheist Experience, and I was done.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. The reason I'm calling up, that was me. You might want to put me down for a crash out because I was crashing out saying that y'all need to start a kick poll for that last clown that was up. I was crashing out hard in the comments on that.
Yeah.
But anyway, man, I cross-referenced this. Well, I checked this with the Bible guy because it didn't make sense the way Christians come up and lie about biblical slavery in the sense of saying that it's all indentured servitude, right?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
That's definitely not.
Yeah, so I asked him, was the same word in the Hebrew that's used for the slavery in Exodus 21 and Leviticus 25 the same as slavery, used to describe what the Israelites supposedly went through in Egypt? And he said it's the same word.
Eved, I believe.
Wouldn't that mean that the Israelites were all just indentured servants and that there was no need to free them from slavery?
You don't even need to have the right word. If you just the description of it in Leviticus 25 is like buying them from the nations around you or buying local immigrants that are living in your land, keeping them for life as literally property, and it calls them property, being able to pass them off to your children as inherited property, being able to beat them with a rod, like it, even regardless of what word is used, it describes chattel, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, chattel slavery.
Yeah, that's it.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
And so that's why I was just wondering, it would just be kind of fun to me if y'all shut them down immediately and ask them if slaves in Egypt were indentured servants, and they say no. And how can they say yes that they're indentured servitudes in the other parts?
Right.
Yeah. So that's for the Israelites. So at Leviticus 25, when you go through it, it basically gives you two sets of instructions. Here's how to treat your fellow Israelites. Basically, if they become poor and they want to sell themselves to your service, and there's like rules. You're not supposed to treat them cruelly. You can only keep them for, I think, 6 years, or is it 7, something like that. It's like you're supposed to treat them a certain way or well. However, here's where your slaves are to come from. You're supposed to buy them from the nations around you. And it makes a distinction between here's how you treat your fellow Israelites. They're indentured servants for a limited time, etc. But your slaves, the ones you can treat cruelly, those are from those where do you buy those? And then what are the rules for them?
Of course. So yeah, that's really all I wanted, man. I love y'all stuff, and
thank you.
I'm gonna keep listening, keep sharing, and I'm gonna get on the YouTube side and send you a super chat.
I appreciate. Are you on? Did you say you're on the YouTube side? Did you say?
Yeah, I'm on the YouTube side. I have a different name over there.
Oh, cool.
But I'm on the YouTube side as well.
Great.
I vacillate between the two.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you all for all you do.
Thanks, man. Take it easy. Thank you. Okay. Moving on. We are going to get in Sir Jedrick. A fine fellow indeed. Hey, how are you?
Hey, Jed, how you doing?
Good.
Doing good.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Can you hear us? I just wanted to say I love the live so far, and really, really, really appreciate the way that you guys are handling some guests today. Absolutely lovely. I wanted to just briefly mention, if I could, I think the previous guest, I was still finishing up work. There was one that came up that I think was a mystic.
Yeah.
I had to drop out. I really appreciate the way you guys handled that. I'm not to that level of patience, I guess, with myself right now when it comes to those topics. I deal with a substantial amount of physical pain and trauma from the way I was treated growing up per biblical standards and principles. And so when someone makes statements like, harm can be a good thing because in the end there will be something good come out of it, like a lesson learned or something like that.
Yeah.
I absolutely tap out. I cannot abide things like that. So I really appreciated the way you guys handled that. I had to drop because I got really, really triggered all of a sudden. But thank you guys so much. That was absolutely phenomenal. And thank you guys for creating the space to point out the flaws in these kind of ideologies.
Thanks, man. I'm sorry that was hard for you. I think it was hard for a lot of people. And I think nobody did a better job than Elizabeth in terms of setting that ledger straight. She came in and she just nailed it. It was a beautiful thing to hear. I'm not sure if you heard her response, but she had exactly the same response as you, and it was unacceptable. So yeah, I'm sorry that was hard for you, but thank you for coming up and for continuing to be such a great member of this little community that we have going on here. Really appreciate you.
Oh, thank you guys so much. I sure do appreciate that. At some point, if I could get you guys' thoughts as well. In my studies, I'm in the topic of like ancient artifacts and manuscripts and things like that. And I'm on the Shroud of Turin at the moment.
Right.
And I just wanted to, at some point, whether now or later on, I don't want to take up the time in the queue for sure. But at some point, I'd like to get you guys' thoughts on that and maybe some information that I have not come across, because there's conflicting information on both sides, as you guys are well aware.
Yeah, sure. Well, I certainly don't claim to be an authority, but I have it on good authority that it's a 13th century forgery. It's been carbon dated there. And the most they can ever get, the most they can claim, and the most anything that looks like a toehold in the argument that they can get is to say, we may not know exactly what technique was used to create that. That's as far as they can get. They can basically make an argument, sort of an argument from ignorance of just saying, we don't know. That's as much as they might be able to say, but we don't know is a long way from it was actually the Shroud and all of that stuff and all the problems that come with it. But yeah, for sure, I'm happy to do a deep dive into the Shroud of Turin one day.
Yeah, not a deep dive, a cursory search, layperson, of course, myself. It was carbon dated to the 13th century. The naysayers claim, that was an added piece of woven fiber later on. Okay, cool story. I haven't validated whether that's true or false. However, the Catholic Church is in possession of it. The Catholic Church does not put out a position as to its authenticity. And if it is, can be dated back to the time of Jesus, they have it. They could easily bring in somebody to independently, okay, let's get a piece that wasn't added later, and let's at least give it proper dating. Let's at least authenticate it. They have possession of it.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Nora Curler in the YouTube chat has just credited Dalton with having called it the Shroud of Tourism. Brilliant.
I love
nice.
That.
Yeah.
And that's what I was coming across. It seems like most of the validating information is coming from one source, and that being the Catholic Church. As you mentioned, they do have it, they do have possession of it.
Sure.
And so I immediately become suspect of that because it seems like maybe a specific narrative being pushed. But Sean, to one of the points that you just made a second ago, yesterday at work, I listened to a documentary of a scientist that was debunking a lot of these things. And I don't remember all the details. I'll send it to you if you want at some point, maybe private message you or something. But he actually has produced one of what they claim to be like the hidden weaves or whatever that they supposedly repaired that corner with.
Right.
And he created one of those, a cloth like that himself, and then proved that from photos, obviously, because nobody can go touch the shroud. And he says he proved that didn't happen, that they, I guess,
interesting,
patched it or something. And then he systematically went through and showed all of his personal research over the past 30 years. And it was very, very enlightening. But yeah, I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts, because this is a first for me for looking at all of these things outside of the biblical view that I was taught. And so, yeah, thank you guys so much. I sure appreciate it.
Good stuff. All right, man. Always good to speak to you. Take care, buddy. Speak soon. Okay. Moving on. So we have some clarification. So the jade thing was with reference to the claim to the message about not becoming jaded. So now it all makes sense, Tim. As usual, you're a step ahead of me. You're smarter than Sean and me, both of us. Yes, it was about that. So now, thank you for clarifying it. We now completely understand. And then there was apparently just a little bit of a score given by Optimus Rhymes. Thank you very much for this. I think with respect to our last, the sort of wrangle we got into back there, John and Sean 2, Slime 14 blunders. So if we're counting blunders, I think we're doing all right. We only had a couple of blunders. Thank you for the hat. We only had a couple of blunders, so that's good enough for me. Just a couple. Right, moving on. We are going to bring in Dingleberry Jr. Again, we have spoken before. Dingleberry Jr. There we go.
I feel weird calling someone that. Hey, how are you doing, Dingleberry?
Hey, I'm good. You can call me Dylan if you want. That's my actual name.
Okay, fair enough, Dylan.
Welcome back.
Hi. I called up because I was hearing the debate about objective morality, and I feel like whenever theists bring it up, they always shift the burden. Like, surely if you're saying that this exists, like, independent of a mind or a stance, surely the burden of proof is on you to go and, like, prove that exists somewhere, right?
Yeah, because we all agree that subjectively people care about how others behave. So now you're claiming it's as objective as, like, the moon existing. It's mind independent. Show me. I totally agree with you on that. But it always comes down to, so what they're doing without saying it is they're just changing they're adding an esoteric definition or using an esoteric non-normative definition. Like when I asked, define good. Good is whatever is in God's nature. If you look up the dictionary definition of good, now granted, words don't have intrinsic meanings, but the lexical definition, which means the dictionary definition, describes common normative usages of words. You're not going to find that definition in any dictionary. No. So they're just making up a definition. And the thing is, I can do that too. I'm going to define good as behaviors that enhance the well-being of others, and then bad as the opposite. I'm just going to make that my definition. Bada bing, bada bang. Now I have objective morality.
Right, like magic.
I can play that game. Yeah, I can play that game too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's okay if you want to adjust the definition of words, but you have to have, like, a good reason for it, right? You have to present, like, if you're going to go against what the most agreed upon definition of something is, you have to, like, present like a good, reasonable, justified, like, position on it, rather than just sort of saying, well, good is what is natural in God. Like, what, like, explain that further. They seem to just, like, grant that point already is true, or they just appeal to failure. Like, oh, well, if subjective morality exists, then it means we can't objectively say that something, I don't know, like schmurder is wrong. And it's like, that's not proving that objective morality exists. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, it always gets on my nerves. And the other thing is, if objective morality exists in the Bible and in God, like, please point it out to me, because there's so many denominations, there's so many disagreements within Christianity.
Right.
You guys can't even agree on what the objective morality is either. So
it's absolutely. It would be the worst implementation of an objective standard in all of human history. One that spectacularly failed to reach consensus on pretty much anything. Might as well roll a pair of dice.
Exactly.
For all the certainty and clarity it gives you. That's such a good point, because you find Bible believing Christians on both sides of pretty much every ethical question you can think about. So yeah, it's bollocks. Still a load of nonsense.
That was like kind of the question that I wanted to ask. In the New Testament, a lot of Paul's writings are considered to be just not written by him. I think it's like 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, and Titus, right? Aren't like considered to be actually written by Paul. And then I think there's some others that are like in contention, and there's a lot of like contradictions as well.
Yes, I think the epistles are largely considered to be written by Paul, but I think I'm not completely sure.
But like my kind of point was just how much of the New Testament can Christians actually say definitively was written by Paul, first of all, and then the writers of the Gospels are also anonymous. Like it feels like you're just clutching at straws, because you can just cherry pick anything and then say, well, I don't believe that was actually written by, I think that was edited in by the church, like in a, I don't know, later century. It's like, it's just like even trying to figure out what in the New Testament is true and what isn't, because I've brought up to like Christians before about, I think it's in 1 Timothy or 1 Timothy, it talks about women's only way to salvation is through childbearing. And they just pass it off as like, oh, that was added in later by the church. Like, that wasn't actually written by Paul, so we don't follow. It's like, well, what parts do you follow and what parts don't you follow? Like, it's so wishy-washy almost.
Yeah. All the bits that are awkward are always explained away as being interpolations or metaphors or whatever, and it's just they're bringing their own standard and they're bringing their own framework to the text, and then imposing it on the text rather than just taking the text. And it could almost be argued that that's a good thing, because if it were the other way around and everyone was just literalist and fundamentalist, the world would be even more screwed than it is already, right? So I have to be slightly careful arguing against the hypocrisy, which keeps us, slightly less insane than we otherwise might be. But yeah, it's nonsense. Absolutely. I mean, I put a video out on TikTok today about this, and YouTube as well, about calling things a metaphor, and when things are a metaphor, and what's likely a metaphor. It might be a metaphor, but these bits definitely aren't a metaphor. And there's no standard for judging any of that.
No, definitely not. And I mean, I don't know what your guys' position on like mythicism is. Like, I don't personally believe it. I do think the natural Jesus at least existed in some form, but like the evidence for it is so kind of lackluster. When you actually ask people, like, give me your evidence for Jesus existing or your evidence for Paul existing, it always kind of just comes back to like, well, people wouldn't just make this up randomly. Like, it wouldn't just come about randomly. But like even the mentions from Josephus and Tacitus, even they're like widely debated to be interpolations and added in. So it's like I just don't how do we don't even know who Jesus was? Like everything we have is kind of just guesses or missed in translation or interpolation, or just like it's so messy. And I just like I don't know. Like, what do you guys think about that? Do you believe in the natural Jesus existed, or?
You know what? I take a slightly strategic stance on it. So, there are really smart people who are mythicists, but they're not the majority. The majority of scholars think that there was a historical Jesus or someone that on which these stories were based. So the reason I don't lean into the mythicism stuff, and I was quite captivated by it a few years ago when Bob Price, I think his name was putting lots of stuff out, and there was the incredible Shrinking God film that came out, and there was a lot of stuff around this, and it was very, very tempting. But the reason I don't is it's sort of taking on a sort of unnecessary burden of proof into the argument. If you come at the argument saying, and on top of all of this, the guy never existed, then it's sort of, in a way, it's then on you to explain why that's the case. And I prefer to just say, it probably did exist. Then we don't have to have that conversation, and we can get on to, was he magic? Which is where the real fun stuff happens.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of a meaningless conversation, because even if I grant that the natural Jesus existed, it doesn't at all say that he did any of the miracles that they proclaimed him to do. So it's kind of it's kind of pointless. But it is interesting when you look through history and just see how much of the like non-Christian writings were taken by other Christians or by the early church, because to me it's like even like Antiquity of the Jews or like the Roman Annals, like a lot of them were printed out by the church. Like it seems so obvious to me that they would obviously change little bits of it to make it sound have better grounding in it, and it's just yeah. But I know what you mean. It is kind of a meaningless debate in general.
Yeah, I think we can pick our battles, right? It's not a hill that I want to die on. I'd much rather get into the inconsistencies and the fact that the Gospels accounts can't agree with each other, and the fact that he made all sorts of promises to his disciples that were then broken, and the fact that all the callbacks to the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament actually are all broken, and those lines often aren't even prophecies at all, and where they are prophecies, he didn't actually fulfill them. And then when you corner them on that, they're like, yeah, but he's going to one day. Well, yeah, then it's not a fulfilled prophecy, is it? It's definitionally an unfulfilled. All of that stuff. That to me is where the value in those conversations lies, rather than trying to get bogged down in establishing a position which is actually against the consensus of most scholars in the area.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and especially because most of the time, whenever I bring up like, oh, do you have any proof of Jesus or Paul, that most Christians just say to me, well, the scholars agree on it. Like the scholarly consensus is that Jesus existed. And I'm like, well, the scholarly consensus isn't that Jesus did any of the miracles or didn't rise from the dead. So it's like, if we're going to do that standard of evidence, then your argument falls apart. So
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on that, because I've been I bought I don't know if you know Christ Before Jesus on here.
Yeah, I have. I don't know their stuff well, but I've heard the name thrown around a lot.
Yeah, he streams at like really good times for the UK, so I always try to tune into his lives. And I've recently bought his book, and I just sort of wanted to hear what you guys thought about that, because it seems to be like mythicism was kind of laughed at for a long time. Like it was, I think they used to be called like the flat earthers of like the religious sphere. Like they were really mocked and things like that. And then over the last sort of 5-10 years, there's been a lot of scholars actually saying, well, no, a lot of this writing is at least from the 2nd century, not the 1st century, like the original Gospels could be, and things like that. And it's just interesting. I don't know. I do feel like the trajectory we're going could maybe see at least some of the earliest Gospels could be dated to a little bit later, I think.
Interesting.
I just wanted to see what you guys thought about
that. The later they are, the more ridiculous they look, as if they don't look ridiculous enough already.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure Eusebius used to say that the Gospel of Mark was written in like 40, which is like insane now. Like no one would agree with that, like to today's standards. So yeah, I don't know. That's what I really had for you guys today. Thank you for having me up here.
Thanks, Dylan. Thanks for coming in. Always nice to speak to you.
Yeah, thank you guys. Cheers.
All right, take care.
Have a good one, Dylan.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, here's what we're going to do right now. We're going to get Annabella in, and then we have Corey waiting on the YouTube side, and then of course we have PVG, who's been waiting since the start of the show, super patiently. I promise that we will get all of these things are going to happen. But right now we can bring in the very, very wonderful super mod and dear friend, Annabella. Hey, Annabella.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tired. I just got back home from a trip.
Right.
I did a lot of driving, 6 hours in less than 24 hours. So
I know you did.
Returning back for Easter?
I was actually taking a look at an apartment. I might be moving closer to Toronto.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I'm a little too far out in the boonies here.
Fair enough. Well, as long as you can continue to be in all the streams, I don't care where you live.
That shouldn't be a problem. I just called because I wanted to say hi, because it's been a while.
Hi. It's always nice to speak.
Has been, huh?
Hi. Also, I had like this one thing I've been thinking a lot about lately, in terms of God stuff. It's like I totally, obviously God is evil. Totally agree. But one thing that's been on my mind is like other people's opinions on like so whoever wrote the Bible and the stories that were in the Bible or whatever, whoever put that all together, what was the motivation? Like, was it to control people? Like, was it almost like law? Because
I don't think there's a single answer to that. A lot of people will make blanket statements. For example, religion was made to control the masses. I think the human dynamic and our propensity to anthropomorphize things, it's too complex and varied to have just like a single answer. And so what I would have to do, because obviously in the Bible, we don't know who they are, but there's a multitude of all these different authors, and each author can have different motivations. And certainly a very common or viable one would be they truly believed what they were writing. I can't rule that out. Like it's hard to assign motivations to each person that wrote whichever part of the Bible, or whichever book.
I guess it's possible they like ate some magic mushrooms or something, and
I mean, there are some weird. There's some like not just the awful stuff that we constantly, the horse that we continue beating on that, but like there's some really weird ones, like Leviticus 25:11-12. That's one that always stands out to me. If two men are, I'm not quoting it verbatim, I'm just from memory. If two men are in a fight and the wife of one of the men fighting grabs the other guy's genitals to save him, you shall cut off her hand, show no mercy. Like somebody was really concerned about that.
Yeah.
Like cared enough to write it down as a religious text, as God's law. Like who thought of that? And maybe it's a good thing. Like I think like most men in my younger days, I've been in some fights here and there. No woman has ever grabbed me by my genitals. So maybe there was some wisdom there, and they prevented that from happening.
Society could have collapsed without that law. I mean, not a word about slavery, or not a word,
for sure.
not a word about don't abuse kids or anything like that. But just get that part of the law nailed down to avoid any doubt later, just to be on the safe side.
This was God.
This is God. Yeah, the creator of the universe just needed to get that. Nailed
I
right.
haven't heard that one.
Yeah, that's an actual law. It's an actual law.
Yeah. God was concerned about that. All right, guys, if you're women, if your husband's in a fight, do not grab. I'm serious about this. Do not grab the other man's genitals.
Yeah, and
this is serious business.
We're not shitting you, by the way. I'm going to put it on the screen so people can see it. Here it is. If men get into a fight with one another and the wife of one intervenes to rescue her husband from the grip of his opponent by reaching out and seizing his genitals, you shall cut off her hand, show no pity. I mean, I can only imagine how much trouble our society would be in if not for that law. I mean, just imagine the social ruination that would have followed.
That's just, in case she feels like it's bigger than her husband's package or something, I'm guessing.
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, and it's so specific. Just that hand, right? The hand that did the touching. Yeah. It's got to go.
That hand is now like ew.
It's ew because it could be that hand could be used for the preparation of food at some point. So it just cannot be allowed to persist. Hand's got to go. That's it.
This sounds like OCD. Like my cousin has OCD, and like whenever if he touches something he thinks is contaminated, it's like, oh my god.
A lot of the Old Testament sort of ritual stuff and the sexual morality laws were all very, very OCD-ish. Women are unclean at certain times, and the whole idea of the obsession with virgins is that if they had been had by another man, then they were permanently spoiled and wouldn't be okay. And it's basically organized OCD.
I've read that it's I've heard that it's a biological thing for men, just because like it's just like to preserve their bloodline, basically. Like that. Yeah. I don't know. Like I read that somewhere. Like I don't.
What's a biological thing for men?
To like care if a woman has, or their wife has been with someone else. It's like
I don't.
There's a jealousy. Like I know that men shouldn't care, but I think
in some cases, yeah, I don't like to like make sweeping statements, but I do think that in some cases it's because men are insecure about being compared.
Yeah, I think I've heard lots of different. I was watching something somewhere. I don't know. I watched too many things. So don't quote me, please. Yeah, I've heard it's an evolutionary thing, but it's probably complete bull.
There could be something to that. But we're better than that now. We don't need to.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you're looking at sort of the behavior of primates. I know you're not, but yeah. If someone is using that, trying to use that to justify those things, it's like we can outgrow our evolutionary roots and do better, and all of that stuff is just so objectifying towards women. It's so offensive. It's so horrible. Grim. But there we are.
But anyways, I will let you move on.
All right. Well, nice to speak to you, and I'm glad you're back home safe. And good luck with all the house hunting-y stuff. Hope that's all panning out okay for you. And
take care.
Thank you for all your help on the channel as well. You are another awesome super mod. We do love you very much. So thank you, Annabella.
You're very welcome.
All right.
Bye.
Speak soon. Take care. Okie dokie. Right. We're still in TikTok land. We're going to bring it up Nietzsche's The One in just a second. We did have another guest on the YouTube side. I think it was Corey, but he dropped out. So YouTube queue is currently empty, apart from PBG, who we will get in after this next discussion with Nietzsche's The One. Hopefully that's all going to work. Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, that verse you showed is pretty interesting. I must have glossed over that one. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, isn't it?
Yeah, don't grab the nuts.
I see what you did there, John.
Sorry, couldn't help it.
It's solid.
Yeah. Well, welcome.
Like, what is even the context behind this verse? Like, do you know?
I think it's. I actually can't remember exactly what the context is, but there's a load of verses. Yeah. There are loads of verses around. It's
among the laws after the Exodus that was being passed down to the Israelites.
Yes, but it's which set of laws? So it's either there's a block of laws which are about violence and fighting and harm, like reparations you have to pay if you take out someone's eye and all of those. I think it's in that block of commandments, but I can't quite remember.
It says it wasn't only physically painful, but it was also deeply shameful, as it could damage the man's reproductive capacity and threaten his ability to father children and continue his family line.
Right.
It was serious back then.
Yeah, they were serious.
They
were serious.
I this is why I became very much not Christian, to say the least. Like, even if you read like Deuteronomy 22:28-30, it says,
"Oh, that's horrific."
If a man happens to meet a virgin, I don't even know if I can read this honestly.
Yeah.
If a man who meets a virgin is not pledged to be married and grapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her 50 shekels of silver.
Her father.
The young woman.
Her father.
What?
The money is paid to her father, not her. Yeah, and then she has to marry him.
Her father.
Yeah,
because you damage the property, you damage the goods. So you broke it, you bought it.
He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. A man is not to marry his father's wife. He must not dishonor his father's bed.
Yeah,
that's
horrific.
Genuinely terrible.
Oh, it's absolutely horrendous, and then that doesn't even get you to. It gets even worse when you look at the virginity test. It also Deuteronomy 22:13 about if everyone knows this one now. Suspects his new wife is not a virgin, then he has to pay a fine if he accuses her without merit. But if it turns out that her parents and family can't produce a a blood-stained blanket from the cloth from the consummation of the wedding, and she gets stoned to death. It's all horrific. The treatment of women in the Bible is unforgivable.
I love it when like Christians say, "Oh my God, look at the Quran. Look how terrible they treat women." And I was like, "Have you read the Bible?"
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Yeah. Was there a particular point you wanted to make other than agreeing about the horrific Deuteronomy laws?
I did want to ask you, like, why did you guys turn away from the faith? Like, just because of bad scripture, or was it for like philosophical reasons, or
what's
like
interesting?
evidence?
Without telling the whole story again, because we went into it in quite a lot of detail on the previous live, so you could watch that if you want to, but it's on YouTube. But in a nutshell, I've never been a theist for one day of my life ever. It's always struck me as ridiculous nonsense, even when I was a kid. Yeah, and
Even
then
when you were a child.
Yeah, even when I was a child, never believed for one moment. All credit to my parents for not filling my brain with garbage as a child.
Were your parents atheists?
They were. I think they were. Yeah, I think they were sort of.
Oh well, I mean that would explain it.
But they were not. Yeah, they were, but they weren't sort of evangelical or particularly committed to it. It just wasn't really discussed. It just wasn't really a thing, and so I just didn't have any nonsense put in my head as a child. And I was able to figure things out for myself, which I did pretty quickly. And it was like, okay, this is all just nonsense. I put God belief in the same bucket as, the tooth fairy, which I also never believed in, pretty early. So I've never believed. So I didn't have a moment of turning away from it. Sean has a different story, but we tell it quite often here.
What is Sean's story?
No, it's all right. Long story short, I did at some point I did some introspection and realized Christianity didn't really add up, and then I believed in a vanilla God for a while, and later I realized I didn't have a good reason to believe that either. That's the very short version of the story.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's basically the conclusion I came to. Like, I believed it for 17 years.
Right.
And because that's just what I grew up with. I just grew up in a Christian household. And then I actually grew some critical thinking skills, which is rare in Christianity. And I read the Bible. And
that'll do it.
This is horrific.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then it just I didn't buy the apologist responses at all. Like, this was a different time, and that this was permissible back then. Like women being raped in slavery and burning villages down and taking the children and doing whatever you want with them in Numbers 31, 17-18.
Yep.
And it really turned me off also just the philosophical side. Like, I figured out that I don't really need a God for my morals because I grew up thinking like, atheists are demons and that they're devil worshippers, which is a load of nonsense.
Yeah,
we don't even believe in the devil.
Of course. Yeah, completely silly. Well, it sounds like your thinking is completely right, and you're on the, you found your way out, which is fantastic, and you're obviously thinking, you've obviously thought about it, and it's good. More people like you. Nietzsche's the one. Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah, what would you like? Why do you like? I know a lot of Christians are still aware of these verses, and why do you think they still remain Christian? Like, even if they're aware of the context and the just sheer violence on these verses.
Because people need to, more than anything else, people need to belong, and for many people, their religious identity is a core part of who they are and their family, and it doesn't even occur to many people to leave. And if they've been strongly indoctrinated and they haven't been through the same intellectual journey as you've been through, to many of them, they remain believers because they remain convinced, and they are able to twist themselves into all sorts of incredible shapes to make moral sense out of this stuff, as a couple of callers tonight have done. And as we often see here, and that's just what they do. They're able to justify it to themselves and others, and they think they're saved, and they think it's all going to be good, and it all makes some sort of sense to them. And I try to respond to that by seeing them as victims rather than as bad people. They have been brainwashed, and many of the people in our community were those people at one point.
Yeah, like what would you say, like educated, like Christian apologists, like William Lane Craig and Wesley Huss.
Yeah,
they are the most articulate at giving bad arguments. That's it. No, I mean,
really?
when you break an argument down to concepts, so you have a concept. The concept is either sound or it's unsound. You can articulate it in a very sophisticated way or convincing way or what have you. But if the idea itself is flawed, it's still flawed. But it does become more persuasive. I think John is very good at articulating ideas. I just happen to think that they are good ideas. But, communication style can be elevated, it can be lowered, but it's the ideas themselves that matter. And I think they have bad ideas and bad concepts. Flawed concepts, I should say.
Yeah, like I remember this one argument. It was like William Lane Craig, he was responding to God commanding one of the villages being burnt down in Joshua. And Alex O'Connor was pressuring him on this, and it was like, William Lane Craig said in response, "Oh, well, it's good that God commanded that because all those children are sent into the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
And they get to live for eternity in paradise now because God, everything God did is good." Inherently.
Yeah, and we've heard ordinary Joes, maybe actually even today, make that sort of argument.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're in heaven now, and it's just as flawed when a regular Joe says it, or Jane, or William Lane Craig says it with some fancier words. The idea is still bad.
Sean nailed it. It very, very eloquently. It's a very eloquent and polished delivery of poor ideas. And I heard a lovely saying once, which was, "You can't polish a turd, but you can roll it in glitter." So, that's how I think about those things. Right?
I actually like that.
Yeah. That's how they're turds rolled in glitter. That's what they are. They're shit on the inside, and they're all beautifully packaged and presented on the outside. And it doesn't take long.
Yeah, I remember.
There was a Sean Pond in the YouTube chat has just said, "Just watch what Hitch did to that moron Craig." I mean, Hitchens didn't spare him. He savaged him, and there wasn't much left of him afterwards.
Yeah. He was a great debater.
He was
hitch slap. Yeah.
He hitch slapped him. Yeah, dude, we're going to move it on because I want to get Corey in on the YouTube side. He's been waiting for ages. But thanks for coming up to say hello. Really appreciate it. All right, man. Take it easy.
See ya.
Thanks. Take care. Okay, as promised, we are going to bring in Corey right now. Hopefully this all works nicely. Hey, Corey. How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm about to disprove everything you've said this entire stream, man.
Oh, I'm excited. Go for it.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I thought you were serious. I'm here for it.
No, I've been here once before, about a month or so ago.
Right.
I don't. My thought of topic is when people say, "Oh, I don't believe the Bible; it's fairy tales." I don't really. It's not fairy tales. It's purposeful, and it's horrible, but it's purposeful. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts on why was this so concentrated and put together? You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
why was this put together?
This was a cult that sprang up around a charismatic religious leader of a small band of people who got himself killed for saying the wrong things and annoying the Romans and annoying the people, you know, around who were enforcing the laws. He broke blasphemy laws. He obviously he made himself a target and he got himself killed. And there was obviously a very small but very committed band of followers who were heartbroken about this. And it seems like, and we can only guess about this, but it seems like they were so heartbroken about the fact that their guy had been nailed to a piece of wood that they talked themselves into believing, or they were led to believe, or an imposter came, or whatever the circumstances are. Some of them ended up believing that they had seen him afterwards. And you have to take the context of this is a situation where it was a highly superstitious culture. It was pre-scientific. It was largely illiterate. And it's easy to see how these kind of stories could spread by word of mouth for decades. And you know how it is when stories spread. They don't get smaller. When stories spread, they get bigger. And they get elaborated and they get built on. And then one story sparks another story. And before you know it, there's a whole kind of cultural moment happening. It seems to me that that's what happened. And it was just luck that after, you know, this thing built up to be big enough that some first century people wrote about it. I think, or Tacitus, I think, was writing about 100 years later, maybe. Someone might correct me on that, but he wrote about, you know, the presence of these Christians. And then you get in the 4th century, you get people like Eusebius, who was a bishop who was known to push this religion, and it just ended up by luck being taken up by Constantine and becoming the official religion of the empire. And had that not happened, it would have died away like all the other little personality cults of its day. It's just there was a lot of luck involved, and that's, I think, all we can say about it. It's just a weird thing that it happened. But this is a cult. It's just a cult that happens to have been spectacularly successful in attracting members and gaining financial and political power over the last, you know, couple of thousand years.
Yeah. And then when you implicate that you'll burn alive forever if you don't join this cult, and then somehow that people believe that, I guess that was the I don't know, burning alive, like everyone who, like, even in Mark, I think it's maybe Matthew chapter 7, you know, there are a few who find the way, which means most people who ever lived burn alive forever. And you get people to believe that. It's just such
powerful.
Poison. It's just horrible.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
It's horrific. It's horrific. Yeah. And they worked out. It was like the marketing job on this was absolutely top tier, because the marketing job was tell people they're going to be punished forever if they don't get with the program. Like, what an absolute genius stroke! At least in the Hebrew Bible, when God was finished smiting you,
you might even call it.
You were done.
You might even call it evil.
I would call it evil. I think it's I think it's an absolutely disgusting, immoral preachment to tell people that if they don't find themselves convinced of the right things, that they're going to be eternally punished. But it's been spectacularly successful, and we see the evidence of that in these lives every time we do one. You know, people coming in either nursing the injuries they've had or still in it.
Every Christian that comes on to your show is an absolute idiot. Now, not every Christian is an idiot. I will. That's, you know, they're really not, because I know a lot. But just so many of them are contentious, angry, spiteful, jerks, assholes. And it's like Christianity foments this type of attitude to so many to so many people of just.
It does seem to.
I just wish the world was different, I guess.
Yeah, me too, and it is, maybe it's just, maybe there's a selection bias here, that maybe I'm sure that if I were to randomly sample 100 self-identified Christians from the whole population, we wouldn't find quite as many, let's say, disagreeable people as perhaps we find here. But maybe it's the fact that I'm online saying things that certain people find triggering or offensive or whatever. Maybe that creates a selection funnel where the kind of people who are going to come in and choose to engage with us on this are the people who have those kind of character traits. We're not going to get, Auntie Doris, who's just finished baking the apple pie, coming up. That maybe is a bit less likely.
That's a thought that I've had, is like, the Bible clearly says most people don't make it. So it's like all these nice little grandmothers, most of them are going to burn alive forever. That's what like, when you really break everything down, it's like all of these nice people you knew in your life, most likely they're going to be burned alive forever, according to Christianity. And it's like, you can't make people see that way.
Even more so in countries where Christianity is not the prevailing religion. There's a lot of countries where Christianity is practically non-existent. With a lot of great, good people, the good grandmothers, like you said, they're not going to make it because they were born and raised into the wrong religion.
Or they're in the right religion, but they just made the wrong decision on which denomination to be in. Like, there's 30,000 denominations.
Yeah.
And it's like, we have a book that tells us the exact truth of life, and that all these good faith people have dissected it to where there's 30,000 different divisions. How is that book clear at all? How is that the truth of everything? I mean, it's heartbreaking, man. Like, it, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so sad that the world we live in has been condensed into this thing where you have to have a blood sacrifice, and you don't understand what the blood sacrifice really meant. And then, I hope you chisel down to the exact interpretation that you're supposed to find. And it's like, we only have such a short time on this earth, and you have to decide this basically by the time you're 20 or whatever. And it's like, that's not fair. That's not love. That's not just. That's awful.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And then on top of it, we have, our core thesis here is that you can't just decide. It's not like if someone said you have to decide which sports team to support, and you have to pick the right one. Well, you can decide which team to support. That's an action you can take freely. But you can't take the action of finding something convincing. If you don't find it convincing, you don't find it convincing. At that point, all you can do is lie about it and pretend you believe it. Or what can you do, right? You can't force your mind to be convinced by something, which is why the whole belief-based salvation thing is morally incoherent. It's nonsense. It's just complete wreck morally. And I'm never going to get tired of saying it, because telling people that if they don't find themselves convinced by the correct thing, they deserve punishment is abuse. It's cruel, it's terrible, it's unforgivable. We're not having it anymore.
I wish I could explain it better, but I mean, I'll let you go, because it's better to have people who disagree than just people who come on here and agree and blah, blah, blah with you, but.
Well, good to see you again.
All right.
Hi, Corey.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I did remember Corey, and once he started speaking, it was nice to see him again, and I hope he's doing all right. Okay, let's just do that to get rid of that, and that will all be good. Another message from Drew, Super Chat says, the Old Testament morality works only if you can establish that everyone except your own community are subhumans And that's exactly right. That's exactly how it works. So even like the commandment to like love thy neighbor, that's not all neighbors. That's just like your fellow Hebrews, right? Like if your neighbor, if by neighbor we mean, you know, the person from a different tribe who was a slave that you bought somewhere, well, you don't have to love them. You don't need to give that person love. That person just is your property that you can pass on to your kids, and they're not going to get paid for what they do. They're not going to get a life of freedom. They don't get to live the life they want to live. That's not love at all. And that kind of thing is only possible, as you say, when other people are not really seen as people. And that's a pretty consistent strain in the Old Testament, is the othering of people who aren't in the right tribe. And God is a really big fan of that too. You know, sends Israel out to basically ethnically cleanse the land that he wants for them, with specific instructions given to them to not leave any survivors, to just, you know, show no mercy, make sure no one is left. And that's what happens when you look at other human beings as not being human beings. We are going to bring in our very good friend Icepic. I'm so sorry, PVG. I keep on seeing you there and going, I'll just get him in next. But I promise I'll get you in, PVG, after we speak to Icepic, who we haven't spoken to for a while, but who's also a fantastic supporter of the channel and a good friend. How you doing,
Hello,
Ice?
gentlemen.
Hey, how are you?
Icepic, how you doing?
Same old shit, different day for me. You guys are doing awesome. Again, appreciate your guys'
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Pamela requested I come up because she wanted to hear my voice. So, hi, Pam. Here you go.
Everybody loves your voice because it's wonderful. I don't blame anyone.
I won't take up too much of your time. I'll leave with a joke. This is a joke that my son told me. He came home from school. He was, I think, 13 or 14, and he was so excited and so proud to tell me this joke. And it was so good that I remembered it. So here we go. So a dad is sitting on the couch watching TV, drinking a beer. His son comes up to him and says, "Hey, Dad, can I have a sip of your beer?" The dad looks at his son and he goes, "Can you touch your asshole with your dick?" And the kid says, "No." And he goes, "Well, then there's your answer." The next day, the kid's sitting on the couch drinking a soda. And the dad comes up and says, "Hey, son, can I get a sip of your soda?" And the son looks at his dad. He goes, "Can you touch your asshole with your dick?" And the dad goes, "Well, yeah." And the son said, "Well, then go fuck yourself."
That's good.
All right, guys.
Very
You
good.
guys have a good
Nice.
That was a perfect demonstration of your voice. I can't think of any better use for it. That's fantastic. I love that. Brilliant. Thanks,
All right,
Ice.
take care, guys. Keep up the good work.
Thanks,
All right.
buddy.
Have
All
a
the
good
best.
one.
Oh, that's excellent. Very, very good indeed. Love that. Okay, as promised, we are going to bring in the super, super patient PVG, who actually requested up before the show even started. So hopefully this is going to work, because we have had some audio issues before, but hopefully it's going to be all right. Let's see what happens. PVG, you're in, my friend. Are you there? Come on. Oh, no. Talk about a big build-up. I see you're muted, though, at the moment.
PVG.
Let's have a look. We've just been messaging. There we go. There you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome.
I was all right. I was not in a hurry. I was enjoying the whole show.
Excellent.
Playing the bingo and everything. Is my voice crackling now?
No, it's actually not crackling now. I'm very, very happy to report your voice is crystal clear, no crackle, and so I'm very, very overjoyed about that. So, welcome in.
Because I'm using my laptop, not the phone.
There you go.
So yeah, it was a very good session, actually. I mean, there's a lot to add. I had some things to add about an evil god and what Hinduism and what Buddhism says about a deity or deities, you know. And when I came across that mystic caller, she was like, God is beyond good or evil. And that appeal is something that's commonly used here. Whether you're talking about the myths where, gods do cannibalism, gods eat other, apparently they ate the tyrants, sometimes they even ate the innocent people, and sometimes they, ask their devotees to sacrifice a loved one for them so they can consume more. And then the way the people defend that in modern times is that, oh no, they were just eating the wrong people, they were only killing the bad people. For example, Kali is such a popular goddess that people use for tantra and all that, new age tantra in the West. And if you look at what Kali or even Shiva does, is like they do a lot of cannibalism. They've done a lot of cannibalism because the thing with the Vedas is that the Vedic system came into India after the farming community migrated from the Indo-Iranid regions, Indo-European, sort of like the steep or Caucasus Mountains. And that's where the Aryan theory came from, and Hitler took it up and used the swastika and all that.
Right.
But and at that time, you had a lot of animists in the Indian subcontinent. Genetically, we call them AASI, Ancestral South Indians, but they're not exactly South Indians. But then their genes seem to be concentrated more in South India. And those people were, descendant of the first wave of the multiple waves of African migration that landed in the Indian subcontinent. And they had phallic worship, vaginal worship, and lots of animist practices. Right. So eventually, the phallic worship, and if you look at the Rig Veda, which is the first ever Veda written around 1500 BC, you can see the conflict, the intergroup conflict between the Vedic Indo-Aryans and then the indigenous hunter-gatherer tribes, who they referred to as the Dasya or Dasyus or Dasas. And they're explicitly written in the text saying that they are dark-skinned people, savages, and they can only be slaves. And eventually they dehumanized them by shaping myths where demons were shaped in their image. So if you look at all the demons in Hindu myths, they'll have dark skin, and they'll have skulls, and they have sort of like the animist, very, very descriptive of what the Rig Veda says about the Dasyu people. And eventually, during the Puranic times, which was the classical Indian period around 2nd century CE, 2nd century BC and onwards, these cultures mixed. And that's when the phallic worship, but the phallic god mixed with the Vedic god and became Shiva. So it's kind of like they had to mix the culture, and then anthropologically speaking, they had to justify all the, human sacrifices that had happened in the past, right, amongst the animist hunter groups. So they started, writing, God is beyond, it's neither good or evil. So we are very limited. We cannot comprehend that. It's neutral. It's some sort of a naturalistic figure that does what it needs to do, and we can't judge that based on our morality of good and evil. And also another thing I've seen is that even in the Bhagavad Gita, what it says is that if you question why reality is so full of pain and suffering, and why there's so much inequality and all that, what they say is that it's all a game, and the game is choreographed by God, and we are here just to play our role. Like imagine it's a coliseum or a stage, and we're all actors, and God literally devised that coliseum or the stage for his or her own pleasure viewing. And that's exactly how it kind of puts in. It's not even conservative about it. It explicitly says, why are there good people? Because it says that God creates good people, God creates bad people, knowing that these people will be good and these people will be bad. So in spite of all these theists arguing that there is free will, if you look at most of their, even if it's the Bible or the Hindu texts, it says that God doesn't give you free will. It's very deterministic how God choreographs or plans everything. And the God creates you, and God knows what you're going to do. Because if you look at the Mahabharata, all the bad guys, apparently Krishna knew what they were going to do because they were meant to do that. And all the demons in the myths, they were actually sent down as a curse by the god to be born as demons and do tyranny and literally kill people and do tyrannical things. So it's literally too deterministic, and God was the director or the architect of this deterministic reality, and everything is just for his or her viewing pleasure. How sadistic is that?
It sounds horrific. Yeah, it sounds absolutely horrible.
It's like, why am I suffering for someone's viewing pleasure? That's literally what psychopathy is. And
yeah, reminds me of Book of Job.
Book of Job?
Of Job.
Oh, Book of Job, in the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean,
completely screwing someone over for a bet, just to see.
I think. Do you remember the Arab scholar, the biologist that I believe? He comes and he's an expert in the Quran, isn't he?
Oh, Ems, yeah.
Videos and
Ems.
Yeah, and I remember you guys were talking to another Arabic Muslim, and he was constantly using arbitrary metaphors, saying that, which was totally unrelated. And Ems was trying to read this verse, and Ems was reciting that in Arabic, and he said it literally says you don't have free will for faith.
Yeah,
Allah actually has to bless you to believe in Him. You can't believe in Allah unless He wills it.
That's right.
If He sends you, creates you, so it's like that's quite contradictory. Your God is too deterministic. There is no free will, and it's the same thing with Hinduism, or even if you talk about the shamanic belief, which is like Buddhism and Sikhism. They say we don't believe in a God or a soul, but they believe in karma and dharma. And they believe that there's this wheel of dharma that is deterministically, God determining everything. So they just take the God out of picture, and then you have some sort of like a mysterious process, esoteric process that does everything in the place of God. It's equally worse, and they're very unapologetic in saying that they do it, they're bad, and we're here just for their viewing pleasure. And then so we have to understand, and we have to find out what our deterministic rule or fate or destiny is, and we have to abide by that.
Yeah,
that looks like slavery to me. I mean,
it's horrendous, absolutely horrendous.
So contradictory.
Yeah,
and trust me, I have a lot of family members, push this on me, and I know this person called Satya Sai Baba.
Yeah.
So not my own parents, but my aunt was very much into him.
Wow, he had over a million. He had over a million like disciples or followers.
I remember going to Kodaikanal, which is like the Nilgiris, which is like a hill station down south of India, and he comes there often, or once in a year or something. And I was like a 10-year-old kid, and I was wearing shorts and a shirt. Sort of like a three-fourth of a pant, and the guy there, you have to only wear a shirt and a pant that's white, and if you wear anything else that remotely screams casual wear, and they're like, "Oh, what are you wearing?" I'm just a 10-year-old kid, and they're really admonishing me at the gate, saying you're not wearing appropriate wear, and I'm a 10-year-old boy wearing a t-shirt and like a three-fourth of the three-fourth of a pant, like the shorts. It was quite nice. It was comfortable for me, and they were literally saying, and it was a jumper because it was quite cold up in the hills, and they were so annoyed by that. And he comes out, and eventually, as he was getting old, he comes out in a wheelchair, and people give him all letters saying that these are a request. Please read it and do your miracles. And if you look at the miracles, all he does is magic tricks.
Yeah, I know. He legit does magic tricks. Yeah.
Magic tricks. And if you look at all the videos that came after, people who have deconstructed it, rationalists in India, the rationalists in India are minorities. They're underground because they're not very popular. They don't have a ground to stand on.
Yeah.
So there are these, a lot of rationalists who have deconstructed his video. And all he does is that, when he says that he's regurgitating a statue of a Shiva or lingam or the phallus or whatever, like the lingam is actually the phallus of Shiva. It's quite ridiculous, but anyway. So he apparently he regurgitates all these small god figurines, like an action figure, and he gives it to people and say, look, I am miraculous and I'm God. And literally the video shows him just like there was an angle where he just chokes out some saliva and some sort of a liquid.
Oh,
and
lovely.
He just takes the figurine from a bad trick that was a clumsy trick where he took it from behind him and then put it in the towel. And we could see it from the camera, and they used this video to deconstruct it. And it's literally just that's all he was. He was a big scammer. And he had actually killed his own servant with a gun in the 70s. And that became a huge scandal. However, because he had so much power and so much authority in the state of Andhra Pradesh, what happened was the police were bought out, and the servant or whoever he killed, shot in his pretty much in his room, was lying in a puddle of blood. And they all said that it was a mysterious murder. No one knows who killed them. Literally, there's a dead body in his bedroom.
That's wild.
And then it was completely brushed under the carpet. And there were these Americans, white. There were a lot of white foreigners who come and who are quite crazy about him, right? He actually, these parents who are into him, like, God give us. He was giving them so much money, and he was giving them gold chains and everything. And they had at that time they had about a 10-year-old boy, and he was sexually assaulting this. Oh, sorry,
that's horrendous.
He was raping this boy.
Yeah, that's horrendous.
And he was and they
PVG?
used this, and he came out when he was. Yep.
He is a horrendous man, and we can just sum it up by saying he had over 1 million followers who all accepted his claim of being a god man. It's completely ridiculous. If you'll forgive me, I'm going to move it on because we've got a couple of other people waiting, and I appreciate that.
God is evil, pretty much. That's exactly what I just want to share.
It's madness, absolute madness.
Thanks, I'll just sit down and I'll observe.
Thanks, friend. All the best. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Thanks. Okie dokie. We are going to bring in Leo Blanton on the TikTok side. And welcome, Leo. Thank you for your patience. Hey, how you doing?
How's it going, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Or sir, I should say.
That's all right. Buddy's fine. Or just anything like that. Or just hey you or anything like that. How are you?
All right. I'm doing good, man. Doing great. God is good.
Good. Well, it sounds like we might have a difference of opinion because we don't think that God is good. So which God do you believe in?
Yeah, I mean, it seems so. I believe in the triune God, the Catholic God.
Okay, yeah.
I believe it's the only true God, so yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. So do you think that everything that God does is good?
Yes, not to be confused with like everything in creation is good.
Right, but everything
Yes.
everything that God either commands or does himself is good.
Yes, definitionally.
Okay, so do you think God is changing? Do you think God's nature changes over time?
This is a good question. I don't believe his nature changes over time. No.
Okay.
No, sir.
All right. So that's an interesting situation. So if we look at this verse in Leviticus where God says that he's basically saying that men shouldn't lie with other men, as it's an abomination. And then just a little bit later on, he clarifies that if a man does lie with another man, then both of them have committed an abomination and should be put to death.
Yes.
Does this strike you as ethical?
It's hard to say. I don't think it is ethical, but I think it's important to see what covenant applies to us now. So as you obviously know, that would be the old covenant, and I believe that when Jesus came, he established. Yeah, go ahead.
I know that you said that. Let's agree for a moment. I mean, I don't agree for 1 second actually that Jesus coming got rid of the old laws. In Matthew 5:17, he explicitly said that he was there to fulfill the old laws and not abolish them, and that not one word would change until heaven and earth, were not here any longer. But let's imagine we grant it, because I don't want us to get distracted in the conversation. So let's imagine, let's just pretend for the conversation that Jesus came along and said, I did a terrible whoopsie with those old laws. They don't count anymore. It would still be the case that for 1,000 years, people were being stoned to death for who they loved. And the reason why I asked you if God was changing was, if he said that it was an abomination then he probably thinks it's an abomination now. And it's a horrible thing to have done. It strikes me as being incredibly cruel and nasty and horrible, and lest I say even evil, to demand that people are murdered just because of who they love.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think every sin kills you, like, it doesn't matter what sin it is, but the reward for any sin is death. But I definitely think...
But that's not true.
Let me just kind of address that point.
So if I steal a pack of gum, is it moral to stone me to death for stealing a pack of gum?
It's not what I said there.
Well, you said every sin. So John had asked you if it's moral to stone people to death for who they love. You said the price of every sin is death. Now I'm applying it to another sin, stealing a pack of gum. Would it be moral to stone me to death for stealing a pack of gum? I'm interested in your answer to that. And then circling back, is it moral to stone people to death for who they love?
Can I answer that question with a question?
Sure. No.
So, like, do you believe, like, for example, the capital punishment is like righteous in any situation? Like, let's say a rapist rapes like 5 women. Do you think that's what should be the punishment for that person?
No, I don't.
No, I don't. But that's we're not asking you about those cases, because I think someone could be reasonable in disagreeing with me that, for example, a serial killer should receive whatever. That's a separate discussion. However, let's leave it with a question. Do you think it's moral to stone people to death for loving somebody of the same sex?
Obviously, the answer is going to be no in the 21st century. But back then, it was different, man. You had slavery, you had all these things. I mean,
that makes it worse. That makes it worse, because God commanded the slavery too. So the question is, it's too easy to say, I don't think it's moral now, but back then things were different. Because that implies that the God you worship restricted his legislation to fit in with the norms of the culture of the time. And that is patently ridiculous. This is the sovereign creator of all reality in the universe, telling people what he wants them to do and how he thinks they should behave, right? So when he commanded this, was he being ethical?
Yes.
He was.
But what I kind of wanted to bring up, and I guess we kind of glossed over it, was the new covenant. So that would be my answer to it, is the new covenant. I know you said, you don't think... But I would bring up Gospel of Luke 22:20.
The new covenant's not going to help you here, because let's imagine. Well, no, it's not, because as I said, I'm prepared to grant, even though I don't accept it, for the purpose of this argument, I'm prepared to grant that Jesus came along and changed things to make them better and got rid of stuff. That doesn't get him off the hook for having done it in the first place. If I beat my child in the morning with a hammer, and then in the afternoon I take him to the park for an ice cream, and I'm really nice to him,
it doesn't make it better.
It doesn't make me Father of the Year. So my question is really, I mean, you did answer it, and it's an appalling answer. So my question was it ethical for God to demand that people be killed by their members of their own community for who they loved and how they expressed that? And your answer was yes. That's a tragedy to hear you say that. It's an absolute tragedy, because You're endorsing.
it is easy. It's easy to like.
You're endorsing
take the high
cruelty.
ground.
You're endorsing some of the worst behavior that it's possible for humans to do, which is to victimize other people for who they are and what they are. It's terrible, and you recognize it's bad now. So
because
in your
we have different perspectives on this, sir. I mean, you know that like you think being gay is something like you're born with or whatever, but like I just don't see
It's
it that way.
irrelevant.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
it's a
irrelevant.
choice.
It's not a
There's
choice.
two
It's not a
different
choice.
things.
It's not a choice.
I mean, okay, so choose to be sexually aroused by men. Can you do it?
But the thing is, even
It's
if
not relevant. I get
even
it,
if it
but
is a choice, it isn't a choice, and it's a profoundly ignorant statement to make that it's a choice. Really profoundly ignorant. It's not a different of a perspective. It's one of us being connected to reality and one of us being fucking clueless. But even if it was a choice, it would still be an absolutely horrific act of barbarism to murder people for making that choice. It doesn't hurt anyone. If two men want to love each other, that's not hurting anyone. What is the moral logic of executing them for it?
So, for example, when the Greeks would lie with children, right?
We're not
No
talking
one
about
said that was
children.
bad.
We're not talking about children. When two men want to love each other, what's the moral logic for murdering them for doing that? Make a case.
Well, we don't
make
see
a case.
Christians- Yeah, we don't see Christians doing it today.
No, make a case for the fact that the God you worship demanded that this be done, and for thousands of years, for 1,000 years at least, it was, and it's still done now all over the world in places where in, for example, in certain African nations where homosexuality is a capital crime, or at least a prisonable offence, if not that. Make a case for why it was ethical to do that.
Yeah, I'll make the case if you want, 100%. But
go on then.
Okay, you want me to just do it right now?
Yep.
Okay, because it says when God created man, Adam and Eve, they created them for women to lie with men and men to lie with women. And if you go against that, it's an abomination for God because it's going against nature.
That's not making an ethical case. That's just pleading to your book. That's pleading to a book of fairy tales to say that it's okay to violently discriminate against people. That's not, and you haven't made an ethical
tell
case.
Me why murder is wrong, objectively.
Well, that's changing the subject. I'm not going to pivot away from this.
Because it's the same. I don't want to pivot, sir.
No, well, murder is wrong. It's not saying objectively. I don't think it's
like
wrong.
lying
But
with a kid, for example.
subjectively, I think that murder is wrong because it causes harm. And for a man to have sex with a child is wrong because the child is not capable of giving consent, and it's an act of violence in that sense. But for two men to be with each other is not an act of violence. It's not an abrogation of anybody's free will. It doesn't cause any harm to anybody. It just offends people's religious... It doesn't. It just offends religious sensibilities. What harm does it do?
Yeah.
What harm does it cause?
It's an abomination of God. I mean,
what harm does it cause?
It causes you to go to hell, sir.
What harm does it cause to anyone else?
Because it hurts the family of the people. It hurts your family, especially back then. I mean, you affect.
You're just projecting your own homophobic views and the homophobic views of that society, which you're legitimizing. It's disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself for what you're saying.
Okay.
You should really be ashamed of yourself, Leo.
All right. So my question is, like, do you believe in objective? Because I'm trying to get a perspective where you come from. I have no idea. Do you believe in like objective morality or
no? I don't. But I don't think that I'm ready to pivot away from your disgusting homophobia. Can we stay on that for a bit longer?
Sure, man.
Yeah, I think that you should really think about this. It's so inhumane. There are people who struggle in life because they're gay and they're same-sex attracted, and they're not capable of just deciding to start fancying women because you think they ought to. It's so disgustingly lacking in compassion for those people, for you to so casually declare that the capital punishment that your book indicates for them is righteous and moral. I'm urging you to stop and think about that. How horrible that is. How horrible a person it makes you to take that position. It makes you a terrible person, Leo, to say these things. What you should be saying is, yes, I feel the discomfort of that. I cannot begin to understand why anyone would support this. It troubles me greatly. That's what I was hoping we might hear.
First part. I agree with the first part, and I mean, I would say that I don't like. I see the discomfort in it, obviously, but the second part, like I'm saying, you don't understand why people would. I've seen societies, come to certain conclusions. For example, that Jews are horrible. Like societies come to those conclusions.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying all the time.
People say ignorant shit all the time. Don't be one of them. You don't have to. You sound quite young, Leo. If I may ask, how old are you?
Yes, sir. I'm 18. I sound young because I was born September 12th, 2007.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure. You're 18. No, you're young enough to not make this become the person you're going to be. I'm appealing to your humanity to stop and think about this. Don't be a brainwashed religious bigot. You have a choice in your life. You can be one or you can do better. The world doesn't need any more.
So bigotry that's based on religious beliefs doesn't cease being bigotry.
I get that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir. Okay.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I try to be as open as possible, sir. I wasn't always Christian. And I obviously see problems with what Christians do. Like I'm not one of those people that are like defends everything Christians do. But I just, from what I've seen and from the arguments I've seen on both sides, like I said, with the New Covenant, it was just a different time back then. Like you can't make a morality judgment like we do now because
you can.
You can, you are, but
and you must.
I don't think it's like valid.
You must.
Was slavery U.S. slavery in America in the 17 and 1800s, was that immoral?
Yes, and who abolished slavery? I mean, it was largely Christians. I'm sure you know the history.
I'm glad many Christians, not all, a lot of them adhered to the Bible. But I'm glad that those Christians did not listen to their Bibles, and I'm grateful for that. But that's not the point I'm making. The point is, I could just as easily argue, well, that was the culture back then and it was more understandable, or, I can make the same arguments, but we both agree, regardless of time, that slavery was bad. But then you'll make a cutout for religious reasons. Let's be honest about why there's a cutout. It doesn't have to do with sociological or historical context, anything like that. It's just because God said slavery was okay and they could do it. Now you're making a cutout for it being okay for that time, but you won't make a cutout for it also being the culture of the time, slavery in the USA in the 17 and 1800s.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but I don't think God. So I'm aware of the like passages and stuff, but I don't think he commanded slavery. I think he actually did the opposite, specifically with Jesus, obviously.
He
explicitly condoned it.
He condoned it. He didn't say you must have slaves. He didn't say you must have slaves. What he said was, here is how you do have slaves.
Exactly. I was going to say that.
But that's not a win. That's tragic.
It is.
It
makes more sense.
It doesn't make any sense. What he should have said was, don't own human beings as property. But instead of saying don't own human beings as property, he did two things. The first thing he did was he explained the laws for Hebrews to own fellow Hebrews under indentured servitude. You know what that means, right? They could work off a debt.
Of course.
Right.
And they still have those.
And they were allowed to go free if they were men. After 6 years, they could go free. And then the next thing he did was he gave the specific laws for how to buy slaves and own them and keep them and pass them on to your kids. You know those verses, right?
Yes.
So for anyone who doesn't, just for the avoidance of doubt, because people sometimes haven't seen this stuff, I know that you have. So here we have Leviticus 25:44. As for the male and female slaves, this is when he's finished talking about the Hebrew slaves, and he said, they're not really your slaves, they're your fellow Hebrews. You can't treat them harshly. They're just there to work off a debt. And then he turns to, in the law, the people who you are allowed to own as equipment, as farm equipment, essentially human farm equipment. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it's from the nations around you. You may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you or have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So you can rule over, the people from other places with harshness, and you can beat them to death if you want to, as long as they don't die too quickly from their injuries, and you can pass them on to your kids like a nice dining table. Do you think that was okay? Are you going to make the same? Are you going to make the same argument here as the terrible position you took on men with other men, that it was like just a fact of the time and God had no choice but to allow it?
So slavery in the Old Testament was, like the guy was saying, it's indentured servitude. So it's also not like, and I'm sure you obviously know this, you're educated. It wasn't like chattel slavery, right?
It was. Obviously, what I just read to you was not indentured servitude. That's why I was at great pains to spell out for you the difference. The indentured servitude pertained to fellow Hebrews. Do you understand that?
Yeah, no, I'm saying they called it slavery, but it functioned a little more like
this functioned nothing at all like indentured servitude. Under indentured servitude, after 6 years or in the Jubilee year, people could go free if they were men, and they had certain protections that were not available to the slaves from other nations who were never allowed to go free at any point. They remained property forever for you to pass on to your children. That isn't indentured servitude. That's chattel slavery in every sense of the word.
Could never be freed, right?
They could. These guys were never freed. That's why it said you pass them on to your kids.
What about Exodus 21, 2-6?
That probably relates to the Hebrew slaves.
But I mean, if you buy, let me see, if you buy Hebrew, it says servant, but yeah.
Yeah, to the Hebrews.
For 6 years.
Yeah, that's the Hebrews. That's the Hebrews. That's the Hebrews. That's the indentured servitude that we're not worrying about. Pretty grim anyway, but we can see that as being categorically different to the non-Hebrews who did not benefit from any of those protections. They never ever got to go free, ever. And if they had any children while in slavery, their children were born slaves. Imagine being a baby and being born a slave, and then knowing that your entire life you're going to be owned by someone like a piece of farm equipment, never ever to be able to pursue a life of any freedom or self-determination ever. Don't you think that's horrible?
Horrible, man. Yeah.
Horrible. Your God,
of course,
your God permitted it, endorsed it, validated it, regulated it. It's disgusting.
He regulated it. I don't think he encouraged it though.
That's exactly what I've just read you. I've read you the verses allowing it.
He allowed it
because God obviously knew that people at the time would do it anyway.
Then why
were people killing anyway? Were people killing at the time?
Of course, brother.
Okay, so did God forbid killing?
Yes.
Okay, so how is that an argument for allowing slavery? Your argument was, well, people would have done it anyway. Well, people were killing anyway, but he could ban killing. He could also
ban murdering. Actually, I should correct myself. Okay. He banned murdering, not killing.
Well, got it. Fine. The same thing applies. There isn't a sin that hasn't always been done at some point before the commandments, during the commandments, and after the commandments. So the argument that, well, people would have done it anyway, isn't, well, first of all, that would make your God a weak God. But secondly, it applies to literally everything else. So it's not an argument.
But what if I were to say you can have slaves, but the Bible says to treat them well, and historically that didn't happen. That doesn't mean God is at fault.
It does. Not owning people. Is owning people as property immoral?
I think it's easy for us to say not owning people or whatever, especially in an American perspective. But I mean, even
any
today,
perspective. You can't
Can
say.
I give an example?
But before you do,
can I give Yeah,
you
go
can give
ahead.
an example, but before you do, like, you can't say just have slaves but treat them well. Treating someone well means not making them your property that you own for your whole life and their whole life, never able to live the life they want, never having the basic freedom that you have, that you take for granted. It's not okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's not okay to say, well, then maybe they got a square meal once a day. It's not okay.
Yeah, but brother,
it's terrible.
You know, most people didn't live with the freedoms we have. I mean, you guys, like I said, you're smart.
That's irrelevant.
Even people, but I'm saying, like, even voting, for example,
irrelevant.
voting rights are something that everyone.
How is that relevant?
Yeah, it is. It's relevant because it shows that people weren't living in the best conditions. Obviously,
that doesn't matter.
That doesn't make slavery okay. If slavery, okay. So then, what's your argument that it was okay?
I'm saying that it happened. He's not gonna go ahead to this society in the context and be like, "Hey guys, let's stop slavery completely." Like, you have to put it in context.
Why? Is he lame? Is he just like a shit middle manager, like a bureaucrat? He sounds like Mr. Bean. It just sounds lame. Like, if I was God,
doesn't Mr. Bean not talk?
If I was God, I would say, people don't own other people. I am your Lord. I am God, your Lord. Don't own other people fucking ever. That's what I'd say. I would make it absolutely unambiguous. You know, he went out of his way to tell people what haircuts they could have. Are you really expecting us to believe that the sovereign creator of the entire universe couldn't bring himself to figure out a way to tell people not to own other people as property and not to kill each other for ridiculous reasons? I mean, there are so many places we can go right now with you, Leo, and it's so distressing that you're going to come up with forgive me, but a bullshit argument for each one to justify why it's not a moral monstrosity. And with each one you do, you make yourself less of a person. You make yourself less morally credible and more morally damaged. And it's so heartbreaking to see someone at 18 so morally corrupted by indoctrination. And I'm going to say the same thing I said to you before. Stop. Don't be this person. Don't be don't be the person who defends slavery on the internet, because God just couldn't bring himself to say no, don't do it. That you should be better than that.
Do you know what the most logical explanation for these passages are, Leo? They were written by ancient, ordinary men with antiquated moral assessments and culture that was permissive to slavery without divine inspiration. That would explain it entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess maybe you guys are right, but we'll find out, obviously. But I don't know. Because obviously you're asking me probably the hardest question for any person that believes in any deity, which is a problem of evil. So I'm not going to give you guys a satisfying answer that will satisfy you guys. But
well, it's not quite the problem of evil, because the problem of evil is why does a good God permit evil? That's one that we have actually discussed earlier today. I'm bringing up something worse. This is why does he actually explicitly instruct it? He explicitly instructs it.
If he wouldn't, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
No, that's okay. So it's worse than allowing it. I mean, he's already on the hook for allowing bone cancer in babies. We're done. Bone cancer in babies, and we're done already. That's a problem. That's an unforgivable problem for me already. But before we even get there, and in some ways even worse, is the fact that this isn't just the problem of evil. This is him being evil. This is him actually condoning and telling and specifically instructing people to do things which are wrong. Do you think there are circumstances in which parents should kill their own children or have them killed, their own kids, their own children?
Of course not, but like abortionists would argue that it's okay.
No, not talking about unborn babies where there's a difference of rights and questions about where personhood is established and all of that. I'm talking about living human beings who walk around, who can speak and have autonomy and, are actual people. Is it okay for parents to organize to kill their own children?
And don't you think it's kind of interesting though? And I think you can recognize this if you're honest. How like you just said, they're not really human. It's kind of like
we're not talking about
back then to slaves.
We're not talking about that right now. I'm asking you a question.
No, I know, but let me get this out. Kind of how they did back then with slaves, where they were like, "Oh, but they're not really humans, so they don't deserve those rights."
Well,
so it seems like the same logic.
No, it's not the same logic at all, because slaves were unambiguously human people who had already been born and who had autonomy. And we're not going to get drawn into the. It's a much more complex question. Abortion rights is a much more complex question, and I won't have you suggest for one moment that they exist on the same level as the autonomy and rights of people who are made slaves. Would be an idiotic argument, which we're not going to have. So I'm going to bring it back to the question I asked you. Is it okay for parents to organize to have their own children killed?
No.
Right. Why is it not okay?
Because parents should protect their children, not kill them, sir.
Should they protect them all the time or just some of the time?
They should probably protect them all the time when they have the ability to, but
I agree.
Including in their bellies.
I agree that parents should protect their children. So let's have a look at this verse where God is giving his rules for exactly what parents need to do with their children if they're a little rebellious. This is in Deuteronomy 21:18. And this is another one of God's laws, right? Now, this is not something that he's just allowing people to get on with. This is God telling people what to do. So if someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father and mother, who doesn't heed them when they discipline him, then his father and mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his town at the gate of that place. They shall say, "This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He's a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death." So there's an instance of parents under the rule of God being obligated to arrange to have their rebellious sons killed by the men of the town. All the men of the town, the women are excused this duty, but it falls on the men to go and kill this young guy because, he's been a bit rebellious. Now, I don't know if you've been rebellious. You sound to me like you're probably quite a well-behaved 18-year-old, but quite a lot of 18.
You don't know.
Well, I don't know, but maybe you're not. Maybe you have your moments of pushing boundaries and experimenting, and I think you should.
Yes,
I think that's part of being 18. I think that's a normal part of being 18 is that you piss your parents off occasionally. You push some boundaries and there's some negotiation and some wiggle room and everyone's trying to figure out where those lines are and the power dynamics in the relationship are changing and you're not in minor anymore and all of that stuff. I think it would be pretty uncool for your parents to have you stoned to death for just being a normal teenager, right? And I think it's an absolute travesty that God here is commanding people to kill their children for such behavior. I think it's absolutely disgusting. And your appeal to this will be, well, maybe that was what needed to happen back then. But parents didn't love their children any less back then. And children weren't any less deserving of the protection and love of their parents back then than they are now, right?
And yes, but I don't think classifying them as children is I think they're most likely adults because it does say drunkard and stuff.
It does,
like that.
but it also says, in that verse, not doing what their mom and dad say and won't be disciplined and not behaving. So we're assuming that's why I said 18, right? Like someone about your age, not children like minors. I'm not suggesting that this happened to 6-year-olds.
Got you.
But I'm still my parents' child now, even though I'm a fully grown adult. My parents said, if you ask my parents how many children they have, they would list me on the list, even though I'm not a child. I'm still their son. I'm still, so amenable for this. So I don't think this verse is very good. What do you think about it?
Yeah, man. So I think at face value, you're obviously going to be shocked at it and whatever, but I think, I'm repeating myself, but if you put it in context, so back then, as you know, parents had complete control. Their fathers had complete control of their their kids. And I think my priest did a talk about this, not about this exact one, but about punishment in general. And from my understanding from his sermon, it is more restricting what parents could do because they can't punish them privately. They can't kill their kids privately because they're disobeying. So if you read the verse, I think it's saying to bring them to the public authorities so they can judge him, the things he did.
So they can kill their kids. Listen to what you're defending. You're defending Leo, God telling people to have their children killed by the mob.
Do some honest introspection here. The only reason you are defending these things, like the slavery, everything we touched on, the stoning of their children and all of that, the only reason you're defending them is because they come from your Bible. I mean, don't you agree that that's the case? I don't say this to every Christian, but dude, you are better than your Bible.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm giving you credit here.
I see what you're saying. Obviously, I'm going to defend my Bible because it says that God is evil, and I don't think God is evil. But I wouldn't. I feel like I'm being intellectually honest. Maybe that's just my ignorance because of my age. But I don't know. Even when things aren't talking about the Bible, I often hear a lot of people critique, for example, the British Empire, right? For the things they did, the bad things they did. And I always try to tell people, they did those bad things, but you also have to look at all the good things they did and put it in context, right? Because if you don't, you're going to think the British Empire is the worst empire on earth. And I think it's a similar thing with the Bible.
I don't care about the context because there is no context that makes these things okay. There is no context.
We still call those things bad.
We still call them bad. We still call the things the British Empire did there bad, even if you might point to some other.
And the bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So appealing to the good things you think God might have done doesn't get him off the hook for telling people to kill their kids. I mean, the list of things we could show you now is long, and I suspect you probably know this, right? We haven't scratched the surface. I could show you another 50 instances where there are things like this, absolutely appalling, and things where if you didn't know they were in the Bible and I told you they were in the Quran, you'd probably go, "Man, that sucks. That's disgusting." And
it is, yeah.
Right. And then when you found out it was in the Bible, it would be awkward. And I have done that trick before. I don't really like to do it, but you get the point, right? These things are horrendous.
It's a different morality in the Quran, and I'm glad you brought this up because I love actually debating Muslims on a lot of these things, and I actually quote the Bible to show it. And I usually quote the part where it says if you raid a village and it's asking what because back then when they would raid the villages, they would take the women and they would marry them. And the Bible actually says, so in the Quran it says you can lay with women even if they are married. So the guy asks Muhammad "Hey Muhammad, we got all these women but they're married and we're feeling guilty about it." And then Muhammad says, "It's okay, even if they are married, they are your right hand possessions." And the Bible says something different. It says, I can get the verse if you want, but it's really interesting. It says, first they have to be unmarried, then you have to take them in, you have to shave their heads. And what's interesting is back then shaving your head was grieving.
I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this verse because you are now defending an even worse verse than any of the ones we've spoken about. So this is Deuteronomy 21. Okay, I want you to slow down now and think about what it is listen carefully to what it is you're defending.
What is it again? Deuteronomy?
It's 21:10. Okay, so I'm going to put it on the screen. In fact, I have put it on the screen. Okay, it says, "When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman who you desire and want to marry. And so you bring her home to your house, shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house for a full month, mourning for her father and mother, who you've probably just killed, by the way. You or your friends, right? This is a war that you've just been in. When you've been out to war, and God's granted you a victory, so you've probably slaughtered all the males in that place because that was what they were told to do. So she's mourning her father and mother who you've probably just killed. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. Now, what do you think go into her means?
Have sex with her.
Yeah. Is she required to give you consent for that?
I would say yes. But
where does it in this text say that her consent is required?
Let me read it. Hold up, let me put it like that.
Find me the line that says if she gives you permission. Take your time.
So when it says you may go to her and be her husband and she shall be your wife,
yeah,
doesn't that mean they're like getting married and it's consensual?
It's not consensual. So you get to have sex with her. Her consent is not required. And then after that...
But then it says you must not sell her or treat her
as
a slave.
So what this says is that, what this says is that if you change your mind and you don't like her, you have to let her go. That's not a high bar. That's not a
Then
moral...
you said you must not sell.
Yeah, you're not allowed to sell her as a slave. That's what it says. That's not a moral flex. Okay, so we're going to concentrate on this. I want you to just try and put yourself in the shoes of this poor young woman who may well have been a young girl because, as you say, in those days things were a little bit different. So this might have been someone of, say, 15 years old.
Yes.
Something like that. Okay, you and your
15,
buddies, 14, 15 years old, yeah. You and your buddies have gone to where she lives and killed her family. Okay, you've been victorious in war. So you've killed her family, and now you've taken her back to your house and forced her to shave her hair and cut her nails and given her 4 weeks to get over the fact that you and your friends killed her family. And then you think she's going to want to have sex with you?
Probably not.
Probably not. But you're entitled to do it anyway, according to this law. Is this a good law?
So, as I was saying, it's not a good law because you have the new covenant, but at the time it was an adequate law, obviously.
Was this a moral thing to tell people they could do, bearing in mind that if any of this stuff is historical, people would have done this. So this would have been done thousands or tens of thousands of times over the centuries that happened after this point.
Do you think these things happened and then the Bible came, or do you think the Bible came and then these things happened because of the Bible?
I think the Bible is largely a work of myth, but we're focusing in on
that wasn't my question.
Some of these things definitely happened. So some of these laws were definitely enacted because you've got later rabbinical writings speaking about them and commenting on the fact that they were enacted. But I want you to focus on this. Let's not move away from this because I really need you to be in the moral moment here. So knowing how many young girls or young women, if you want to call them that, would have been war raped. That's what this is. This is war rape. Let's call it what it is, right? Finding a bit of hotty totty that you like the look of, taking her back to your house, giving her a few weeks to get over the fact that you killed her family. Let me just deal with this. That's TikTok checking in.
But my entire point was that it's not rape, though.
Of course,
that's
it's rape.
Because it says make her your wife.
Of course, it's rape. No. Hang on a second,
Okay,
dude. If you have sex with someone and she hasn't given you consent, that's rape. You can make her your wife.
Presumably she gave consent.
Why would she give consent? You've just killed her family. Why do you think she would give consent? If she did give consent, it would be under fear for her own life. It would be coercion. It would be like if I say to you, if I put a gun in your mouth and I say, I'm going to pull the trigger unless you let me have sex with you right now. You're going to give me consent, aren't you? Because you don't want me to pull the trigger. But that's not really consent.
But it also doesn't say, like, if she says no or whatever. Because the entire reason was Muslims, it says you can take her as your right-hand possession. It doesn't say marry her. Because in Islam, there's a difference between marrying and having right hand
I agree
possessions.
I agree
Okay.
that scripture in Islam is deplorable, but we're not talking about
Right,
that
but
now.
you
We're talking
understand the
about
difference between like
we're talking about this one, which in my view
yeah.
is just as bad. It's just as bad.
No, I get it. And what I'm trying to say is, it says treat her as your wife. It literally says treat her as your wife. And how are you supposed to treat your wife? You're not supposed to treat her bad. You're not supposed to
one of the ways you treat your wife is you give her consent about whether she wants to be your wife. And one of the ways you treat your wife well is by not having murdered her family. And one of the ways you treat your wife well is by giving her a choice about who she wants to marry, not just the man's choice because he liked the look of her. There is nothing in this text about her consent. There's nothing in this text about anything to do with what she wants. This is absolutely barbaric. And if you can't see this, then that's a real huge red flag. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to give you one last chance to redeem yourself here. Can you admit that this is morally very problematic?
In today's standards, if we
by any standard, don't give me New Covenant bullshit. That is morally problematic for someone to do this to another person. Has always been. There's never been a time when it was okay to do this to someone. Can you admit that or not?
Yes, but
You
but
can.
it doesn't condone that. It's honestly a disconnect here because I don't see how it condones it. I just see how it regulates it.
It's a specific permission to do this. And
But
when
if
you
there
give
was no law, they wouldn't
when you give people permission to do things, they do them. So this piece of legislation permitted men to practice war rape. So you are now in the position where you have to either say this legislation was ethical.
It regulates it, huh?
Ethical. It doesn't regulate it. It expressly permits it. What it should have said was, if you go into war against your enemies and God grants you a victory, treat the survivors of the war with kindness and compassion and make sure they're okay because they were collateral damage to the war. That's what it should have said. It doesn't say that. It just says, find a woman you like the look of, take her back to your house, give her a couple of weeks to get over it, and then fuck her if you want to. That's what it says. And then she has to be your wife. Unless you don't want to, in which case, kick her out, but you're not allowed to sell her. It's not a massive moral flex, is it?
I mean, I guess. But like when you look at the Bible saying like you shall not murder it, are you like, yes, Bible, that's great?
Well, to me, that's an idiotic law because we can already figure out that it's unethical to kill other people. I don't need a book to tell me that.
How do you figure that out? Honestly, because, people can come to different conclusions like, oh, it's not okay to murder us, but it's okay to murder these types of people.
Yeah, there are people who do that. And of course, the Bible condones that, right? The Bible is very, very, very big on killing the right groups of people and not allowing any of them to survive, right? You know what the Israelites did to the Amalekites, don't you?
Yes.
Right.
But they were pretty much sons of the devil, right?
They weren't.
They were what?
They weren't. That's just nonsense. They were.
Say,
it's just dehumanizing language.
Literally?
It's dehumanizing language.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just dehumanizing.
I believe the scriptures, like if the scriptures say that, like they were following the devil and stuff like that.
They weren't following the devil. The attack against the Amalekites was a revenge attack for the Amalekites having attacked the Israelites as they came out of Egypt 400 years earlier. So none of the people who participated in the original attack would have been in the revenge attack, and the instructions there were to specifically kill all of them, including the children. Specifically,
and
the
babies.
Yeah,
the
babies
names
and children.
The babies.
Yeah,
and the evil
animals.
sheep and donkeys and stuff.
Yeah,
and animals too.
Yeah, so this is the problem you have, Leo. Is it's heartbreaking to hear. It's really, really hard. We get people who come in here and they're a lot older than you are, and they're gone. As far as I'm concerned, they're gone. It's so hard. It's so hard to hear someone at 18 so brainwashed. I'm going to give it to you straight. It's heartbreaking. We're all feeling it. Like, it's heartbreaking to hear it. I just want to appeal to you to...
Sir, you should not be heartbroken. Please don't.
I am.
You shouldn't feel sorry for. I'm doing great, man.
No, I'm sure you think you are, but you're doing great. But in the meantime, you're becoming a horrific asshole because
no, because I don't go out raping women.
Because no, but you're supporting the document that endorses all of this stuff. You stand by it. You say it's ethical. You say that the God who commanded these things is ethical. That makes you culpable morally by implication. You're signed up for this stuff. If you had been an Israelite soldier, would you have done these things?
You want my honest answer? I mean, at the time, maybe it would have happened. Maybe not. Who knows? I mean, what? Yeah. That question's... If you were a soldier back then, would you have done those things? I mean, no. Would you be better than everyone?
Not better than everyone, but I'm not raping anyone and I'm not killing kids. Not at any point ever.
If they dropped me today back then, of course not. But if I was born in that time,
what's that telling you?
Well,
being intellectually honest, that's telling you something. That's telling you that your moral intuitions now know that this was fucked up. This was bad. This was unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. You know that.
Yeah.
Right? You know it. I can hear that you know it.
Is a developing morality. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I mean, I'm repeating myself, that it leads to
the new covenant. It leads to Jesus coming along and saying, hate your family. I know. But, you know,
Leo,
it doesn't say hate your family.
It does. But I just want to give you a perspective.
Your family will hate you. Go ahead.
I want to give you a perspective. If you were born and raised in Iran, there's like a 99-ish% chance you would have ended up being a Muslim. You would have been on the other side of the TikTok debate, arguing against Christians and for Muhammad, peace be upon him. If you were born and raised in Thailand, there's like a 95% chance.
No, just joking with you.
I was being facetious. If you were born and raised in Thailand, probably about a 95% chance you would be a devout Buddhist, a Theravada Buddhist specifically. And I can go on and on all around the world, people being born and raised into different religious cultures. And then the different religions create tribalism. There's a sense of belonging. This is my tribe. I got to own, you haven't behaved this way, but I got to own these atheists. I got to defend my tribe, etc. You sound like a smart kid. You're a smart kid with dumb but a little backhanded here, with dumb ideas. And it's understandable. I was a Christian once myself, but I hope someday you learn to think independently and really do some honest, unbiased introspection here, so you don't have to do those mental gymnastics to defend all this shit. Because I can tell you don't like them, but you feel like it's your duty. Like, I got to practice my apologetics and everything else. Rise above it, dude. Become better. You can do it. I want that for you.
Yeah, we all do. And a clarifying point, by the way, Rod Blow in the YouTube is pointing out quite validly that 4-week mourning period for the woman wasn't really for mourning. It was just to make sure that she wasn't pregnant with someone else's child, because that would be impure and disgusting. And just to clarify something else for you, here is Jesus saying, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple. So that's Luke 14, Luke 14:26. He's telling people that they have to hate their families. It's not
Don't you think the other ones I can totally grant, like, but that one to me, it's more like, I don't know if he means hate, like you go out and you like cuss out your dad and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to love him and pretty much hate everything else. That's how I see it.
Yeah, the Greek word there for hate was miseo, and it means hate. It doesn't mean love less. It just means hate.
Do you think Jesus is saying go out and like go cuss out your parents, go hate your family?
He's not necessarily saying cuss out, but he's probably saying, you know, I mean, some people would say there's two readings of this, because this verse is actually softened slightly. I think in Matthew, this is softened. The language is used slightly differently in Matthew to soften it. But some people would say it meant that he actually was appealing to people who were misfits and were required to, this is a lot of cults behave this way. They require that you disown your family and you disfellowship your family and you hate
What's
them.
that verse again? I'm writing all these down.
It was Luke 14:26. And
14:26.
and I sort of feel like while we're writing down horrible stuff to look at, there's just so much of it. I don't think that we could end this conversation without touching on the trial by potion in the Book of Numbers. Do you know about this?
No, I've never heard of that one.
Okay,
actually.
so this is absolutely, completely horrendous. This is in some ways even worse than the other. Well, I don't know if it's worse, but it's just as bad. So, in the Book of Numbers, God gives the Israelites a law where if a man feels jealous of his wife, thinks that she may have been unfaithful, even if she hasn't, but he just feels jealous, and the language is a spirit of jealousy falls upon him or comes upon him, then he can force his wife to go through an absolutely horrific ritual where she's humiliated in front of the congregation. She has to stand in the temple with her hair disheveled in front of everyone, not looking presentable, with no dignity. And then the priest gets some water and puts dirt from the floor of the temple into the water, and then writes some curses with ink, and then the ink is washed. The ink with the curses written is washed into the dirty water, and she has to drink this poison, this horrible dirt, poison ink, curse water thing. And what it says is that if she has been unfaithful, it will cause her to have an abortion. It will cause her uterus to drop, is the what it says, and she'll be in great pain. And this is something that she's put through purely on the basis of her husband feeling jealous. She needs to have done nothing wrong, absolutely nothing. And the verse expressly says that if it turns out that she was innocent and was never unfaithful and never did anything wrong, that there's to be no penalty for the husband for falsely accusing her. But she's not given any compensation or an apology or anything like that. Her fertility may well have been destroyed by this, having to drink this poison and having had her uterus drop and all this, the damage that it might cause her. Isn't that disgusting?
The way you put it, yeah, but I'll have to look into it more.
I can read it to you if you want. It's every bit as disgusting as I've said.
Read it.
You want to see it? Okay.
100%, man.
Hold tight, everyone. This is absolutely grim. Okay, it's a little bit long, but I'll get through it quickly. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them," so this is from God, right? This is not some civil law of the people of the time. This is God's law. "If any man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful, if a man's had intercourse with her but it's hidden, blah, 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 all of this stuff, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he's jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he's jealous of his wife though she has not defiled herself," right? So this applies to innocent people too. "The man shall bring his wife to the priest, and he shall bring an offering," and blah, blah, blah about the offering. "And the priest shall bring her near, set her before the Lord. And the priest takes holy water in an earthen vessel, takes some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle, and puts it into the water. The priest sets the woman before the Lord, dishevel the woman's hair, so mess up her hair so she doesn't have her dignity, place in her hands the grain offering," lots of stuff about the grains and stuff like that. "Then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, if no man has lain with you, if you've not turned aside to uncleanliness while under your husband's authority." We can talk about whether you think women need to be under their husband's authority and whether you think that's morally as problematic as I do. "Then be immune to this water of bitterness that brings the curse. But if you have gone astray while under your husband's authority, if you defiled yourself with some other man, then let the priest make the woman take the oath of the curse and say to the woman, the Lord make you an execration and an oath among the people, blah, 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 blah. Now may this water that brings the curse enter your bowels and make your womb discharge and your uterus drop. And the woman shall say, Amen, Amen. And then the priest shall do all of these things, put the curses in the writing, wash them off into the water of bitterness. He makes the woman drink the water that brings the curse. I can barely bring myself to even say this stuff. It's so horrific.
Doesn't it say if she did it though? Like
what it's saying, which is completely ludicrous, is she has to drink all this poison stuff, and it's saying that if she's been unfaithful, that it's going to affect her even more badly than if she hasn't, which is complete nonsense. That's just voodoo magic bullshit. The poison that she drinks is going to affect her how it affects her, regardless of whether she's been unfaithful or not. And the point is that this is done. The ritual itself is a punishment, right? Having to go through this is a punishment, and it's done to her not on the basis of anything she's done. It's done to her on the basis of her husband feeling insecure and possessive and jealous.
Okay.
You're not going to tell me that that's moral, are you?
The way you put it, no. But I don't know.
That's the way it is. That's the way it is.
So I guess I'll have to say no.
So thank you for being honest. You live with this stuff. I mean, our job here is not to jump on you and, humiliate you. That's not what it's about. I'm appealing to you. I'm saying you're still young enough to change course. I'm not even saying disavow your faith. I'm just saying, think about this stuff differently. Be honest with yourself about the moral implications of this stuff. Don't twist yourself into a pretzel to try and justify the unjustifiable. It's not a good life.
All right, I get that. Appreciate it, man. I know Thanks, you guys probably want to move on and stuff. Sort of a last thing before I get out of here.
Sure.
Specifically about that Luke 14, 25 to 27 that we read.
Yeah.
I don't want to take your time, but I kind of want to read this. It's very short. It's about the website called Answering Islam. Okay. And this is how he describes it. Okay. The case you bring above is similar after you quoted it, okay? The case you bring above is similar.
Which one are you responding to? Because you said the Luke. The Luke is about hating your family. Is that what you're responding to?
Yes, that one. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. The case you bring above is similar. Jesus uses a Hebrew idiom. He uses hyperbole. In Hebrew, it is clear that the word hate does not here mean literally to hate them.
I'm just going to stop you there. This is the standard apologetic for this verse, is appealing to the Hebrew idiom. But it isn't the Hebrew idiom, because in this context, the word hate, miseo, is used in other verses in the New Testament where it literally means hate. Exactly the same word is used when it talks about they will hate you. It's used in other contexts where the word love less or the Hebrew idiom just wouldn't fit. And even if it did, it's still an immoral preachment. Even if you're telling people that you have to love Jesus even more than your own children, even more than your own parents, it's still immoral to tell people.
If he's God, why wouldn't I not love God more than my
because it's creating an impossible hierarchy of devotion, which is it's wrong. It's wrong to tell people that. And in this instance, the appeal to the Hebrew idiom fails because the Hebrew idiom is not being used here. It's a cope. It's just a cope.
Okay.
That Greek word miseo is used in other verses in the New Testament where it can only mean hate. It's the same word.
Do you know a guy named Sam Shamoon?
No.
Have you heard of that guy? Okay.
No.
You should talk to him because he's a much better apologist than me or whatever, like a much better defender, I guess. But I'll definitely take everything you said in consideration. I appreciate you guys being respectful.
Thank you, Leo.
Most people on TikTok aren't like that. So,
well, you've been respectful too, and you're young, and I just hope that you are able to course correct at some point because you deserve better. you as a
Tell
sponsor.
Sam to come in and talk to us, though. We're happy to talk to him.
Yeah, he doesn't really do that. He doesn't like going to other people's stuff. It's weird, like most people. He's been doing this since 1990. But anyway, so thank you guys.
All right, Leo.
I appreciate all that.
Take
you
it
have
easy.
a great one.
All right.
All right, Leo.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. I mean, he was very respectful, but his views are absolutely disgusting. We started out with overt homophobia, and we ended up with infanticide, war, rape. It's terrible. It's heartbreaking to see a young person so morally broken by this cult.
I could tell his actual moral compass was better than his Bible. What I got the impression he was doing, and Leo, don't mean to talk about. I'll say this with you in here too. I sort of said it already. I got the sense he's like sort of excited to, like, he's young, to practice his apologetics, get better, hone it over time. That's why he was taking notes, not to like in an unbiased way evaluate it. What are the apologetics for these? Go to my mentors. He's like sort of an apologist in making, and that's what he's aspiring to do.
I agree. That's exactly what was going on there. I agree with that. And it's still so heartbreaking to see it, isn't it? But maybe there's hope for him. Let's see.
And maybe we planted a seed, and he's going to be like a hell of a skeptic 5 years from now. You never know.
Maybe. So a little housekeeping to do. So a few messages to read, and then a little check-in on the bingo, and then we'll see where we're at. So we have, Tim said, if Jesus arrived today, conservatives would call him a liberal woke hippie and try to deport him.
100%.
Completely true.
The Christian right here in the U.S., 100%.
Yeah, absolutely right. No question about that. I think I put out a TikTok saying something very much like this a few months ago. Completely true. Completely agree with that. And then we have Optimus Rhymes said, "My bad. I meant 2 wins. No blunders from you." Okay, that makes it even better. I thought you were saying that we only made 2 blunders and he made more.
I wanted to know. I got a little self-conscious, and I'm like, "What blunder did we make?" I want to,
There's an acceptable number of blunders. I always make blunders. Like, there's not a live stream that goes by that I don't think to myself afterwards, or when I'm watching it back to clip stuff, I think, "Oh, did you really say that, you dick?" Like, I hate listening to myself back sometimes, and I think I could have done things so much better. So I'm absolutely up for being accused of blunders, because I know I make them. I know I don't do this the best all the time. And then Tim again said, like Montel Jordan, God, when it came to slavery, said, "This is how we do it."
What is with, what, the YouTube side? They come with the wit. I got to give them that.
It's good. I love my TikTok friends like life itself, but the wit on the YouTube side is top tier as well. It's very, very good. And then we also have Flippity Giblets says, "Sorry I'm late. Please accept this as a penance." Oh, thank you very much. Matt had some absolute nutters on tonight. Oh, really?
Which Matt?
I wonder if which Matt is that? Was Matt Dillahunty doing something tonight? It would be, wouldn't it? It would be. It would be.
Okay.
He does the line on a Wednesday night. Because he asked me about.
I'm sure he was
doing
his regular calm and patient self with these guys.
I'm sure he found his zen. It'd be funny if I ever get to co-host with Matt, and he did come in here and ask me to do it. It would be quite an interesting kind of contrast, won't it? Because he brings the fire, and it takes a fair amount to get me rattled. So it might be an interesting contrast. It might be fun. It might be fun to see it. But anyway, there we are. But thank you, FG. Great to see you anyway, and thanks for coming in. I really, really appreciate it. Good to have you here. And finally, Facing Opposition says, "For your excellent hard work and dedication to this movement, keep it up. You're bringing real change and waking people up from this Christmare." Oh, well, thank you, or Christmare. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. These little bits of encouragement, they do help us along. It really does make a difference. To me, I work really hard on this stuff. This is a full-time job now, and as much as I love it, these little nuggets of encouragement they kind of push me up the hill when it sometimes feels, hard. So I really, really do appreciate that. And now, very importantly, let's check in on the bingo, because we have had one additional call on the bingo from PVG, who correctly called That's the Old Testament. So that's another bingo line. I think we're pretty much killing it on the bingo tonight. We've only got 4 left. Nothing comes from nothing. The Bible is historically accurate. Look at the trees. I'm surprised we haven't had a look at the trees yet tonight. And Jesus fulfilled prophecy. We haven't quite had that either, have we? Maybe we'll get it. Maybe we'll still get it.
A lot of these, they because you pick and choose sometimes, and they can be like topic specific. Like some topics will be more apt toward more, bingo cards or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I quite like running with the menu, where there's a few different things to talk about. But I just thought yesterday was so quiet and so lacking engagement that I thought maybe we need something a little more direct tonight. So I thought we'd go with that. PVG is back again. Quick wanted to point out something. Super chat was too hard for 500. Okay, we'll bring PVG back in briefly to point something out. Let's do that
on the YouTube side.
Yeah, on the YouTube side. Sorry, yeah, PVG, you're back in. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I just wanted to clarify. The first caller called Jimmy, was he a theist or was he an atheist? He was a theist.
I think. Gosh,
no,
I'm trying
you were
to
saying
remember.
that you were saying surgeons and people who are just sitting at home without a job, and if you was to save the lives of 5 surgeons,
I don't think he was a theist. I don't think he was, but he had some slightly odd views, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
because he was using the trolley problem in psychology, where that's a study that people use for
moral calculation,
for utilitarianism.
Yeah,
moral calculations, but the study is very limited because the scenario is quite contrived and it's very fabricated, and it gives a binary choice, but it's not quite realistic when it comes to complex ethical dilemmas. So it was he was kind of using that. So I just wanted to point that out, because people without jobs and home can be. It was felt like victim blaming. It can be for many different reasons. They could be disabled,
absolutely.
And whatnot,
yeah, I felt quite uncomfortable
and then,
when he was making that argument. I think a few of us felt quite uncomfortable when he was doing that.
Comfortable. And then one more thing about the guy with the eugenics example. He was kind of saying eugenics can be beneficial in certain contexts, so the Bible can be as well. But it's quite wrong. He was talking about genetic screening that they do before birth and after birth as well, just for severe pathologies. But that is not the same as dehumanizing other people, saying that you're inferior and you're not allowed to breed.
Completely
so I just
right.
wanted to make that differentiation. So
yeah, well made.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. I just want to point that out.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting me back in.
Sure, no problem.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, for sure. Okay, where are we at? Let's see where we're at. Both queues currently empty. We're sort of approaching. We're 20 minutes off the 6-hour mark, so we're kind of approaching the end, I think. But let us get in Ina, who is a long-time friend and is often around, and very nice to speak to her again. Hi, Ina, how are you?
Hello,
Hi.
John. Hello, Sean.
Hi.
How you doing?
Nice to speak to you too. Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing?
Great. Thanks.
Good, thank you.
I just heard that the queues were empty, so I just wanted to ask a couple questions, if you don't mind.
Of course.
So I've heard you speak to the previous guest and about this story about the woman who was captured in war, and then she could have kept what was that? She just had to, like, she was allowed to be kept as a wife for this man who killed her family and parents and everyone.
Yep.
And then I just kind of like read on the explanations that, you know, usually Christians have. And, you know, this, like, it says that, like, the explanation to it is that the woman was like pagan or something. And then this like whole, like cutting her nails and shaving her head, like her hair symbolized like
purification
her thoughts or something. And then,
yeah,
purification.
It was a purification ritual.
And this is the apologetic. This is like their explanation for why it's okay.
Yeah. So my question was, because like half of my family, like me and my dad, we are like atheists, kind of agnostic atheists. And then my mom and my sister are like super religious, Orthodox Christians. And then like sometimes I would like mention those verses to them, and they would always have these explanations like to every single thing. So like, how do you usually like go about it? Like, what could I say? Because, you know, everything makes sense to them. Like, because, you know, they would say like, so this treatment of the woman is actually like a kind of softens the war crime, because like, you know, without it, she would be treated as a slave, but otherwise she's treated as a wife, you know, so it's kind of better in their eyes.
How about neither? That would, I mean, that's an option too. It's not like there's this dichotomy. You have to make her a slave, or you have to make her your forced wife and grape her. You know, those aren't the only two options here.
Yeah. I think, you know, there's a principle here, which is so many apologetics seem to rely on the idea that some reply, some response is better than no response. So they just get to feel good about themselves because they've said something to defend it. It's like, oh, job done. I said words. I said some words and meaning to defend this, you know, horrific thing in the book. And because I said some words, my job is now done. The question is not, did you have a response? The question is it an adequate response? Is it a reasonable response? Does the response dilute the moral problem? Does it remove the moral problem? And so much of the time they don't. So like that response is ludicrous, right? It's speculating that she might have come from a pagan background. First of all, so what? So what if she did? How does that justify anything? And the response to say, well, as Sean said, you know, it could have been worse. She could have been made into a slave. That's not an argument for the fact that you could dream up something worse to do to her. Is not an argument for the fact that the thing that was done to her is moral. And if you wanted to illustrate that really clearly to someone, you could say, let's say I go out in the street and I beat up the first person I see. And then I try and explain that this was actually a moral thing to do because it could have been worse. I could have killed them. If I'd killed them, it would have been even worse than that. Or if I'd, you know, gone out and slaughtered their whole family, that would have been much worse. So compared to that, just beating them up was absolutely fantastic. It was almost an act of kindness. That's how ridiculous that argument is. And so the thing with so many apologetics is whenever I hear an apologetic response to something, I'm always, my mind just goes to, what is it they're trying to do here? They're trying to patch something up. Why does it fail? And I always find the reason why it fails. It takes seconds to find the reason why it fails. It fails because it's not actually addressing the moral problem. It fails because it's relying on assumptions rather than things that you could know. For example, a response that we had from a caller called Jordan, who came on here last week, to this particular verse about the war brides, was her life must have been worse before. So the Israelite soldiers rescued her. This was a rescue mission from a terrible life she had before, where she was being, you know, regularly abused and hurt by the community she was in. And therefore we can frame this as sort of heroic rescue mission. And of course she would have been absolutely desperate to be intimate with the person who killed her family, because he did her a solid favor, because her family and all the people in her community must have been so terrible. And he literally made that argument with a straight face. It's on the YouTube channel. I posted it because it was, I think I labeled it the worst guest we've had on so far, or the worst caller yet, or something, because it was such a completely ludicrous argument. And when I said to him, what evidence is there of this scenario that you're pointing to, of this, horrendously, terrible, abusive background that she would have had? What evidence do you have for that? His response was, what evidence do you have that that wasn't the case? I mean,
I remember that.
That's just idiotic. That's just absolutely idiotic. So, I wish I could give you a formula to say, here's how you respond to every apologetic, but it's just look for the gap in it, because there's always going to be a gap.
Yeah,
as Grape Juice said, like, here's one option: leave the civilians alone. Like don't touch the civilian. Leave the civilians alone. Understand in war, combatants have to fight each other and stuff. But I mean, that's a better option than making her a forced wife and to be raped for the rest of her life, or to be a slave. Like, that's a good alternative.
Yeah.
I kind of can hear already them saying, like, but she was already in the wrong because she was pagan, right? So she was already, like, on the wrong path in her life. So she was already kind of bad, because, like, the stranger on the street, he didn't do anything to you, you didn't do anything to them. They're just living their best life. So you either beat them, which causes harm, or you kill them, which also causes harm, like even bigger harm. But then for the
ISIS.
woman, she's, like, already kind of wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, that's how are you any better than? I know this isn't you, but, like, how does that make you any better than ISIS? Oh,
Right.
These people are of a different religion. We must absolutely brutalize and torture and do all these really disgusting, awful things that I won't even mention on here. But, like, you are no better than ISIS at that point. So what if they have a different religion?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If God cannot come up with a, like, more humane way, right, to shift them to a true religion, then maybe he's not as powerful anyway. So
absolutely. It's so disgusting that if that's the moral logic that you get to make war on people of other religions and then forcefully pull the survivors back to your house and have your way with them because they were in the wrong religion, maybe they grew up in it from kids. Is that a serious moral argument that anyone could make? It's horrific. Absolutely horrific. But
I agree.
It's hard, isn't it? I feel for you having to have those kind of conversations. But the best advice I could give is, when you hear the apologetic, look for the gap between what they're saying to you, what they're trying to justify, and what they're actually saying. There's always a gap. You can always find it. Like, it never does the thing that they hope it's going to. That's the best advice I can give. But it's really hard, and I feel for you having to have those conversations.
Oh yeah, I'm trying my best, but sometimes it's just too many excuses and not too much clarity. But then the other situation, like I had just a couple of days ago, my sister has kids, and then so my niece is like, she was already 4, and she starts, like, asking questions. And like a couple of days ago, she asked me, "Oh, Aunt Ina, are you praying, like, first thing in the morning and before going to bed? Like, are you praying to God?" And, like, I just, I don't want to just, like, break her whole, like, worldview, because her parents brought her up like this. She's, like, thinking the way she's thinking, and she's like, even though she's already, like, she's 4, she goes to the church every Sunday and all of this, and she believes in God. And so I don't want to, like, shatter her worldview, but also I don't want to lie to her, right? Because, like, she's my niece, she's, like, so pure. So I was like, I was like so hesitant at first. And then my sister was looking at me like, oh, what are you going to respond? And then at the end, like I said, no, I don't. And that's all. And then she said, oh, but you have to, like, because this and that,
so hard with kids. And if it's somebody else's children, then it's really for them to decide. I mean, I don't think, I believe passionately that it's abusive to indoctrinate children into any religion, but I would struggle to. I mean, I think you could be honest. You can be honest, and you can just say people believe different things, and the things that you believe, it's okay for you to believe whatever. It's really tricky, isn't it? It's really, really tricky. You don't want to delegitimize and destabilize somebody else's child, but at the same time, you can be reasonably honest, and maybe the thing to do is have a conversation with your. Did you say it's your sister's child?
Yeah.
You could have. What if you had a conversation with your sister and said, can I be honest with her about the fact that people believe different things?
Yeah.
Then you're giving the respect. You're giving the respect of not overstepping boundaries, without permission, but offering a perspective of saying, actually, it's educational for children to understand that people believe different things. That's a perspective that can only enrich a child's understanding of the world. That the view that they have is not the only one.
Yeah.
It's tricky though, isn't it?
Yeah. It is, yes, sometimes it definitely is. But thank you so much. I don't want to keep you any longer. And thank you, John. Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, love the lives and
Thanks, Ina. All the best.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Where are we at? We are sort of approaching. I think we're probably approaching landing. I think that I have to give a shout out to the members wall. Members wall's kind of grown a little bit. We were only at 8 just a little while ago, but we are now, I think it's 16. These are the inner circle people that really contribute to help me keep this going. Of course, as I said last time, if you're not contributing financially to help this thing happen, I still love you and I still value you just as much. You are all important and there's no price tag on belonging here, and there never will be. But for the people who do support the channel by subscribing on to the memberships on YouTube, I really appreciate you. And the Inner Circle members are Amon Ra, Drew Smith, Gordon Loves Science, Make It So, this is our newest one, PVG, thank you for that, Stephen Seymour Jr., The Musical Monkey, Tracy, thank you Tracy as always, Devil's Public Defender, Liberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Oceanus, Rich, hey Richie, the Leakest Wink, I always think I'm going to mess that one up, and Tim Cooney and Upshot, who is quickly becoming an absolute stalwart in this community on the YouTube side. So thank you to those people. They are the people who have access to the kill switch. The kill switch number is now 4. So I wanted to make sure that the kill switch is not too easy to activate. Otherwise it's going to happen all the time, and that kind of feels a little bit off. So it really is for a situation where someone is being particularly egregious and particularly horrible. So now if it takes 4 members to activate the kill switch, so we'll see. I'm sure it will happen because we do get all sorts in here, but that is that's what that's all about. I think we might have a couple more messages to just quickly get through. Real Jiffy Cones, hey my friend, did I just see you say you just finished work? I hope you had a good day at work and you're feeling well. Almost missed tithing. Also, wait for it. Oh, thank you very, very much for that. And also, this is absolutely huge. 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's absolutely amazing, Jiffy. Thank you so much. Jiffy is also a super mod, incredible friend and supporter on the YouTube side. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. So I think that we are drawing things towards a close because both queues are empty right now, and it feels like this might be the point. So tomorrow evening, I will be doing a joint live stream with Deconstruction Zone with Justin at 6 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. Eastern time. Be on his channel, and I'm sure we'll have lots of fun. So I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, follow Justin already. So I imagine you would be there anyway. But if you don't, come on over. His stuff is awesome. He's a brilliant trailblazer in this deconstruction content world. He's certainly been an inspiration to me, and I'm really excited to be sharing a platform with him tomorrow, and I'm sure it'll be really fun.
I really look forward to seeing you two guys working together.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, I will be there for it, and I might have some sassy comments, super chats to read.
That'd be great.
All right.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and all the usual thank yous. I never get bored of saying them. Thank you to the wonderful mods on TikTok, and thank you to the wonderful mods on YouTube. I can't even imagine how I could manage doing this without your help. So I really, really massively appreciate you. Thank you, all of you. And of course to Sean, because Sean is such a massive part of this show, thing, project, whatever we want to call it. I'm being asked to post a link to his channel. Yes, I need to go and get one. I mean, he's like the biggest content creator. Just go on YouTube and look for Deconstruction Zone. You'll find it immediately. I'll see if I can post a link now, just to be belt and braces. Pastor Fairy is always good at keeping me on the admin, making sure that I get things right. Let me try and find this right now. Bear with me a second, and I'll get a link. Deconstruction Zone. Here we go. Deconstruction Zone, and the link is gonna be this one right here. So I'm going to put it there.
By the way, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably gone over it with you, but I believe to come up as a guest, you have to be on your cell phone as opposed to your desktop.
Is that for me?
Yes, like because you're going to be on a guest on his show, right? Is that how you guys are formatting it?
Yeah, I'm going to join through video, so it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be okay. So that's the link in the YouTube chat. Now to put the link in TikTok is crazy. TikTok Live Studio doesn't allow you to paste text into the chat. You literally can't do it. It literally just doesn't work. So you have to type it in, which is pretty crazy.
If you search Deconstruction Zone, two separate words on TikTok and YouTube, you got it to work?
I've done it. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah. It's okay. It has let me do it. Okay, that's cool. I think that probably concludes our business for tonight. It's been such a pleasure hanging out with you all again. It was fun doing a bonus extra one. I just thought I would normally be doing my stream tomorrow night, but if it's going to be with Justin, it's like a slightly different vibe, and I'm kind of aware that I'm in his house as a guest. So I thought, let's not miss out, and let's do tomorrow night's one tonight. So thank you so much for joining us. I really, really appreciate that. The next stream here will be Saturday night, probably similar kind of time, 10 p.m. UK, 5 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. And until then, thank you so much, everyone. Have a great one, and I will see you all